It was a kind of perversity that led me to choose, of all the nations of the new Russian Federation who are presently clamouring for self-determination, the most obscure, the Ingush. The Abkhazians, handed by Stalin to his fellow Georgians in 1931, or the Armenians, handed by the early Bolsheviks to Azerbaijan in 1921, or most recently the Chechens, were all marginally more likely to be known of abroad than this tiny, anguished people. The fate of the peoples of Chechnya and Ingushetia are inextricably linked. Their neighbours, their co-religious and natural allies, some scholars even insist they're the same tribe. Anyway, in 1944, on Stalin's whim, both nations were dragged off wholesale to the wastes of Kazakhstan on a cooked-up charge of collaborating with the Germans. Many of their people were rounded up and shot or burned to death before the trains left. Many more died on the way. Both nations were declared criminal, sentenced to penal servitude, and subjected to systematic genocide, men, women, and children. The conditions of their incarceration are held to have been even more severe than those of the Siberian Gulag. Both nations were reinstated by Khrushchev 13 years later, told it was all a mistake, and invited to go home. Those who had survived mostly did, many of them on foot. But whereas the Chechens still had a home to return to, the Ingush found their lands and houses occupied by an old enemy traditionally obedient to Moscow, the Ossetians. And to this day, the Ossetians won't go. And to this day, Moscow, having paid repeated lip service to the rights of the Ingush, won't make them. So that's what my book is about, a plea for the survival of a small nation nobody has heard of. I doubt it. Writers winging off about the inner meaning of their books are a notoriously unreliable lot, and I'm no more to be trusted on the subject than anybody else. But I did have certain didactic purposes when I set out to write Our Game, and one of them was the fairly obvious belief that, having won the Cold War, the West can't afford to walk away from the consequences of its victory, whether we're speaking of Bosnia today or Ingushetia tomorrow or Cuba the day after. It's already clear to a hedgehog, as the Russians would say, that the Western powers never had the faintest idea what to do with the world if they ever freed it from communism. First, we ducked the problem by trying to pretend the victory hadn't happened. We insisted, or our sainted intelligence services did it for us, that perestroika was a game, and those fiendish Bolsheviks would stop at nothing to make us drop our guard. But gradually, against the best efforts of our experts, civil servants and politicians, both with vested interests, common sense asserted itself, and our Western leaders were obliged to agree that the enemy had packed up and left the field. The revelation made few of them happy. "You mean we've really got to do something about the other half of the earth? It's all too inconvenient, just when we were getting so rich." But they didn't panic. They stayed calm and continued the Cold War by other means, by near-blind isolationism, by a determination now horribly demonstrated in Bosnia to cultivate our overstocked backyards in preference to caring about the plight of those we have set free. Meanwhile, still in the throes of Cold War withdrawal symptoms, we, the victorious, prayed for some great new conflict to come along that would make us safe again. So much cozier, many of us felt, our politicians felt it quite particularly, to be hiding behind a huge nuclear arsenal and watching the wicked world through instruments, rather than stepping out of our bunkers offering a helping hand to our former enemies and taking on such politically and economically unattractive headaches as world famine, global pollution, drugs for arms, bushfire wars in far-off places, and the rights of small nations to self-determination, even though such headaches have much more to do with our long-term survival than the Cold War ever did. The trouble is, as J.M. Keynes said, in the long term we'll all be dead. Perhaps my main two characters, Tim and Larry, present us, if crudely, with the choice that our collective Western conscience is presently wrestling with. Now that the Cold War is over, what do we owe, and to whom? Both men are prematurely retired cold warriors. Both, for all their faults, would count themselves honourable and caring. For Tim, at the start of the book, the solution to his unexpected idleness is to become an ostrich, to collect his pension, withdraw to his English country seat, cultivate his English vineyard and his beautiful young English mistress, perform his good works in the village, congratulate himself on his past contribution, and turn his back on the insoluble problems of the new era. But Larry, as Tim's friend and former secret agent, can't do that. Larry can no more stop running than history can. Partly that's his nature, but partly it's his conscience too. He won't quit the moral maze. Larry is old-fashioned enough to believe that people should keep their promises, even after they have won. The self-determination of oppressed nations was a cornerstone of our anti-communist doctrine. For half a century we preached it from the rooftops, that on the day democracy replaced tyranny, the victim would be raised above the bully, and small nations would be free to choose their fate. Fat chance. In Europe alone, the present count of ethnic or national entities demanding sovereignty stands at around 35. Every second state of the Russian Federation is threatening to secede. In every quarter of the globe, the magic word independence is being passed from hand to hand. There was a time when independence was the most treasured jewel in the rhetoric of the free world. Today, like the word liberal in the mouth of its abusers, the very concept is becoming sullied, signifying insurrection and misrule. History, I read recently, does not light the way forward, but like the stern lamp on a ship, illuminates its wake. Perhaps what offends the Western nations most about their victory over communism is that in cutting a path to the future, they have unleashed the sleeping demons of their accusing past. And perhaps that was the story I was trying to tell. Our Game, written and read by John le Carré. Larry went officially missing from the world on the second Monday of October at 10 minutes past 11, when he failed to deliver his opening lecture of the new academic year. I'm able to set the scene exactly because it was not so very long ago, in the same dreary Bath weather, that I had dragged Larry down to see the wretched place for the first time. To this day I have the most accusing memory of the brutalist slab barracks closing in on him like the walls of his new confinement, and of Larry's ever-youthful back walking reproachfully away from me down the concrete canyon like a man going to his nemesis. If I'd had a son, I thought as I stared after him, this was how it would feel to be dumping him at his first boarding school. "Hey, Timbo," he whispers over his shoulder, the way Larry can speak to you from miles away. "Yes, Larry. This is it, is it?" "This is what?" "The future. Where it all ends. Leftover life." "Oh, it's a new beginning," I say loyally. But loyal to whom? To him? To me? To the office? "We have to scale down," I say. "Both of us do." The day of his disappearance was by all accounts equally depressing. A cloying mist envelops the hideous grey university campus and breathes a sticky pall over the alloy-framed windows of Larry's grimy lecture room. 20 students sit at desks facing the empty lectern. The subject of the lecture is already chalked on the blackboard. When is anybody's guess? Karl Marx in the supermarket, revolution and modern materialism. There's a bit of laughter. But gradually the students fall quiet and content themselves with smirking at each other, peering at the door and listening for Larry's footsteps. Until, having allowed him the full 10 minutes' grace, they self-consciously put away their pens and notebooks and clank along the concrete to the canteen. Over coffee, the freshers are duly appalled by this first experience of Larry's unpredictability. But the hardened ones, Larry's fans, only laugh. "That's Larry for you," they explain happily. "Next time round he'll bat on for 3 hours and you'll be so hooked you'll forget lunch." The university authorities took an equally relaxed view of Larry's reluctance to appear. The administrators waited for another Monday and another no-show before mustering the energy to telephone his landlady, and, on receiving no satisfaction from her, the Bath police. It was a further 6 days before the police called on me. A Sunday, if you can believe it. 10 o'clock at night. I had spent a frustrating evening in the winery, wrestling with a German grape press which my late Uncle Bob had christened the Sulky Hun. Nevertheless, when I heard their ring, my heart leapt while I pretended to myself that it was Larry, hovering on my doorstep with his accusing brown eyes and dependent smile. "Come on, Timbo, fix us a bloody big scotch, and who gives a damn about women anyway?" 2 men. Plain clothes of the deliberately recognizable kind. As I peered through the fisheye, their hatless faces stared back at me like bloated corpses. The elder man, coarse and moustached. The younger, goatish, with a long, sloped head like a coffin and small, round eyes like bullet holes shot through it. Wait, I told myself. Add a beat. That's what being calm is all about. This is your own house late at night. Only then did I consent to unchain the door to them. 17th century, iron-bound, and weighs a ton. "Hello," I said. "Don't stand there freezing. Come on in." My entrance lobby is a late addition by my grandfather, a glass and mahogany box like a vast elevator that serves as an antechamber to the great hall. For a moment there we stood, going neither up nor down, while we looked each other over. "This is Honeybrook Manor, is it, sir?" said the moustache, a smiler, only we didn't seem to see a sign at all. "We call it the vineyard these days," I said. "What can I do for you?" "Then you would be Mr. Cranmer, am I correct, sir?" the moustache suggested, still with his smile. "Yes, I'm Cranmer. Mr. Timothy Cranmer. Just routine, sir, if you don't mind. Not disturbing you, I trust?" His moustache hid a vertical white scar. "Routine?" I echoed, in open disbelief. "At this time of night? Don't tell me my car license is out of date. No, sir. It's not about your car license. We're inquiring about a Dr. Lawrence Pettifer of Bath University." I allowed myself a chastened pause. "You mean Larry? What's he been up to now?" And when I received no answer but the stare. "Nothing bad, is it, I trust?" As one man, they handed me their coats and watched me while I hung them up, then watched me again while I opened the inner door for them. Most first-time visitors to Honeybrook make a reverent pause at this point, while they take in the minstrel's gallery, the great fireplace, the portraits, and the wagon roof with its armorial bearings. Not the moustache, and not the coffin-head, who, having until now observed our exchanges from behind his older colleague's shoulder, elected to address me in a snappish monotone. "We heard you and Pettifer were bosom pals," he objected. "Winchester College was what we heard, no less. You were schoolmates." "There were 3 years between us. For schoolboys, that's a lifetime." "Plus you were students together at Oxford," he added accusingly. "What's happened to Larry?" I said. My question drew an insolent silence from both of them. They seemed to be deliberating whether I rated an answer. It fell to the elder man to reply. "Yes, well, your doctor friend has gone a bit missing, to tell you the truth, Mr. Cranmer, sir," he confessed. "No foul play suspected, not at this stage. However, he's missing from his lodgings and his place of work. He's not here, is he, by any chance, sir? Upstairs, sleeping it off, so to speak?" "Of course not. Don't be so ridiculous." His scarred moustache abruptly widened, revealing anger and bad teeth. "Oh? Now why am I being ridiculous, Mr. Cranmer, sir?" "I would have told you at once. Why should I waste your time or mine pretending he isn't here if he is?" Again he didn't answer me. "Only, you see, sir, the doctor doesn't appear to have a wife, a companion, a significant other, nobody." He was lamenting. "He is highly popular with the students, but ask his colleagues in the common room about him, you meet what I call a blank wall, be it contempt, be it envy." "He's a free spirit," I said. "Academics aren't used to that." "Pardon me, sir?" "He was a parson's son," I said unthinkingly. "Was, sir?" "His father's dead. "He's still his father's son, though, sir," said the moustache in reproof. A long passage hung with 19th century watercolours leads to my drawing-room. In a show of hospitality, I poured 3 glasses of our '93 Honeybrook Rouge. The moustache murmured, "Good health," drank, and said, "Amazing to think it had been grown right here in this house, as you might say, sir." But his angular sidekick prodded his glass at the fire to examine the colour, then shoved his long nose into it and sniffed, then took an expert bite and chewed while he peered at the exquisite baby Beckstein that in my madness I had bought for Emma. "Do I detect a certain hint of a Pinot in here somewhere?" "It is a Pinot," I retorted. I turned to the moustache. "Perhaps I might be allowed to know your names." With a due show of embarrassment, they pushed their passes at me, but I waved them away. I, too, had flourished passes in my day, most of them fakes. The moustache had tried to telephone me in advance, he said, but discovered I had gone ex-directory. Their names, they said, were Oliver Luck and Percy Bryant. Luck, the coffin-head, was a sergeant. Bryant, the moustache, was an inspector. Luck was taking stock of my drawing-room, my family miniatures, my 18th century Gothic furniture, my books. "You read a lot, then," he said, "when I can." "The languages, they're not a barrier?" "Some are, some aren't." "Which aren't?" "I have some German, Russian." Their eyes on me, all 4 of them, all the time. My months of retirement were rolling away. I was operational man again and wondering whether it showed and where the office was in this. Emma, I was thinking. Have they found you, grilled you, made you say things? Inspector Bryant was rubbing his hands straight up and down between his knees, like a man separating wheat. "So there, Mr. Cranmer, sir," he said. "When did we last see or hear from our doctor friend, if I may make so bold?" Which was the question for which I had been preparing myself day and night these last 5 weeks. But I didn't answer him, not yet. Determined to deny him the interrogator's rhythm, I favoured a leisured tone in keeping with the fireside atmosphere we were sharing. "Now, when you say he had no companion," I objected. "Yes, sir?" "Well, for heaven's sake, Larry always had someone on the go. Don't tell me he's turned celibate in his old age." Bryant weighed my words. Well, such was the reputation that preceded him to Bath, Mr. Cranmer, sir. "But the truth we find is somewhat different, isn't it, Oliver?" Luck went on glowering at the fire. "To begin with, he was all that you imply. He had his drinking haunts, he had an eye for the pretty girl student, and it appears that more than one succumbed. Gradually, however, we see a change. He goes serious. He doesn't do the parties anymore. Many evenings are spent away from his diggings, sometimes whole nights. Less drink is taken. Subdued is a word that crops up quite a lot. Purposeful is another. There's a secretiveness in the doctor's recent habits that we seem unable to crack." "It's called tradecraft," I thought. "Perhaps he was growing up at last," I suggested airily. "His only occasional visitor we're aware of in the last 12 months is an overseas gentleman known as the Professor," Bryant went on. "The Professor seemed to turn up unannounced, but the doctor was always glad to see him. They'd have a take-in curry and a pack of beer, and laughter was heard. The Professor would sleep on the sofa and leave the next day. He never had a name, not as far as the landlady was concerned, just Professor. Him and the doctor spoke in a very foreign language, too, quite often into the small hours." I nodded, trying to display a polite interest rather than the fascination he was kindling in me. "It wasn't Russian, or the landlady would have recognized it. Her late husband was a naval officer who'd done a Russian course, so she knows what Russian sounds like. We've checked with the university. None of their official guests fit the bill. The Professor came privately and left privately." I am walking on Hampstead Heath 5 years ago, Larry at my side. "Chache's become a curry convert," he announces. "For 6 bloody months he's been telling me a lamb's a lamb and sauces are decadent. Last night we go to the Viceroy of India, he wolfs a chicken vindaloo and discovers God." "A small, sturdy type of person he was in build, apparently," Bryant was saying. "Late 40s she puts him at, black hair swept back, a full moustache drooping at the corners, complexion brownish but still white, she says. I don't know if that rings a bell at all." "I'm afraid it doesn't," I said. refusing to allow the bell to ring, or, more accurately, to acknowledge its deafening chimes. "Which languages does Pettifer speak precisely, apart from Russian?" "Precisely, I don't know. He's a Slavonic scholar. Languages are his forte, minority languages particularly. I had the impression he picked them up as he went along." "When did he last travel abroad, to your knowledge?" "Travel? Good heavens, he travelled all the time. It was his passion. The more unsavoury a place, the better he liked it." "When was his last time?" "September the 18th, I thought. When else? His last time and his last clandestine meeting." "The last time he travelled, you mean?" I said. "I'm afraid I've really no idea at all." Luck glanced at Bryant. Bryant glanced at me. His smile stretched to the limits of his patience. "Well now, Mr. Cranmer, sir, if I could just go back to my original question, it would be very nice if you would finally let us into the secret and tell us when you last had contact with the missing man." For an erratic moment, truth almost intruded. "Contact," I wanted to say. "Contact, Mr. Bryant. 5 weeks ago, on September the 18th at Pretty Pool. Contact on a scale you'd never imagine." "I guess it must have been when the university offered him permanent employment," I replied. "And," said Luck, for whom gracelessness was a sign of virtue. "And he wrote to me. He was a compulsive note scribbler. That was our last contact." "Saying what exactly?" Luck demanded. "Saying he had received his official letter of appointment, that he was overjoyed, and that we should all share his happiness," I replied, blandly. Bryant was back with his smile. "So when was the last time we met with the doctor, sir, face to face?" I hesitated, intentionally. 3 months? 4, 5? I was inviting him to choose. "Was that here, sir? At Honeybrook?" "He's been here, yes." "How often, would you say?" "Oh, my goodness. In the last couple of years, half a dozen times. Say 8. "And the very last time, sir?" "July, probably. We decided to give the wine vats an early scrub. The best way to get rid of Larry is to put him to work. He scrubbed for an hour, ate some bread and cheese, drank 4 gin and tonics, and pushed off." "Got a date at all, sir? A day of the week, say? A weekend, was it?" "Yes, it must have been." "Why?" "No staff." "And are we talking here of the middle of July, or beginning, or more the end of it?" "The middle." I stood up and made a show of studying a bottle-maker's calendar that Emma had hung beside the telephone. "Here we are. Aunt Madeline, 12th to the 19th. I had my ancient aunt staying with me. Larry must have dropped in that weekend, because I remember he chatted her up." I had not set eyes on Aunt Madeline for 20 years, but if they intended to go looking for witnesses, I had rather they went after Aunt Madeline than Emma. "Now they do say, Mr. Cranmer," Bryant proposed, "that Dr. Pettifer also made quite copious use of the telephone." I gave a sprightly laugh. We were entering another dark area, and I needed all the self-assurance I could muster. "I'm sure they do, and with reason. There were times when Larry with a telephone could make one's life utter hell. Ring you up all hours of the day or night." "Oh, we all know one of those, don't we, sir? Drama merchants, I call them, no disrespect. When was the last time Dr. Pettifer came up with one then, sir?" With one what?" "A drama, sir. What I call a wobbly." I again affected to rummage in my memory. My dilemma was acute. In my previous incarnation, it was the accepted wisdom that the police, unlike ourselves, made little use of phone taps, or so we thought. I decided to take refuge in the distant past. So far as I remember, it was the occasion when Larry was taking some kind of public farewell from left-wing socialism and wished his friends to be part of the process, I said. "Now, when would that have been exactly?" asked Bryant. "A couple of years ago. It was while he was still cleaning up his act before applying for the job at the university." "November 92, said Luck. "I beg your pardon."
If we're talking the doctor's public renunciation of radical socialism, we're talking his article entitled Death of an Experiment, published Socialist Review, November 92. One or two of his left-wing academic colleagues considered that article a rather hefty act of betrayal. Did you?
I had no opinion of it, I said, and ventured a glance at my French striking clock in its glass dome. But luck was not so easily confounded.
And November 92, that would have been about the time you were retiring from whatever it was you were doing in London, I take it.
I didn't like Luck's drawing parallels between our two lives. Probably.
Did you approve of him renouncing socialism?
Are you asking me to tell you what my politics are, Mr. Luck?
I was merely thinking it must have been slightly risky for you knowing him during the Cold War period.
I never made any secret of my acquaintance with Dr. Pettifer. It was certainly never an issue with my department.
Ever meet any of his Soviet bloc friends?
I'm sitting in the upper room of our safe house in Shepherd Market, sharing a farewell drink with Councillor Economic Volodya Zorin, in reality head resident of the revamped Russian intelligence service in London. It is the last of these semi-official exchanges between us. In 3 weeks I shall take my leave of the secret world and all its works. Zorin is a grizzled Cold War horse with the secret rank of colonel. Saying goodbye to him is like saying goodbye to my own past.
So, what shall you do with the rest of your life, friend Timothy? He asks.
I shall turn my back on grand concepts, I reply. I shall cultivate my grapes and perform good works in miniature. No, Dr. Pettifer never introduced me to anybody of that kind, I replied.
Did he talk to you about them? The deals they were hatching together?
I've no idea what you're talking about. No, he didn't. He didn't discuss anything of that sort with me.
Did Pettifer ever offer to cut you in on a piece of the action in exchange for favours of some sort? Some path you could smooth for him, a recommendation you could put his way?
The suggestion is totally improper, I retorted. I might as well ask you whether you take bribes. Once more, with a laboriousness calculated to exasperate me, Bryant lumbered to the rescue. Oh, forgive me, Mr. Cranmer, sir. I think we have distracted ourselves once more. We're talking the telephone, and the next thing I know, we're talking a piece of history 2 years ago. What about today, sir? When was your most recent conversation with Dr. Pettifer on the electric telephone? Never mind the subject or topic. Just tell me when. It's like his visits. You just forget them. He always telephones when you're in the middle of things. Making love with Emma, for instance, in the days when love was what we made. That's what happens with undergraduate friendships. What was charming 25 years ago becomes a pest. You grow up, your friends don't. They become old kids, then they become bores. That's when you switch off. Now, by switch off, sir, said Bryant, do we mean literally switch off our telephone? Have it disconnected? Because that is what I believe we did on the 1st of August last, Mr. Cranmer, sir, and did not resume contact with the outside world for 3 full weeks thereafter, at which point we acquire a new number. I must have been ready for him, for I struck back quickly. Inspector Bryant, Sergeant Luck, I think I've had rather more than enough of this. 1 minute you're engaged in a missing persons inquiry. The next you're asking a lot of nonsense about unethical contacts while I was a civil servant, my politics, whether I'm a security risk, and why I went ex-directory. So why did you? Luck said. I was being intruded upon. Who by? Nobody of the smallest consequence to you. Bryant was delving in an inside pocket. He extracted a black notebook and opened it long ways on his lap. Only, you see, sir, me and Oliver here have been making quite a study of the doctor's phone calls going back over his entire period of residence in Bath, he explained. We are highly fortunate in the doctor having a very Scottish landlady and a shared telephone line. Every outgoing call was timed and noted down. Bryant licked a thumb and turned a page. Incoming calls, the doctor had any number of them, many from far-flung places by the sound of them. Quite often the doctor was speaking this language she can't place, too. But outgoing, that's different. You were the doctor's star telephone partner until August 1st this year, according to Mrs. MacArthur. 6 hours and 20 minutes.
The doctor notched up with you in May and June alone. He paused, but I still didn't interrupt him. Against such a well-planned assault, I had no defence. Casting round for a scapegoat, I lighted upon the office. If the fools in the office were aware of Larry's disappearance, why the devil hadn't they sent me an early warning? They must know the police were looking for him. Then why didn't they stop them? And if they couldn't stop them, why leave me dangling in the wind, not knowing who knew what or why? I'm attending my last meeting with Jake Merriman, head of personnel, in his carpeted rooms overlooking Berkeley Square. Merriman has played the English bloody fool so long that neither he nor anybody else knows any more whether he is the genuine article. Done your job, Tim, old boy. Lived the passion of your time, who can do more? It was there, it was evil, you spied the hell out of it, and now it's gone away. I mean, we can't say simply because we won there was no point in fighting, can we? Much better to say, hooray, we trounced them, the commie dog is dead and buried, time to move on to the next party. Not party with a capital P, the small kind. But I'm not invited to the new party, am I say. Merriman never gives you the bad news himself. He prefers to drag it out of you. Well, I don't think you are, Tim, are you? I mean, 25 years do rather shape the mind, don't they? I'd have thought you'd be far better off agreeing you'd served your stint and time to find pastures new. There is a saying in the office that you have to be careful with Merriman, lest you resign by mistake rather than waiting for him to sack you. I don't think I'm too old to take on new targets, I say. Cold warriors of 47 don't recycle, Tim. You're all far too nice. You'll tell Pettifer, won't you? It's best coming from you. Tell him what, exactly? Well, the same as I've just told you, I suppose. You don't think we can direct him against the terrorist target, do you? The Pettifers of this world are extinct. Admit it, says I. Too late, as usual, I start to lose my temper. That wasn't the top floor's ruling when his case came up for review. It was agreed that we would wait and see whether Moscow dreamed up a new role for him. We waited and we got bored. Pettifer needs a context or he'll be trouble. Talk to the resettlement people. Bath University is looking for a linguist who can double up on something called global security. Their big I am is ex-office and well-disposed, provided Pettifer keeps his nose clean. I didn't know Bath had a university, he adds grudgingly. Must be one of those techs in drag. Bryant was talking to his notebook, which he held before his face while he taunted me with a record of Larry's phone calls. Mr. Cranmer, sir, also features on the incomings. An educated gentleman, always very polite. More like the BBC than human, is how the landlady describes you. He flipped a page. Then, all of a sudden, you turn round and cut off the doctor without a shilling. Well, well. No more incomings, no more outgoings for 3 whole weeks. What you might term a radio silence, Mr. Cranmer, sir. And me and Oliver were wondering what had gone on before you cut him off, and what stopped going on once you did. Didn't we, Oliver? Inspector, you call yourself a public servant. Yet at 10 o'clock on a Sunday night, without a warrant and without an appointment, you have the impertinence to barge your way into my house, 2 of you. Bryant was already on his feet. His facetious manner had fallen from him like a cloak. You've been very kind, sir, and we've overstayed our welcome. He slapped a card on my coffee table. Give us a call, sir, won't you? Anything at all? He rings, he writes, he turns up on your doorstep. Oh, and in case the doctor surfaces, would you be so kind as to give us your new telephone number? I am not given to panic, but that night I came as near to it as I have ever come. Which of us were they pursuing? Larry or me, or both of us? How much did they know of Emma? Why had Tchetcheyev visited Larry in Bath, and when? When? Those policemen weren't looking for some fringe academic who'd gone walkabout for a few days. They were on a trail, smelling blood, hunting someone who appealed to their most aggressive instincts. Yet who did they think he was? What had he done? And who did they think I was? Why pursue me, merely because they couldn't get their hands on Larry or Tchetcheyev? And Emma, my departed mistress of Honeybrook, how long before she too is in their sights? I went upstairs. The telephone was by my bed, but as I lifted the receiver, I humbled myself by forgetting the number I meant to dial, a thing that in the tightest operational situations had never happened to me through my entire secret life. I crossed the gallery to Emma's side of the house, stood outside her door and listened for what I didn't know. The tap-tap of her typewriter, as it promiscuously embraced each hopeless cause in turn. Her doting murmurs on the telephone, until I cut them off. I tried the door handle. It was locked by me. I listened again, but did not enter. Was I afraid of her ghost? Her straight, accusing, over-innocent stare that said, "Keep out"? About to return to my own side, I paused at the long landing window and gazed at the far outlines of the walled garden, glowing in the pale light of the greenhouses. It is a warm, late summer Sunday at Honeybrook. We have been together 6 months. First thing this morning, we stood shoulder to shoulder in the bottling room, while Cranmer, the great viniculturalist, measured the sugar content of our Madeleine Angevine grapes, yet another of Uncle Bob's questionable selections. I am praying for 17%, but 16 will promise a harvest. Emma watches as I nervously hold the refractometer to the light. "Pushing 18, I intone at last. We pick in 2 weeks. And now we are lounging in the walled garden among our vines. Emma has the swing chair and is wearing the Watteau look that I encourage in her. Wide hat, long skirt, her blouse unbuttoned to the sun, while she sips Pimm's and reads sheets of music, and I watch her, which is all I want to do for the rest of my life. Last night we made love. This morning, after our sugar-measuring ceremony, we made more love, as I pretend to myself that I can tell by the polish of her skin and the lazy pleasure in her eyes. An expression of distraction passes across her young face. Her hands lift to close her blouse. I realize that it is merely some sound that her musical ear has heard, and mine has not. Then I hear it too, and I know at once whose car it is. I do not have to wait until I recognize the familiar voice, never raised, yet never too quiet to hear. "Timbo! Cranmer, for God's sake! Hell are you hiding, man?" After which the door of the walled garden swings open, and he is standing there, slim as a whip, in his not very white shirt and baggy black trousers and disgraceful buckskin boots, the Pettifer forelock dangling artistically over his right eye. "Larry, fantastic! Good heavens!" I cry. We shake hands. Then, to my surprise, he embraces me, a thing he never did while he was my Joe. "Marvellous! You've made it at last. Emma, this is Larry. God sent us both to Winchester and then to Oxford, and I haven't been able to get rid of him since." "Well, stone the crows," Larry declares happily. "Who is she, Timbo? Hell did you find her?" "Under a toadstool," I reply proudly, which sounds a great deal better than in a physiotherapist's waiting room in Hampstead on a wet Friday evening. Then their two smiles connect and light each other. Hers quizzical and his momentarily less confident of its reception, but a mutual smile of recognition all the same, even if it doesn't quite know what it recognizes. But I know. As I observe my two destiny seekers taking stock of one another, I realize that I have only to step out of the ring to be forgotten. "She knows nothing," I tell Larry firmly, as soon as I can get him alone in the kitchen. "I'm a retired Treasury boffin. You're you. That's absolutely it. There's no subtext, okay?" "So what's she? What's she doing here? She's half your age." "She's half yours, too, less 3 years. She's my girl. What do you think she's doing here?" "Hey, saw Diana the other day," he says, in the deliberately careless voice he uses for referring to my ex-wife. "Looks 10 years younger." Diana was till now his ultimate secret weapon against me. Having ridiculed her to hell and back while I was married to her, he now professes a brotherly fondness for her and wheels it out whenever he thinks it will discomfit me. "Heard of him?" Emma protests that evening, offended that I should even have to ask. "Darling, I've sat at Lawrence Pettifer's feet since infancy. Well, not literally, but metaphorically, he's a god." So, as quite often happens, I learned something new about her. A few years ago, instead of doing the Alternative Music Festival in Devon, she plumped for a summer foundation course in politics and philosophy at Cambridge. Pettifer on practically anything was absolutely mandatory. I mean, his paper on artists in revolt and the materialist desert. She seems suddenly to run out, and I wonder unkindly whether she has read him or only heard about him. The next Sunday, we clean the sulky Hun and prepare him for battle. All the while we do this, I am listening for Larry's beastly car, but it doesn't materialize. But the Sunday afterwards, once more unannounced, Larry appears, arrayed this time in a French peasant blouson and his tattered Winchester straw boater, which we used to call a strat. All right, fine, I warn him, with less than my customary grace, but if you're picking grapes, you bloody well pick them. And of course, he picks his heart out, which is Larry to the life. 3 weeks later, fermentation is complete, and we rack the wine off the yeast as a prelude to rough filtering. And by then, I'm laying 3 places at table, automatically. I ran down to the study and dug out my address book. Under Merriman, nothing, but then I'm not looking for Merriman. I'm looking for Mary, which is my homophobe code name for him. Hello, yes? A woman's voice. Is that 6996? This is Arthur. It was not her telephone number I was quoting to her, but my personal key code. Yes, Arthur, what do you want? I'd like to speak to Sydney, please, sort of by yesterday, if it's possible. Sydney for Jake Merriman, Arthur for Tim Cranmer, alias Timbo. Nobody who is anybody uses his own name. Squeak, ping, a mysterious resonance as computer speaks to computer. Sydney will call you back in 2 minutes, Arthur. Wait where you are. And with a click, she vanished. But where am I? How will Sydney know where to reach me? Then I remembered that all the stuff about tracing calls went out with bustles in the old building. My telephone number was probably on her screen before she picked up the phone. I had prepared my speech. I had prepared my tone. Detached, no unseemly emotion, which Merriman deplores. No suggestion yet another ex-member might be trying to talk himself back into the fold. I heard Merriman and started to apologize for ringing late on Sunday night, but he wasn't interested. I've been trying to get hold of you since Friday evening. You've changed your number. Why the devil didn't you tell us? I rather imagined you'd have your ways of finding out. At the weekend, you're joking. I closed my eyes. British intelligence has to wait till Monday morning to get hold of an unlisted number. Merriman was asking me whether I had had a visit from the police. An Inspector Percy Bryant and a Sergeant Oliver Luck, I replied. They said they came from Bath. I thought they came from Central Casting. Silence while he consulted his diary or a colleague. Was he in the office? Or his desirable Chiswick Gents Res, just a stone's throw from the Thames? The earliest I can manage is tomorrow at 3, he said. You know where we are these days, I suppose. I can always ask a policeman, I said. He didn't find that funny. Come to the main door and bring your passport. My what? He had gone. I took a grip on myself, calmed down. What was so sensational about Larry going missing? It was only because the police had got into the act. What about some of the other times when Larry had gone missing? At Oxford, when he decides to bicycle to Delphi rather than sit his prelims. In Brighton, on the day when he is supposed to make his first rendezvous with a Russian courier, but prefers instead to get drunk with a circle of congenial fellow souls he has picked up in the bar of the Metropole. It's 3 in the morning. We're parked on another of our remote hilltops, this time on the Sussex Downs. The lights of Brighton are below us. Don't see the goal, Timbo, old horse, Larry is protesting as he peers through the windscreen. You've got the wrong man, Timbo. Need a lesser sort of chap, bigger sort of shit. I do my head prefect number, the way I used to speak to him at school when Larry was a parson's son in revolt. It's called service, remember? You're cleaning the political drains. It's the dirtiest job democracy has on offer. If you want to leave it to someone else, we'll all understand. Long silence. You don't think, democratically speaking, that we might actually be better off with dirty drains, do you? He asks. No, I don't. But if that's your view, you better say so and go home. Which is perhaps a little heavy of me, but he is my creation, and I must have him, whichever strings I have to pull in order to keep him mine. It's only a few weeks since the reigning head resident of the Soviet embassy in London, a man supposedly named Brod, after an endless fan dance, recruited him as his agent. Now, every time Larry is with Brod, I worry myself sick. It's the way we young puppet masters have been taught to run our Joes, as our other family, to lead, service, motivate, complete, and own. So Larry listens to me, and I listen to me. And surely I am as persuasive and reassuring as it is possible to be. "Got a serious problem, Timbo," he announces, in a brave, confiding voice. "Tell it to me," I say generously. "It's my innocence." "Your what?" He reiterates very precisely. "Our problem, Timbo, is my purblind, incurable, omnivorous innocence. I can't leave life alone. I love it. Its fictions and its facts. I love everybody all the time. Best of all, I love whoever I was speaking to last." And the corollary to that? The corollary to that is that you've got to be jolly careful what you ask of me. Because I'll do it, Timbo. Got to be sparing, follow me? Don't take all of me, all the time. Then he turns his face to me, and I see the alcoholic tears running down it like rainwater. "I mean, it's all right for you selling your soul. You haven't got one. But what about mine?" I ignore his appeal. "The Russians are recruiting left, right, and center. They're totally unscrupulous and very successful. If the Cold War ever turns hot, they'll have us over a barrel unless we can beat them at their own game." And my tactic works. For the next day, contrary to everybody's expectation except mine, Larry makes the fallback rendezvous and goes through his paces like an angel. Because, in the end, properly led, the parson's son comes to heel, his purblind innocence notwithstanding. My passport lay in the top right drawer of my desk, a blue and gold British 94-page foreigner frightener of the old school, in the name of Timothy Dabell Cranmer. "Bring your passport," Merriman had said. Why? Where does he want me to go? Or is he saying, in the spirit of old comradeship, "You've got till 3 tomorrow afternoon to run for it"? I stood at the study window, watching the black clouds race across the moon. I peered into the blackness and saw Larry's pale face grinning at me, and Larry's pretty white hand tap-tapping on the window pane. It's New Year's Eve, but Emma has her backache and has retired to her royal apartments, where she is stretched out on her bedboard. Our sleeping arrangements would be a puzzle to anyone looking for the conventional lover's bar. There is her side of the house and there is my side, which is how we agreed that it should be from the day she came to me. And tonight, because it is New Year's Eve, our first, I am allowed to lie on the floor beside her, holding her hand while we talk to the ceiling, and her stereo plays lute music, and the rest of England makes merry. "He really is the end," she complains. "I mean, even Larry knows when it's Christmas. He could at least have rung." So I explained to her that Christmas is an abomination to him, how every Christmas since I have known him he undertakes some crazy grudge trip in order to escape the awfulness of English sub-Christian revelry. But I have the feeling she is barely listening. "Perhaps he's picked up some beautiful girl," I suggest, hopefully. But hardly have I spoken than I hear the sound of tapping at a ground-floor window. Emma's hand tears itself free of mine as if I'd stung her, and she rolls onto her side and sits up. And like Larry, she doesn't shout. She speaks. To him, as if Larry, not I, were lying alongside her. "Larry? Is that you? Larry?" And from below us I hear the down-soft voice that defies gravity and 3-foot-thick stone walls in its ability to find you wherever you are hiding. "Hey, Timbo! Em! Darlings! Let down the drawbridge, I'm home. You remember Larry Pettifer, the great educator? Pettifer the Pettermain? Happy New Year. M is his name for her. She does not object to it. I am beginning to think she wears it like his favour.
His designer stubble tonight is not 1 day old, but 6, and there is a superior glow about him that is more than drink. I was right, I think. He's been on one of his heroic voyages, and now he's going to boast about it. Already with Larry's arrival, Emma has undergone a magical cure. At midnight, she is about to begin her day again, as if she has never had a backache in her life. We dance. Dancing embarrasses me, as Larry knows exactly, whereas Larry, of course, is a natural. We sing, though I am no singer. First, we stand in a tight triangle, listening to the clock strike 12. Then we link arms and belt out Auld Lang Syne. And although her eyes and smiles are for me, I do not need to sit at her feet in the school of love to know that every contour and inlet of her body is referred to him. And when, at 3:30, it is our second bedtime of the night, and Larry is flopped in the winged chair, dead bored again and watching us, and I stand behind her and work her shoulders for her, I know it is his hands, not mine, that she is feeling on her body. "So anyway, you've been on one of your trips," I say to him next morning, finding him in the kitchen making himself tea and baked beans on toast. "So anyway, yes, I have," he agrees at last, for he has been untypically reticent about his absence, reviving in me the hope that he has found a woman of his own. "Middle East?" I suggest. "Not really." "Asia?" "Not really. Strictly European, in fact. Bulwark of European civilization." "Anyway, it was somewhere nice and pagan," I suggest. "Oh, it was nice and pagan, all right. For the full Christmas experience, try tasteful Grozny in December. Pitch dark, stinks of oil, teenagers wear gold and carry Kalashnikovs." I stare at him. Grozny in Russia. "Chechnya, actually, North Caucasus. It's gone independent, unilaterally. Moscow's a bit miffed." "How did you get there?" "Thumbed a lift, flew to Ankara, flew to Baku, sneaked up the coast a bit, turned left. Piece of cake." "What were you doing?" "Seeing old friends. Friends of friends." "Have you told the office?" "Didn't think I'd bother, actually. Christmas trip, nice mountains, fresh air. What's it to them? Does Em do shug in her tea?" "Grozny," I repeat to myself. According to recent press reports, Grozny today is one of the most inhospitable cities on earth. Not even Larry, I would have wagered, would risk immolation by bloodthirsty Chechens as an antidote to English Christmas. So is he lying, or trying to shock me? What does he mean by old friends, friends of friends? Has the office re-recruited him without telling me? I refuse to be drawn. I behave as if the entire conversation never happened, and so does Larry, except for his damned smile and his superior glow of far away. "Em's agreed to do a spot of dog's bodying for me," Larry is saying as we saunter on the terrace one sunlit Sunday evening. "Help out with a few of my hopeless causes. Is that all right by you?" It is no longer just Sunday lunch by now. Sometimes the three of us are so happy together that Larry feels obliged to stay for supper, too. "So who will she be saving?" I inquire, with too much sarcasm. "The marsh Arabs, the ozone layer, or the dear old common whale?" Larry laughs and claps a hand on my shoulder, which at once puts me on my guard. "All of 'em, blast you, Timbo, just to spite you. Em's going to save the human race single-handed." It is a lot of Sundays later, but all Sundays have become one. They are Larry Day. Then they are Larry and Emma Day. Then they are hell. More accurately, it is early Monday morning and first light is breaking over the Mendits. Larry left us a full half-hour ago, and his sweetly modulated "Sleep well, darlings," is an order my head stubbornly refuses to obey, as Emma's does too, apparently, for she is standing at the window of my bedroom,
a naked sentry against the fiery sunrise. I never in my life saw anything as unreachable or beautiful as Emma with her long black hair falling down her back, naked, gazing at the dawn. "What is it about you both?" she says. "Which both?" She ignores this. "What sort of friends were you?" "We weren't boyfriends, if that's what you're thinking." "He says you were a big influence on him. His straight man. Even after school." I am ice cold. Operational cold. Has Larry broken Omerta? Larry, after 20 years before the secret mast, has made a come-to-Jesus confession to my girl? "What else did he tell you?" I ask with a smile. "Why, is there more?" She is still naked, but now her nakedness no longer pleases her, so she takes up a wrap and covers herself before returning to her vigil. "I just wondered what form my evil influence is supposed to have taken," I said. "He didn't say evil, you did." Now it was her turn to force a laugh. "I can wonder whether I'm caught between the two of you, can't I? You've probably been to prison together. That would explain why the Treasury chucked you out at 47. I have to believe, for her sake, that she means this as a joke, as an escape from a subject that is threatening to get out of hand. But suddenly the gap between us is unbridgeable, and we're both afraid. "Will you go to his lecture tomorrow?" she asks in a mistaken effort to change the subject. "What lecture? I'd have thought a lecture every Sunday was enough." "Larry has invited us to his memorial lecture at the university tomorrow," she replies. "He's given us 2 tickets and wants to take us on to a curry afterwards." But I'm too threatened, too alert, too angry to be agreeable. "I don't think I'm a curry man these days, thank you, Emma. And as to your being caught between us—" "Yes?" I stop myself in time. What use to tell her it isn't Emma who is caught between myself and Larry, but Cranmer who is caught between his 2 creations. "I only want you to be free," I say. "I don't want you to be trapped by anyone." But in my head, the helpless scream is like a bandsaw. He's playing you. It's what he does. He'll raise you higher and higher, and when he's bored with you, he'll leave you up there tottering on the brink without him. He's all the things you wanted to escape from, rolled into one by me. It's my dark age. It's the rest of my life before Emma. I'm listening to Larry at his posturing worst, boasting to me about his conquests. 17 years have passed since Cranmer's pep talk to his tearful young agent on the Brighton hilltop. Today Larry is rated the best gun in the office's arsenal of Joes. We're in the safe flat in the Tottenham Court Road before they pulled it down to make way for another chunk of modern nowhere. Larry is pacing, drinking scotch, and I'm watching him. Tomorrow he leaves for Russia again, officially for a month's academic powwow at Moscow State University, in reality for his annual spell of rest and recreation at the hands of his latest KGB controller, the unlikely assistant cultural attaché Konstantin Abramovich Checheyev. "Loyalty to women's a load of junk," Larry declares. "How can I be responsible for a woman's feelings when I'm not responsible for my own?" He flops into an armchair. "With women, the only way to find out what's enough is to do too much," he announces, and practically tells me to write that down for posterity. "Tim?" "Yes, Emma?" "I need to know." "Whatever you like," I say generously, and close my book. We're in the breakfast room. Emma is standing in the doorway. For the 2 days since she went alone to Larry's lecture, I have scarcely seen her. "It's a lie, isn't it?" Drawing her gently into the room, I close the door so that Mrs. Benbow, my housekeeper, cannot overhear us. "What's a lie?" "You are. You don't exist. You made me go to bed with someone who wasn't there." "You mean Larry?" "I mean you, not Larry. You. Why should you think I've been to bed with Larry?" "Because you have, I think." But by now, in order to hide her face from me, she is embracing me. She's choking and sobbing against me. She's blurting Larry, Tim, and accusing me in preference to accusing herself, though much of what she is saying is mercifully lost in my shirt front. Meanwhile, I am doing a good deal of thinking about who is ultimately to blame for this scene and others like it. For in the world where Larry and I did our growing up, it would be quite wrong to suppose that merely because the right hand is bestowing consolation, the left hand is not considering covert action of its own. And still she can't leave me. Sometimes in the depths of night she creeps into my room and makes love to me without saying a word, then creeps away, leaving her tears on my pillow before the daylight finds her out. A week goes by with scarcely a nod passing between us, while each inhabits his separate space. She telephones, but I have no idea with whom she speaks, though I guess. Occasionally, Larry telephones, and if I take the call, I am all sweetness. "It's for you, darling, from Mission Control," I say, passing the call through to her. Next day, however, I instruct the exchange to disconnect my telephone, but still she neither runs nor stays. "Just for information, how will I know when you've left me?" I ask her one night, when we meet like ghosts on the landing between our two sides. "I'll have taken my piano stool with me," she replies. She means the fold-up stool for her back that she brought to the house on the day she moved in with me. A piano stool that eases her back but leaves her feet free for the pedals. "And I'll give you the jewelry back," she adds. She means the ever-growing collection of costly trinkets that I've been buying for her from Mr. Appleby of Wells in order to fill gaps in our relationship that can't be filled. The next day, being Sunday, it is required practice that I go to church. When I return, there are the marks of the departed piano stool in the carpet in front of the Beckstein. But she hasn't left the jewelry behind. And such is the madness of deceived lovers that the absence of her jewelry provides me with a certain forlorn hope, though never enough to weaken the resolve of my left hand. A subversive afternoon rain made grubby curtains across the Thames as I huddled under my umbrella on the south side of the embankment and contemplated my former service's new headquarters. I'd caught the mid-morning train and lunched at my club. Afterwards, I'd bought a couple of shirts in Jermyn Street and was wearing one of them now. But nothing could console me for the sight of the appalling building that rose before me. Larry, I thought, if you call Bath University your Lubyanka, what would you call this? Grasping my umbrella, I set off across the road. A breeze-block chicane led to the front door. Unsmiling young men in chauffeurs' suits hovered at a temporary reception desk of plywood. "Cranmer," I said, as I handed over my umbrella and the shirt-maker's box inside its carrier bag. "I'm expected." "Tim! Fab! Long time no see. How's the world been using you? Pretty good, man. Judging by what I see, pretty bloody good. Hey, listen, have you remembered your passport?" All this as Andreas Munslow pumped my hand, clapped me on the shoulder, snatched a slip of paper from the janitor, signed for me, and gave it back. "Hello, Andy," I said. Munslow had served as a probationer with my section until I abruptly had him moved elsewhere. The door was marked H/IS. In Berkeley Square, no such post had existed. A notice said "Press bell, await green." Munslow glanced at his watch and muttered, "Bit early." We sat down without pressing bell. "I'd have thought Merriman would have wangled himself something on the top floor," I said. "Yeah, well, you see, Jake thought he'd turn you straight over to the people who handle this stuff, Tim. Catch up with you later kind of thing." "What stuff?" "Well, you know, post-Sov, new era." I wondered what was new era about an ex-agent disappearing. "So what does IS stand for? Inquisitor section? Imminent sackings? Well, best ask Marjorie that one, actually, Tim." "Marjorie? I'm not totally versed, know what I mean?" He made a show of brightening. "Hey, great to see you. Really super. Not a day older, all that. And you too, Andy. You haven't changed a bit." "Pugh," she said. "As in church. Marjorie Pugh." She had a good handshake and a straight gaze. She was dressed in broad-shouldered navy blue, with the white stock at her throat that I associated with women barristers. Bending from the hip and holding out her hand to me, she lifted her elbows sideways, suggesting country girl and public school. Her brown hair was cropped like a boy's. "Tim," she said. "Everyone calls you Tim, so I shall too. I'm Marjorie with an I-E. Nobody calls me Marge." No rings on her fingers, I noticed. No framed photographs of gap-toothed 10-year-olds on a camping holiday in Tuscany. No papers, pens, toys, or tape recorder, or none visible. "So shall we take it from the top?" she suggested. "Why not?" I said. She listened to me, the way Emma listens to music, motionless, sometimes smiling, sometimes frowning, never quite at the places I expected. The arrival of Barney Walden distracted me not at all. Barney was king of the office's police liaison team. If you were mounting a domestic burglary or planning a small kidnapping, Barney was the one who made sure the might of the law was on your side. While I spoke, Marjorie observed me with a saintly concern that put me on my guard. I omitted all mention of Emma and made light of changing my telephone number. "Perhaps I should have been more frank with the police," I said, but I was concerned not to appear close to Larry in case they drew the wrong conclusions, or the right ones. And then I sat back in my chair in order to show her that I had told her the whole truth and nothing but. She was staring at a spot on her desk as if she'd something to read there, but she hadn't. "Forgive me, Tim. Did it cross your mind to tell the police to come back later and phone us immediately?" I had a choice, as in any operational situation. I could have sent them packing and phoned you, which would have sounded their alarm bells, or I could play it as it lay, normally. Just a normal police inquiry about a normal missing friend. That's how I played it. She was happy to take my point. And besides, it probably was normal, wasn't it? As you say, all Larry has done is disappear. "Well, there was the reference to Tchetchev," I reminded her. The landlady's description of Larry's foreign visitor fitted him to a T. At the mention of C.C., her gaze lifted to me inhospitably. "Did it? Tell me about him. Isn't he a Georgian or something?" "No, I'm afraid he's quite the other thing. He came from the North Caucasus." "So he was Chechen," she said, with the peculiar dogmatism I was beginning to expect of her. "Well, nearly, but not quite. He's an Ingush from Ingushetia, next door to Chechnya, but a little smaller. Chechnya one side, North Ossetia the other, Ingushetia in the middle." "I see." In KGB terms, Tchetchev was a one-off. Russians from the old Muslim minorities don't make the foreign side of the KGB as a rule. They don't make much at all. They're known as black asses and kept in the provinces. C.C. broke the mold. C.C. was Larry's name for him. "I see." I wish she would stop saying that, since it was so patently untrue. Black ass sounds much worse in Russian than in English. It used to apply only to Central Asian Muslims. In the new spirit of openness, it's been extended to include the North Caucasians. It's extremely rude. "I see." He cut a heroic figure, at least in Larry's eyes. Dashing, cultured, physical, very much the Gorets, and even something of a wit. After some of the dross Larry'd had to put up with over the last 16 years, C.C. was a breath of air. Gorets? Mountain man. Plural Gortsi. He was a good case officer, too. "Really?" She consulted her hands. "Did you know that Tchetchev retired from his service with full honours 2 years ago?" "Of course." "Why, of course?" "It was happening by the time we stood Larry down. C.C.'s departure was a contributing factor to the top floor's decision to wrap up the Pettifer operation." "Had Tchetchev been offered another posting?" "According to him, no, he was resigning." "Where was he going, according to him?" "Home. He was tired of being an intellectual and wanted to go back to his tribal roots." "But of course Tchetchev wasn't head resident here, was he?" Not for the first time I wondered how much she knew and how much she was depending on my answers. I decided that she was rehearsing me in things she already knew and concealing what she didn't. "No, the head resident was a man named Zorin," I said. "Didn't you have dealings with Zorin?" "You know I did." "Now tell us about them, will you?" "They occurred under the strict orders of the top floor. We met every couple of months or so in a safe house." "Which one?" "Trafalgar, in Shepherd Market." Over what period?
Altogether, I suppose we had a dozen meetings.
And the purpose of these meetings?
I gave her the whole mouthful exactly as it had read in my brief. Informal exchanges between our two services on matters of potential mutual interest to be conducted in the new spirit of cooperation.
And precisely?
Shared headaches, drugs traffic, maverick arms peddlers, bomb-slinging extremists, cases of major international fraud involving Russian interests. By the time I left, the collaboration was pretty well official.
What was your last word of him, Zorin?
He quitted London soon after. He said he was taking a dreary desk job in Moscow. We had a last drink, and he presented me with his KGB hip flask. He probably had 20 of them.
Did you ever discuss Chechev with him?
I'd given up expressing shock to her. Of course not. CC was officially cultural and under deep cover, whereas Zorin was declared to us as the diplomat with intelligence responsibility. The last thing I wanted to do was suggest to Zorin that we had rumbled Chechev. I could have compromised Larry.
What sort of international fraud did you discuss?
Particular cases? None. It was a matter of establishing future links between our investigators and theirs.
I see.
I waited. So did she. But she waited longer.
The questions put to you by the police about Larry's business dealings, she said.
Yes, Marjorie.
They didn't jog your memory at all.
I assumed the police had got the wrong man, as usual. Larry's an infant about business.
Is it your theory that Chechev is in some way linked to Larry's disappearance?
It's not my theory. It was what the police seemed to be suggesting.
So you don't think it possible that Larry and Chechev have entered into a business arrangement, for instance, of any kind?
No, absolutely not. Out of the question.
Why?
Because Larry never gave a hoot about money and had absolutely no head for business. He called his office pay his Judas money. He felt bad taking it.
And Chechev? Did he have a business head?
Absolutely not, I repeated. Capitalism, profit, money as motive. He hated the whole thing.
You mean he was above it? You accept the Larry view of him?
It's the pride of the Godsey that money buys nothing in the mountains. Greed makes a man stupid, they say. I'd had enough. I'm not a feature in this, Marjorie. Larry's retired, so's Chechev, so am I. I thought you should know that Chechev had visited Larry in Bath and that Larry had disappeared, if you didn't know already. Why is anybody's guess?
But you're not anybody, are you? You're the expert on the Larry-Chechev relationship, whether you're retired or not.
The only experts on that relationship are Larry and Chechev.
20-odd years ago, I engineered a relationship between Larry and the KGB head resident of the day. Under my guidance, Larry trailed his coat at him, played hard to get, finally said, yes, I'll spy for Moscow. Double agents are chameleons, Marjorie. Good doubles don't act their parts. They live them. When Larry was with Tim, he was with Tim. When he was with his Soviet controller, he was with his Soviet controller, whether I liked it or not. My job was to make sure we were getting the best end of the deal. And you were confident that we were. In Larry's case, yes, I was. She gave a flinty smile and resumed her study of her hands. She took a breath. You refer in one of your last reports to Larry's remarkable affinity with Chechev. Would that include areas you might not know about? If I didn't know about them, how can I answer your question? What did it include? I've told you already. Larry appointed CC his University of the North Caucasus. When CC arrived here, Larry knew as little about the region as anyone else did. After a few months, he could hold forth on the Chechen, the Ossetians, the Dagestanis, the Ingush, the Circassians, the Abkhazians, you name them. CC handled him really well. He had an instinct for him, and he kept Larry's conscience ticking. Larry always had to have a ticking conscience. She interrupted me. Are you saying that your own affinity with Larry was more remarkable? Larry loves archetypes, Marjorie. If they don't exist, he appoints them. He's an action freak, to use the modern parlance. He likes scale. CC delivered it. Did you? I gave an indulgent laugh. What on earth was she getting at? I was the home side, Marjorie. I was his England, warts and all. CC was exotica. When Larry was with CC, he was on holiday. When he was with me, he was at school. And it lasted. Thanks to you. She consulted her hands again. Long after our other Cold War agents had been laid off, Larry continued to enjoy a full operational life. Tchetcheyev's tour in London was actually extended by Moscow so that he could go on handling Larry. Isn't that rather odd, looking back? Larry's relationship with Moscow was unique. We had every reason to believe it could survive the communist era. So did his Russian controllers. That was certainly the view you encouraged. Of course I did. I'd forgotten the force of my convictions in those days. All right, there was no communist experiment left for Larry to admire. But Larry was never that kind of agent, anyway. What powered him was his romanticism, his love of the underdog, his gut contempt for the British establishment and its crawling adherence to America. The Britain that Larry was sabotaging in his imagination all those years is alive and well today. The worst government, the greyest leadership, the saddest, most deceived electorate we've ever had. Why shouldn't Larry continue to betray us? Leave Larry out there, that was my argument. Wait and see what the new Russian intelligence service does with him. Wait for the next act, instead of ditching him and then trying to catch up when it's too late, which is what we always do. However, your eloquence failed to carry the day. Unfortunately, it did, yes. Anyone who had an ounce of history in him should have known that it would be business as usual in a year or two. That didn't include the top floor. It wasn't the Russians who dumped Larry. It was us. Her hands prayed beneath her chin. There was premonition in her stillness. On the other side of the room, Barney Walden gazed into the middle air. Then I realized they'd heard something they were attuned to, and I was not. Without explanation, Marjorie Pugh got up and stepped, as if commanded, towards one of the inner doors. Like a ghost, she passed through it, leaving it securely closed as before. "Barney, what the bloody hell's going on?" I whispered as soon as we were alone. "Oh, a lot of clever women in the shop these days, Tim," he replied. "Suits them, mine, the nitpicking. Right up their alley." "What does she want from me? I mean, Christ, Barney, I'm in retirement. Why is she giving me the hairy eyeball?" Marjorie Pugh returned, sparing him a reply. She sat down and put her fingertips together. I saw that they were trembling. "You've been getting the slow hand clap," I thought. "Whoever's listening has told you to get hostile or get out." I felt a quickening of my pulses. I've been too bloody glib, I thought. Now I'm going to pay for it. "Tim?" "Marjorie." "Am I right in suggesting that Larry was at odds with us by the time he left?" "He was always at odds with us, Marjorie." "Do you think he felt we owed him something? Something he was entitled to help himself to, for example?" "We wanted his life back. It was rather more than we could do for him." "Do you think he felt the Russians owed him something?" "Quite the reverse. He owed them. He does a pretty good line in guilt, too." She gave an impatient toss of her head. "And you are saying that throughout the last 4 years of his operational life for us, Larry had no financial dealings with Konstantin Abramovich Tchetcheyev, or none that you reported?" "I am saying that if he had them, I wasn't aware of them." "What about you? Did you have any financial dealings with Tchetcheyev?" "No, Marjorie. I have not had any financial dealings with Tchetcheyev or any other member of Russian intelligence, past or present." "But you do have private means." "I have been fortunate, Marjorie. My parents died when I was young, so I had money instead of love." "Will you please give me some idea of your personal expenditure over the last 12 months? Did I say that Merriman had joined us? Perhaps not, for I'm not sure at what point he did so, though his entry must have followed quite soon upon Marjorie's return. I had referred in indignation to Barney, protesting the enormity of her question. Instead, I found myself looking at Merriman. "Tim, how nice." "Hello, Jake. You're just in time. I'm being asked to say how much money I've spent this year." "Yes, well, how much have you? There's the Beckstein, for a start. That cost a bomb. Then there's your little pilgrimages to Mr. Appleby's nice jeweller's shop in Wells. You've dropped 30 grand there, not to mention all the frillies and smart frocks you've bought her. Must be quite a gal. I know you inherited early from your parents. I know your Uncle Bob left you Schloss and contents, but what about the rest? Or is it all from naughty Aunt Cicely, who died so conveniently in Portugal a few years back? If you don't believe me, check with my solicitors. My dear boy, they bear you out entirely. £500,000 worth at the best, added to what you've already got, paid in 2 installments from a nice Channel Islands trust fund. The solicitors never met the aunt, mind. They were instructed by a firm in Lisbon. The firm in Lisbon never met her either. They were instructed by her business manager, a lawyer in Paris. I mean, really, Tim, I've seen money laundered before, but never lawyers. Tim? It was Marjorie again. She would like to go back to the logic of my behaviour last night, she said. Why did you telephone us from your house? I'd have thought that with your training and experience you'd have driven to the village and used the public box. It would have looked pretty damned odd at 11 at night if I had driven a mile into the village to make a call, particularly if the police were watching my house. She looked at the tips of her groomed fingers, then at me again, as she began counting off the points that were troubling her. You cut yourself off from Pettifer. You think his disappearance may be perfectly normal. But it worries you so much you can't wait to tell us about it. You know Chicheyev has retired, you know Pettifer has, but you suspect they're up to something, though you don't know what or why. You think the police may be tapping your phone, but you use it to ring us. You spend 20 minutes staring at this building before you pluck up the courage to enter it. One could therefore be forgiven for assuming that ever since the police called on you last night, you have been in a state of stress, quite disproportionate to Pettifer's disappearance. One might even suppose that you had something very weighty on your mind. So weighty that even a person as over-controlled as yourself makes a string of tradecraft errors at odds with his training. My apprehensions had given way to outright rejoicing. I had told her nothing, never mind that she couldn't or wouldn't tell me the date of Chicheyev's last visit. She had told me something even more important. They didn't know about Emma and Larry. And that, as we used to say, was 3-star intelligence, worth the whole journey. I selected a sentimental, wounded tone. Larry was more than my agent, Marjorie. He was my friend for a quarter of a century. On top of that, he was the best live source we had. There were people in the KGB and people in the office who owed him their living and their promotion. I was one of them. So yes, I was concerned. And I still am. In the silence that followed this peroration, I realized that I knew what H/IS stood for. Marjorie Pugh was that hated jackal of the service, now dignified by the title Head of Internal Security. Why else would she now be asking me to describe how I had succeeded in acquiring Larry for the office in the first place? Marjorie Pugh wanted to test some cockeyed conspiracy theory that Larry and I had been in cahoots from the beginning, that I had not recruited Larry, but Larry had recruited himself, or better, that Larry and CC had recruited me in some crooked and self-serving enterprise. I trod cautiously all the same. When I first met him, he was a total gypsy, I said. That was at Oxford? No, at Winchester. Larry was a new boy the same term I became a prefect. The school was still in the dark ages, fagging, flogging, the whole Arnoldian package. Larry didn't fit and he didn't want to. He was sloppy and clever but couldn't keep his mouth shut, so he got beaten blue. I tried to protect him, stop making himself so damned unpopular. It worked for a few halves, then he got caught smoking, then he got caught drinking, then he got caught at St. Swithin's girls' school doing the other thing, which excited the envy of less brave souls and cut him off from the homosexual mainstream. When flogging didn't have the desired effect, the school expelled him. His father was a canon of some big cathedral, washed his hands of him. His mother was dead. How he got his scholarship to Oxford's a mystery, but he did, and Oxford duly fell in love with him. He was very good-looking. The girls rolled over for him in droves. By the end of his second year, the university had to decide whether to send him down or give him a fellowship to All Souls. They sent him down. For what, precisely? For being too much. Too much drink, too much politics, too little work, too many women. He was too free. He was excessive. He must go. The next time I saw him was in Venice. By which time you were married? Yes, and in the office. Diana was in the office too. We were on our honeymoon. And suddenly there Larry was in St. Mark's Square, dressed in a Union Jack, playing tour guide to a group of American matrons. I yelled, "Larry!" He saw me. flung the hat and brolly in the air and embraced me. Then I introduced him to Diana. We took him to restaurants, visited his awful digs, and one morning I woke up and had this inspiration. He's exactly what we're looking for. We'll sign him up, take him all the way through. And it didn't bother you that he was your friend? It would have bothered me a lot more if he'd been my enemy, Marjorie. We're talking the depths of the Cold War. We believed in what we were doing. I could not resist the jibe. I imagine these days that comes a little harder. And then, in case the new era had blurred her memory of the old one, I explained what it meant to take someone all the way through, how the agent running section was constantly under pressure to find a young man, in those days it had to be a man, to trail his coat at the Russian recruiters who were working the Oxbridge circuit from the Soviet embassy in Kensington Palace Gardens, and how Larry fitted in almost every possible way the profile of the man we dreamed of finding, or they did. We could even send him back to Oxford to do a third year and sit his finals. So you propositioned him, Marjorie Pugh interrupted, managing to make it sound as if I'd picked Larry up in a public lavatory. Oh, my goodness, not for months, Marjorie. We had to fight it through the system first. A lot of people on the top floor said he'd never accept the discipline. Can I make a point here? The recruitment of Larry was a group operation. When he agreed to take the veil, my section head decided that I should have the handling of him, but only on the understanding that I report to him before and after every meeting with Larry. So why did he take the veil, as you call it? Her question filled me with a deep tiredness. If you don't know now, you never will, I wanted to tell her. He relished the challenge of it. He liked the idea of being a free servant. It answered his sense of duty. Is that the full range of his motivation, or were there more practical considerations? He was lured by the glamour. We told him there wasn't any, but that only whetted his appetite. He saw himself as some sort of heretic Templar knight, paying his tribute to orthodoxy. And the money we paid him? What part did the money play in his calculations, do you suppose? Oh, for God's sake, Marjorie. Nobody worked for money in those days. Larry never worked for money in his life, I told you. He called his pay Judas money. He's money illiterate. Nevertheless, he got through an awful lot of it. He was feckless. Whatever he had, he spent. He had one or two expensive upper-class habits, which we encouraged because the Russians are snobs. But in most ways, he was totally unmaterialistic. For a while, no one spoke, which I took as a good omen. Finally, Jake Merriman straightened himself, smoothed his hands over his waistcoat, then ran a finger round the inside of his striped collar to free it from the folds of flesh that threatened to engulf it. Your Konstantin Abramovich Tchetchev has milked the Russian government of 37 million quid and rising. They're still counting. Friday last, the Russian ambassador here sought parley with the foreign secretary and presented him with a file of evidence. Larry's hoofprints are all over it. Daylight, premeditated banditry by your ex-agent and his former KGB controller. Odds are Tchetchev got word that the balloon was about to go up and hightailed it to Bath to advise Larry to do a runner before the ambassador made his démarche. You trying to say something? Don't. I had shown no sign of this that I knew of, so shook my head, but he was already talking again. It's a simple enough racket they were working. Very few Russian banks are empowered to transfer money abroad. Those that are tend to have close links with the former KGB. A UK-based accomplice sets up a bogus UK company and bangs in bogus bills to his mates in Moscow. The bills are authenticated by crooked officials, mafia-linked. Then they're paid. It seems the Russian legal code hasn't yet got round to addressing such modern eccentricities as bank fraud, so nobody gets hammered, and everyone who might make a stink gets a cut instead. Another hiatus, while Merriman raised his eyebrows at me in invitation, but I remained silent. Having landed the cash, Tchetchev buried it in a string of no-CM accounts, in Britain and abroad. In most of these enterprises, your old friend Larry functioned as his intermediary, registering the companies opening the accounts, presenting the bills, stashing the loot. Larry's in it up to his nasty neck, and for all we know, so are you. Are you? No. He turned to Barney. How far down the line are the Rosas?
Commander Special Branch is reporting to the Cabinet Secretary at 5 this evening, Barney said.
Is that where Bryant and Luck come from? I asked. Barney Walden was about to confirm this when Merriman cut in. That's for us to know and him to guess, Barney. But I had my answer. Yes.
The last thing I can do is show undue interest, Barney went on. I've told them it's not our problem. I've put my hand on my heart and said it's not. I've sold them the lie direct.
It seemed to bother him. Merriman again. So don't you go spoiling our game, Tim Cranmer, do you hear? If they catch Larry and he claims he worked for us, we'll deny it and go on denying it, right up to the trial and out the other end. If he says he worked for you, then Mr. Timothy Cranmer, ex-Treasury, gets dropped down a very deep hole. And in the new spirit of openness, if you so much as open your mouth, God help you.
Is their ambassador presenting Chichev as a bona fide diplomat? I asked.
Ex-diplomat. Yes, he is, and we're taking the same position. If anyone breathes the word spook, the Foreign Office will have the vapors. If the Russians ever get the idea that Larry Pettifer worked for this service, there will be an earthquake. Do you follow me? They've already given your nice friend Zorin the summary heave-ho, and he's under house arrest. It's extremely nice of us not to have done the same to you. If they ever take it into their tiny minds, the police, the Russians, either or both, that this service, in cahoots with one or other of the Russian mafias, elected at a time when the Russian economy is dying of the common cold, to con it out of 37 million quid's worth of the best... He gave up. You can finish the sentence for yourself. Yes, what is it?
When was Larry last seen? I asked.
Ask the police, except don't. May I remind you that you're retired?
He had had enough of small talk.
You're to do nothing, young Tim Cranmer, do you hear? You're to sit in your castle, act natural, and look innocent. You're not to leave the country without Mummy's permission, and we've got your passport, though these days that's not the guarantee it used to be, alas. Absolutely nothing has happened. Nobody is missing. You're an ex-Treasury boffin who lives with a neurotic child composer, or whatever she is, and grows bloody awful wine over and out. If you call us, make it a full-blown clandestine call from a safe phone. The number we're giving you has a rotating final digit for each day. Sundays 1, Mondays 2. Do you think you can handle that?
Seeing that I invented the system, yes.
If the Rosas want to talk to you again, you're to continue lying in your teeth. They're trying to find out what research you were doing at the Treasury. The Treasury is being as anally retentive as Treasury usually is, and the Rosas will get nowhere. As far as we're concerned, you don't exist. Cranmer? Cranmer? Never heard of him.
I had 2 hours to kill before the last train left for Castle Carré, and probably I walked. I must have had a couple of scotches along the way, for I remember little of the journey beyond the reflection riding along beside me in the black window, and sometimes the face was Larry's, and sometimes mine, and sometimes Emma's with her hair up, wearing the 18th century pearl collar I'd given her the day she brought the piano stool to Honeybrook. My splendid old Sunbeam stood in the station car park where I'd left it. Had they tampered with it? Fitted it with bugs and tracking devices? Sprayed it with the latest magic paint? Driving, I was irritated by a pair of car lights close on my tail, but on that winding lane only fools and drunks attempt to overtake. I cleared the ridge and passed through the village. On some nights the church was floodlit, not tonight. In cottage windows the last television screens flickered like dying embers. The stone gateposts of Honeybrook rose before me. Slowing to a crawl, I switched on my fog light and willed myself to study the tire marks in the drive. First, John Guppy's postal van, churning the grass verge and trampling the daffodil bulbs. Beside John Guppy ran the brave thin line of Ted Langston's bicycle tires. Ted was my grower, bequeathed to me by Uncle Bob. Bouncing through the middle of everything came the Toller sisters in their jungle-painted Subaru. And straddling the Tollers ran the alien imprint of a heavy lorry. Something must have been delivered. The fertilizer we ordered came on Friday. The new bottles came last month. In the gravel sweep before the house, I saw nothing untoward, until the nothing began to bother me. Why were there no tire tracks in the gravel? Leaving my lights burning, I got out of the car and patrolled the sweep. Somebody had raked the gravel. I switched off the lights and mounted the steps to the house. A dozen envelopes lay on the doormat. Nothing from Emma, nothing from Larry. I studied the postmarks. They were all a day late. I studied the gummed joins. They were too well sealed. Would the office never learn? Setting the envelopes on the marble-topped side table, I climbed the 6 steps to the great hall without putting on the light, and stood still, and listened, and sniffed, and caught a waft of warm body on the still air. If I couldn't define it, I could recognize it. I eased my way down the passage towards my study. Halfway along, I caught it again, the same deodorant, the faintest whiff of stale cigarette smoke, smoked in a pub or car perhaps, but alien cigarette smoke all the same. I had laid no clever traps before I set out for London this morning. I hadn't needed to. I had my dust. Monday is Mrs. Benbow's day off. Between Friday night and Tuesday morning, nobody dusts the house unless I do. With a log fire in the great hall, and another in the drawing room, I get a fine crop of dust by Monday morning, but an even better one by Monday night. And I saw, as soon as I entered my study, that there was no dust on my walnut desk. So they came, I thought, without emotion. Merriman summons me to London, and while I'm safely under his eye, he sends his ferrets to break into my house and search it, knowing that Monday is a good day, knowing that Langston and the Toller girls work 500 yards from the main house, inside a brick-walled garden, cut off from everything except the sky. And while he's about it, Merriman slaps a mail check on me for good measure, and by now, no doubt, a telephone check as well. I went upstairs. On the landing, I again smelt stale cigarette smoke. In my dressing room and bedroom, more stale smoke. I crossed the gallery to Emma's side of the house, and key in hand, I stood before her door, again uncertain whether I should enter. I turned the key and stepped inside, then quickly closed and locked the door, against whom I didn't know. I breathed in slowly. A whiff of scented talc mingled with the musk of disuse. So they sent in a woman, I thought. Some asinine piece of office decorum insists on it. Married men cannot be allowed to rootle among women's clothing. I stood in her bedroom. To my left, the bathroom. Ahead, her studio. On her bedside table, no dust. I lifted her pillow. Beneath it lay the exquisite silk nightdress from the White House in Bond Street that I'd put into her Christmas stocking, but never seen her wear. On the day she left me, I'd found it still wrapped in its tissue paper, pushed to the back of a drawer. In my role of operational man, I had unfolded it, shaken it out, and placed it under her pillow for cover. I pulled open her wardrobe. All the clothes I'd ever bought her hung neatly from their gibbets, exactly as I had found them on the day of her disappearance. I closed the cupboard, stepped into her studio, and switched on the lights. Everything was the way I had left it when I had recreated the seaming after her departure. The Queen Anne knee-hole desk I had given her for her birthday was, thanks to my labours, a model of organization. Its drawers were stocked with fresh stationery. The grate, now sparkling bright, was laid with newspaper and kindling. Emma loved a fire. Like a cat, she would stretch herself before it, one hip raised, one crooked arm cradling her head. If the entire break-in team had crowded in here with cameras, rubber gloves, and headsets, what would they have seen, apart from what they were supposed to see? Of her files of correspondence, of her rekindled determination to cure the entire world of its maladies, of the tap-tapping of her electric typewriter at all hours of the day and night. They knew nothing. I was suddenly ravenous. Raiding the fridge, Larry style, I polished off the rest of a pheasant left over from an excruciating dinner party I'd given for a bunch of village worthies. At midnight, I went back upstairs, turned on the light in my dressing room, and, behind drawn curtains,
slipped on a dark zip-up pullover, grey flannels and black plimsolls. I switched on the bathroom light so that it would be visible from outside, and after 10 minutes put it off again. I did the same in my bedroom, then stole downstairs, put on a cap, and wound a black scarf round my face, before tiptoeing down the servants' staircase to the kitchens, where I removed an ancient 10-inch key from its hook in the butler's pantry and dropped it into my pocket. I opened the back door and stood motionless in the freezing night, waiting for my eyes to grow accustomed to the dark. Gradually I made out the stone path. It went down the terraces to the brook that gives the house its name. Across the brook ran a footbridge, and beyond it stood a wicket gate leading to a treeless hillock on which by degrees I discerned the familiar silhouette of a small and sturdy church. I crept forward. I was going to church, but not to pray. I am not a God-man, though I believe society is the better for him than without him. Yet destiny had decreed that I become a keeper of the faith, for when I inherited Honeybrook from blessed Uncle Bob, I acquired also the title of squire, and with it the advowson to the benefice of the Church of St. James the Less, an early Gothic cathedral in miniature, perched at the eastern boundary of my land, complete with antechapel, waggon roof, miniature hexagonal bell tower, and a superb pair of giant ravens. But because of its remoteness and the decline in religious interest, fallen into disuse. There is a natural butler in me somewhere, and in no time I discovered the soothing satisfaction of mopping down flagstones, dusting pews, and buffing brass candlesticks in the stillness of my 700-year-old private church. But I had other reasons to persist. In addition to spiritual solace, St. James was providing me with the best safe house I could ever hope to find. A secret, windowless, hexagonal priest-hole, reached by way of a cope cupboard in the vestry, and thence by a tiny curling staircase to a second door, and, as I truly believe, not entered for centuries by a living soul until I happened on it by accident, after puzzling over the discrepancy between the tower's external and internal measurements. Now I say windowless, but whatever genius designed my secret chamber had the further ingenuity to provide one horizontal arrow slit high in the wall at each point where the main joists support the wooden canopy that skirts the outside of the tower, so that by standing my full height and moving from one arrow slit to another, I commanded an all-round view of the enemy's approach. Nobody who has renounced the secret world, or been renounced by it, recovers from his deprivation. His longing for the inner life is at times unendurable. At any hour he will dream of the secret hush reclaiming him in its embrace. And so it was for me each time I entered the priest-hole and revisited my little treasure hoard of keepsakes, the diaries I should not have kept, old encounter sheets, unsanitized operational logs, uncensored debriefing tapes, and here and there whole files ordered for destruction by the top floor and so certified, only to be spirited into my private archive, partly for the enlightenment of posterity, but partly as a piece of personal insurance against the rainy day I had always feared might come, and now it had. And finally I had my personal escape kit, my reserve identity in the name of Bairstow, comprising a passport, credit card, and driving license, all legitimately acquired for some aborted operation, then kept back and artificially extended by myself, to be tested and retested until I was confident that the office quartermaster had ceased to be aware they still existed. And serviceable, you understand. Each of them fed into the right computers, credit-rated and proofed against outside inquiry, so that, provided a man had his tradecraft about him, and I had, and his money, and I had that too, he could live a whole other life more safely than he could live his own. Church air is like no other. It is the air the dead breathe, humid, old, and frightening. It echoes even when there's no sound. Feeling my way to the vestry as quickly as I dared, I located the cope cupboard, opened it, and wriggled up the spiral staircase to my sanctuary and put on the lights. I was safe. I could think the unthinkable at last. a whole internal life that I dared not acknowledge, let alone explore, until I was secure inside the confines of my priest hole, was once more open to my scrutiny. Mr. Timothy Dabell Cranmer, did you or did you not, on or about the night of September the 18th, at Priddy Pool in the county of Somerset, murder by battery and drowning one Lawrence Pettifer, formerly your friend and secret agent? We are fighting, as only brothers can. All my gentling and cosseting of him, all the careless insults I have swallowed whole, beginning with his sneering asides about Diana, my first wife, and culminating in his wanton theft of Emma, all my cancer-giving forbearance has turned outward in a pent-up, furious revolt. I am hitting him as we hit when we are boys, wild, heaving, artless blows. All right, I am shouting. You called me an espiopath, now you've got a bloody espiopath. And between whiles I am shouting the questions at him that have been burning my soul ever since Emma left me. What have you done with her? What lies have you told her about us? I meant what truths. What have you promised her that she can't get from me? His face is wet and hot, and I think he must be bleeding all over it, but in the shadowy light of the moon nothing is to be trusted. So I trust nothing, and I keep hitting him and screaming at him. His taunting has given way to self-pitying sobs as I strike home. I have defeated him at last. Larry, the true version of me, as he calls himself, the Timbo unbound, whose life I never dared to lead until I led it vicariously through him. Then die, I yell at him as I hit him. Die. And then there'll only be one of us to live my life, because two of us living it, Larry, old boy, is actually a crowd. I have come to kill him. I have the .38 in my waistband, and in the fullness of time I intend to shoot him with it. It's an unattributable gun, unnumbered, unsourced. Neither the British police nor the office has ever heard of it. I have arrived here in a car that is nothing to do with me, wearing clothes I shall never wear again. I've been crafty, too, everything covered like the old days. I've invited him for a clandestine meeting up here on the Mendip Hills, on this moonscape plateau where no cars pass. I have suggested an urgent but unspecified operational context to allay his suspicions, and Larry has presented himself early, because, for all his bohemian posturing, he is operational man to his fingertips. It's actually about Emma, Larry, I explain by way of introduction as we face each other under the moon. About our relationship. Our relationship? Whose relationship? Emma's and mine? Larry's and mine? Theirs and mine? But he sees my face, and instead of taking fright, he produces a reply so insolent, so perfectly in keeping with all I have learned to hate about him over 30 years, that unknowingly he signs his death warrant. Hell's your problem, actually, Timbo? You stole my life. I stole your woman. Simple as that. Maddened, I draw the .38 across the body, from the waistband, the way both of us were taught, and I point it at the bridge of his nose. Ever seen one of these, Larry? I ask him. He squints at it, then raises his eyebrows at me in an admiring smile. Well, you have got a big one, he says. At this I lose my temper and smash the butt into the side of his face. Or I think I do. And perhaps that was when I killed him. Or perhaps I am remembering the seeming, not the being. Perhaps the rest of my blows, if I ever struck them at all, were wasted on a dead or dying body. Neither in my dreams nor waking did I any longer know. The days and nights between have brought me no enlightenment, only terrible variations of the same scene. I drag him to the pool. I bump and roll him into it. He scarcely makes a splash, just a kind of sucking noise, as if he's been drawn right down. Even as I cart him feet first over the tufts of grass, I seriously debate whether to put a bullet through him or drive him at breakneck speed to Bristol Infirmary. But I don't do either of these things. He slides into the water head first, and his best friend drives home alone, only stopping to change cars and clothes on the way. Am I exhilarated? Am I in despair? I'm both. 1 minute lighter of heart than I've been for years, the next in murderer's remorse. But have I murdered him? I fired no bullet. There's no blood on the butt of my revolver. He was breathing. I saw bubbles. And dead men, unless they're Larry and drunk, don't breathe even if they grin. So perhaps I only killed myself. Then I remember something he once said to me, a quotation from one of his literary icons. To kill without being killed is an illusion. Safely back in my study, I swallow a huge whiskey, then another and another and another. It's the black light, I'm thinking as I shove aside the empty bottle and, stubbornly sober, embark upon a second. The black light that lures decent folk across the moor with revolvers in their belts to murder their best friends. The black light that will shine from this night on inside my head over everything that did or didn't happen at Pretty Pool. I woke myself. I was sitting head in hands at the trestle table in my priest hole. But Larry, a thief, as well as my dead nemesis. Everything I knew about myself and Larry revolted against the idea. Never once in his agent's career had he asked me, "How much will you pay me?" Never once had he demanded an increase in his Judas money. Never once, when he received from his Soviet case officer the monthly briefcase stuffed with cash to pay the salaries of his notional sub-agents, had he raised any objection when office rules obliged him to hand over the whole lot to me. And now a thief suddenly, £37 million and rising, squirreled away in foreign bank accounts by Larry and Tchetcheyev, with the connivance of Zorin. Hey, Timbo. It's evening in Twickenham, where neither of us lives, which is why we've come here. We're sitting in the saloon bar of a pub called the Cabbage Patch, or perhaps it's the Moon Underwater. Larry selects his pubs solely for their names. Hey, Timbo, you know what Cece told me? They steal, the Gotsi do. Stealing's honourable as long as they're stealing from Cossacks. You go off with your rifle, shoot a Cossack, pinch his horse, and come home to a hero's welcome. No law against killing, either. If you're caught in a blood feud, noblesse obliges you to top everyone in sight. Oh, and the Ingush like to start Ramadan earlier than scheduled, so that they can shove it up their neighbours and demonstrate how pious they are. So which are you going to do, I ask him? Steal for him, kill for him, or pray for him? He laughs, and at one level, if Larry is happy, I am. But at another level, I distrust Larry's relationship with CC more than any he has conducted with his previous Russian controllers. Why? Because Tchetcheyev is touching Larry, where his predecessors have not, and neither have I. CC Personal, I read across the cover of a fat blue folder that contained my private papers on Tchetcheyev. CC's a star, Timbo. Half noble, half savage, all mensch and bloody funny. Larry is rhapsodizing. CC, how did you get into the spook business, I ask him. It was while he was studying in Grozny, he says. He had fought his way into the university against heavy bureaucratic odds. A bunch of hotheads tried to persuade him to blow up party headquarters as a protest against the way the Ingush were being kicked around. CC told them they were crazy, but they wouldn't listen. So he beat the daylights out of them, waited till they bolted to the hills, then peached to the KGB. KGB was so impressed that when he'd finished his studies, they scooped him up and sent him to school outside Moscow for 3 years of English, Arabic, and spying. Grozny in Russia? I hear myself ask him. Chechnya, actually. North Caucasus. It's gone independent. How did you get there? Thumbed a lift, flew to Istanbul, flew to Baku, sneaked up the coast a bit, turned left, piece of cake. Time, I thought, staring blindly at the stone wall before me. Cling to time. I'd been clinging to it for 5 weeks, but now I was clinging to it for dear life. On August the 1st, I cut off my telephone. Several Sundays later, Emma removes her piano stool and antique jewellery and departs without leaving a forwarding address. 4 days after that, on September the 18th, having reconnected my telephone, I do or do not kill Larry Pettifer at Pretty Pool. Time becomes blank space, lit by black light. Emma and Larry have both vanished. Time becomes time again, when on October the 10th, the first day of Larry's appointed lecture course at Bath University, and 22 days after Priddy, Dr. Lawrence Pettifer goes officially missing. Question: how long had Larry been missing before he went officially missing? Question: where was Emma when I was or wasn't killing Larry? Question: where is Emma now? And the biggest question of all, that nobody will answer me, even if they know: when did Chicheyev visit Larry? For if CC's last visit to Bath occurred after September the 18th, Larry's resurrection was complete. If before, I must continue wandering in the black light, a murderer to myself, if not to Larry. And after time, matter. Where is Larry's body? There were two pools at Priddy, the Minories and Waldegrave. It was the Minories that we locals called Priddy Pool. At weekends, middle-class families picnicked on the tufted moorlands and parked their Volvos in the lay-by. So how could a corpse as large as Larry's stink and rot and float there undetected for 37 days and nights? How many times had I gone back to Priddy to take a look? Nearly. Got out the car, put on an old sports coat, turned out of the drive, only to invent some other purpose. Dead women float upwards, I had read somewhere. Dead men keep their faces in the water. Or was it the other way round? From an envelope pinned to the inside cover of the file, I extracted a bunch of snapshots, mostly taken by Larry. Chicheyev outside the Soviet embassy dacha in Hastings, where Larry was sometimes invited to spend weekends. Chicheyev at the Edinburgh Festival, living his cultural cover in front of posters proclaiming a Caucasian entertainment of dance and music. I looked again at Chicheyev's face, as I had looked at it so often in the past. Honed, but pleasant-featured, an air of wry humour and resourcefulness. 37 million pounds worth of calm eyes. I am in the surveillance house in Lambeth, seated beside Jack Andover, our chief watcher, while he runs video film of CC in Kew Gardens emptying a dead letterbox that Larry has filled an hour earlier. First, he strolls past the signal, which denotes that the letterbox is filled, and the camera shows us the child's chalk mark that Larry has scrawled on the brick wall. CC registers it with the corner of his eye and strolls on. He advances casually on a rose bed. He stoops and affects to read the botanist's description on the stems. As he does so, his upper body makes one swift lunge, while his hand whisks a package from its hiding place and secretes it in his clothing. My boys and girls have taken a real shine to your CC, Jack assures me as I leave. Slippery isn't the word. They say it's a real privilege to follow him, Mr. Cranmer. Money again. After time, matter, and Chicheyev, consider money. Real money. 37 millions of it, milked from the Russian government, planned white-collar banditry, Larry's hoofprints all over the file. Call-up occasions when Larry mentioned money in any context except tax, debts, forgotten bills, and the checks he hadn't got around to paying in. Returning to my table, I started to sift once more among the files, till I came on the entry I was looking for, without quite knowing what it was. One sheet of yellow legal pad, scored with prim annotations in my blue rollerball, and along the top, the question: why did Larry lie to me about his rich friend in Hull? Larry is just back from Moscow. We're entering his last year in harness. Our safe flat this time is in Vienna's Hohe Warte, in a sprawling, green-tiled mansion scheduled for demolition. Dawn has broken, but we haven't gone to bed. Larry flew in late last night, and as usual we launched straight into the debriefing. He sprawls on the sofa, one slender hand balancing a whiskey on his belly. "West's compassioned out, Timbo," he announces to the ceiling, not bothering to stifle a huge yawn. "Running on empty. Fuck us." You're still in Moscow, I'm thinking as I watch him. With age, the switching back and forth between camps is getting harder for you. You'd take longer to come home. "Vote for the new Russian democracy," he resumes. "Anti-Semitic, anti-Islam, anti-Western, and corruption to die for. Hey, Timbers." In the long, brown, moth-eaten dressing gown that he takes with him everywhere, he has become my friend again. "What is it, Larry?" I reply. "Who do we know does money?" To my surprise, I am uncharacteristically short with him. "All right, Larry, what kind of hash are you in this time? It's only a couple of weeks since we bailed you out." He breaks out laughing. "Come off it, you ass. This isn't for me. It's for a chum of mine. I need a red-toothed fascist banker. Who do we know?" "This chum of mine at Hull University," he explains genially. "Poor sod's come into a pot of cash," he says. "A megapot. Totally out of the blue, Timbo. Needs his hand held, Timbo. Someone big league, offshore, sophisticated. Who do we know? Come on, Timbo. You know everyone." And it so happens that only 2 days earlier I have been sitting shoulder to shoulder with just such a banker in my capacity as honorary trustee of a private charity called the Charles Lavender Urban and Rural Trust for Wales. "Well, there's always the great and good Jamie Pringle," I suggest cautiously. Nobody could call him sophisticated, but he's certainly big league. Pringle was our contemporary at Oxford. "Jamie's an oaf," Larry declares. "Where's he hang out, anyway, in case this chum's interested?" But Larry is lying. How do I know? I know. If you've run a man for 20 years, if you've schooled him in deception, coaxed out the guile in him and made it work, then either you know his face or you know nothing, and I knew Larry's like the map of my own soul. Every lift and fall of every telltale line, and the places where nothing happens, and a saintly stillness settles when he lies. Cranmer's tight-lipped note to self asked Jamie Pringle what on earth LP was up to. But with Merriman's axe poised above us, and LP grating quite unusually on my nerves, Cranmer must have had other things to do. So it's not till a couple of months back, when we're enjoying our umpteenth Sunday lunch at Honeybrook, that Jamie Pringle's name accidentally crops up again. "Yes, my gosh, however did that go, by the way, with Jamie?" I asked Larry, with the extra carelessness we spy men use when removing a topic from its secret wrapping in the presence of an ordinary mortal. "Did he deliver the goods for your chum in Hull? Was he helpful? What happened?" Larry glances at Emma, then at me. "Pringle's an arsehole," he replies curtly. "Was, is now, and ever shall be. Amen." Through the arrow slits, grey streaks of morning were appearing behind the hills. An ungainly barn owl flopped at grass-top height over the frosted hillside in search of breakfast. I returned to my desk, buried myself once more in my papers, and when I touched my face I felt to my surprise a 36-hour stubble. I consulted my watch and refused to believe it was 3 in the afternoon, but my watch was right, and the sun was entering the southwestern arrow slit. Peering round, my eye fell upon a corner of my kingdom that was barred to me by my own decree. It was an alcove, screened by a makeshift blackout curtain that I had found in the attic and nailed across the entrance. I called it Emma's Archive. "Your lovely Emma's quite a gal," Merriman announces with relish, 2 weeks after I've been obliged to submit her name to him as my intended companion. "No risk to anyone, you'll be pleased to hear, except possibly to you. Would you like to take a tiny deniable peek at her biog before you plunge? I've made up a little doggy bag for you to take home." No. The doggy bag, as he calls it, lies already between us on the desk, an anonymous buff A4 folder with 6 pages of anonymous white paper peeping out. Her missing years, her exotic foreign ramblings,
Her disgraceful love life, her absurd causes, her barefoot marches, picketings, her ever-bleeding heart? No. How could Merriman ever understand that Emma was my self-imposed security risk? I wished for no stolen knowledge of her, nothing she did not tell me of her own accord. Nevertheless, to my shame, I take the file, as he knows I will, and jam it angrily beneath my arm. The pull of my old profession is simply too strong for me. Setting everything in order for my next visit, I fed my weary body down the winding staircase to the coat cupboard. In the vestry, I helped myself to overalls, a broom, a duster, and a floor polisher. Thus equipped, I went about my cleaning duties, for I was never a man to neglect my cover. Half an hour later, still in my cleaner's overalls, I ventured into the daylight. Shadowy bands of rain pressed down on the bare hilltops. My heart stopped dead. I was staring at the hill we called the Beacon. Its outline is pitted with shaped stones and hummocks, said to be the remnants of an ancient burial ground. Among these stones, cut black against the seething skyline, stood the silhouette of a man in a long coat or raincoat. His head was turned away from me, as if I'd just hit him with a .38 revolver butt. His left foot was pointed outward, in the quaintly Napoleonic pose that Larry liked to strike. I took a step forward, then another. I think I was intending to charge at him, vaulting the stone walls, yelling, "Larry, Larry, are you all right?" But as Larry was always telling me, I'm not much good at spontaneity. So instead I set down my broom and cupped my hands to my mouth and shouted, "Hello there! Who is that? Is it you?" Or perhaps by then I had realized that for the second time in as many days I was addressing the unlovely person of Andreas Munslow. "What the devil do you think you're doing here?" I shouted at him. "How dare you come here snooping on me? Get out of here!" He was loping down the hill at me. I had not realized till now what an agile creature he must be. "Afternoon to you, Tim," he said, with none of the previous day's deference. "Don't you shave these days?" "What are you doing here?" "I'm keeping watch over you, Tim. Orders of the top floor. I don't need keeping watch over. I can keep watch over myself. Get out." "Jake Merriman thinks you do. He thinks you're messing him around. He's ordered me to tag you. Put a bell up your ass, was how he put it. I'm at the Crown, day or night." He shoved a piece of paper at me. "That's my cell phone. Daniel Moore, room 3. He stabbed his index finger into my chest. "And screw you, actually, Cranmer. Totally screw you. You gave me one, and I owe you one. That's a warning." Evening fell, but I had already entered the black light of my own soul. I wandered the house, touching things, opening books, closing them. I cooked myself food and left it uneaten. I slept and woke dreaming the same dream that had destroyed my sleep. I returned to the priest hole. What trail was I pursuing? I was picking through the rubble of my past, looking for the fragments of the bomb that had destroyed it. More than once I rose in despair from my trestle table and placed myself before the old rag of wartime curtain, and my hand braced itself to rip aside the self-imposed barrier to Emma's forbidden territory. But each time I did restrain myself.
"Our usual, was it, Mr. Cranmer?"
"If you please, Tom."
"Expect you're looking forward to your senior citizens any day now."
"Thank you, Tom. I have a few years to wait, and I'm glad to do it." Laughter in which I share. For this is our standing bad joke every second Friday of the month, when I buy my ticket to Paddington and take my place on the platform among the London suits. I was wearing my blue pinstripe. I dress up to people. I can't help it. If I'm calling on the vicar, I don a tweed suit. Watching a cricket match, a blazer and sporting tie. And if, after 4 days' nightmarish incarceration inside my own head, I am attending the bi-monthly trustees' meeting of the Charles Lavender Urban and Rural Trust for Wales, under the stewardship of Pringle Brothers plc of Threadneedle Street, I can't help but look like a banker myself as I board the train, study the financial pages of my newspaper, step into the chauffeur-driven car that awaits me among Brunel's splendid arches, give Pringle's uniformed doorman good morning, and see reflected in the glass and mahogany door the same unoccupied cab with its light off that had followed me all the way from Praed Street.
Mr. Cranmer, hello. Really great to see you.
Jamie's secretary, Pandora, whined in her Rhodian cockney as I entered the leathery Edwardian antechamber of which she was the mistress.
Hell's teeth, Tim.
Cried Jamie Pringle, all 16 stone of him in his striped shirt and mulberry braces.
Don't tell me it's Friday week already.
Pringle's an arsehole, I heard Larry saying in my inner ear. Was, is now, and ever shall be. Amen. Monty drifted in like his own shadow. He stank of the cigarettes he wasn't allowed to smoke on the partner's floor. Monty kept the books and paid our quarterly expenses with cheques that Jamie signed. After him came Paul Lavender. Paul was feline and fair and 70. His father, our benefactor, had started life as a schoolmaster in Llandudno before founding a hotel chain and selling it for £100 million. After Paul came Dolly and Eunice, his 2 spinster sisters, and after them again, Henry, the Lavenders' family solicitor. And it was thanks to Henry that we met so often. At £400 an hour, who could blame him?
Plonk still holding up?
He asked doubtfully as we shook hands. We lunched, that much I do know, in the panelled sanctum where we always lunched. We were served by Mrs. Peters in white gloves, and we polished off a couple of magnums of the 1955 Cheval Blanc, which the Trust had thoughtfully laid down 20 years ago for the resuscitation of its hard-pressed officers. But I forget, thank God, almost everything else of our dreadful conversation. Dolly hated niggers, I remember that. Eunice thought them lovely. Monty thought they were all right in Africa. Paul preserved his Mandarin smile. A splendid ship's clock, which by tradition determined House of Pringle time, kept noisy record of our progress. By 2:30, Dolly and Eunice had stormed out in a red-faced huff. By 3, Paul had remembered something he had to do, or was it someone to meet? Henry and Monty left with him, Henry murmuring outstanding matters in his ear at £400 an hour, and Monty desperate for the first of a large number of cigarettes to get him back to par. Jamie and I sat pensively over our decanter of partner's port.
Jolly good, then,
he said profoundly.
Yes, well, cheers. Here's to us.
I asked after Henrietta, Jamie's wife. I always did, and dared not vary the ritual.
Old hen's bloody marvellous, thank you,
Jamie replied defensively. I asked after his children.
Kids are doing splendidly, Tim, thank you. Marcus, captain of 5s, Penny's coming out next spring.
I asked whether he'd seen any of the mob recently, meaning our crowd at Oxford.
Not since the Oriole bash at Boodle's,
he replied. I asked him who'd been there. It took me 2 more moves before, seemingly off his own bat, he was talking about Larry.
Extraordinary chap,
Jamie pronounced, with the absolute certainty of his kind.
Gifted, vast talents, charm. Decent Christian background, father in the church, all that. But no stability.
And then almost too easily, as if my guardian angel were whispering in his ear.
Came to see me not long ago. Bit seedy, I thought. Bit hangdog. Certain awareness of having backed the wrong side there, I rather think.
I let out a delighted laugh. Jamie, you're not telling me Larry's become a capitalist entrepreneur, are you? I think that's too ripe. Jamie helped himself to more port and waxed more sonorous.
I know what he's become, to be frank. More than a mere entrepreneur, that's for sure. Something a bit more eloquent of the moment, if you ask me, he added darkly, ramming the decanter at me. Rather exaggerated idea of himself, a lot of crap about our duty to help the newly freed nations find their feet, right old wrongs. Asked me whether I intended to pass by on the other side.
I leaned forward, showing him that I was all attention. I strove with all my body language to will his damned story out of the fogged thickets of his lonely little mind. Go on, Jamie. This is riveting. More.
Only duty I've got is to this house, I told him. Wouldn't listen. Talked straight through me. Called me an ostrich. Pathetic.
But what on earth did he want you to do, Jamie? Turn over Pringle Brothers to Oxfam? It flitted through my mind as I said this. It wouldn't at all be a bad idea. A half-minute's silence while Jamie rounded up his intellectual resources.
Soviet Communist Party was going private, right? Right. That was the story. Selling off party property, buildings, offices, transport, sports palaces, schools, foreign embassies, land galore, priceless paintings, Fabergé, Christ knows what. Billions of dollars of the stuff. Make sense? Oh, indeed it does. Russia Limited. It began in secret with Gorbachev, then it ran riot. How Larry got in on the act, anybody's bloody guess. Yet another huge swallow of port. But Jamie, I dared not sound as if I cared. What was he asking you to do? Buy the Kremlin? I'm fascinated. Jamie's reddened gaze fixed itself on his company's roll of honor. You still working for whoever you used to be working for? I hesitated. Jamie had once applied to join us, but without success. Did he relish our mystique or resent it? Would he tell me more if I answered yes? I chose the middle path. Just the odd bit of this and that, Jamie. Nothing onerous. Listen, you're killing me with curiosity. What on earth was Larry up to? A delay for more port and grimacing. 2 cracks of the whip. Phoned me a couple of years ago. Talked a lot of crap about wanting to put a nice piece of business in my way. Matter of several millions, old pals act. Come and see me next time he's in town. Bugger all happened. And the second crack of the whip, when was that? I scarcely knew which to press harder, the what or the when, but Jamie took the decision for me. Larry Pettifer was up to the following, he announced in an alarming boom. Larry Pettifer claimed that he had been authorized by a certain ex-Soviet state agency, name not supplied, to conduct a dialogue with this house concerning the possibility of opening an account with this house, series of accounts, offshore naturally, whereby this house would receive substantial sums of hard currency from a source not accurately defined, and make certain disbursements in accordance with such instructions as would from time to time be received by this house from persons entrusted with a certain code word or letter reference, which would be matched by a similar code word or letter reference held by this house. Were they big sums? I mean, how much money was Larry talking about? Jamie again consulted the board behind my head. If you were to think of a figure, in the order of the figure that certain trustees and their advisers were deliberating this morning, I would not think you far wrong. 30 million sterling. What on earth would they be buying? Whatever was he up to? I'm absolutely entranced. Laundering, what it came down to. Acting under instructions, my feeling, and hadn't got the hang of them. Had some associate or partner we'd be dealing with up north. Said he'd be some sort of co-signatory up to certain sums. Stank. Did he say where up north? Was that? You said he had some pal up north. Macclesfield. Associate in Macclesfield. Could have been Manchester. No, it wasn't. Macclesfield. Used to screw a girl there, Cindy. Worked in the silk trade. Silky as Cindy. But where in God's name, Jamie, does Larry Pettifer get 30 million pounds from? I mean, all right, they're not his, but they must be somebody's. Wait. Count. Pray. Smile. Mafias, Jamie growled. Isn't that what they call them over there? Competing mafias? Papers are full of them. So what did you do? I asked, trying desperately to preserve a tone of amused mystification. Gave them lunch. Talked old times. Suggested it'd be nice if they told me who their client actually was, what he was proposing to trade in. Little authentication would help. They did have some letter with them from the embassy in London, signed by some official, not the ambassador. Could have been forged, one simply doesn't know. He was examining the assay marks on the back of his silver coffee spoon, comparing them with the spoon from the empty place next to him. Broken set, he muttered. Extraordinary thing. Hell did that happen? Bloody careless. You said they, Jamie. Do you mean Larry didn't come alone? Who came too? To my surprise,
Jamie gave me a superior and very salacious smile. Pettifer brought an assistant. Dolly girl is what I would call her. Assistant was going to be his intermediary, he said, do the brain work. Mathematics not up Larry's street, but this girl mustard. Brighter than Larry by a mile when it came to numbers. Wouldn't be surprised if she was the moving force. Given her a job here any day. Pretty? No, not pretty. She was beautiful. Hell she was doing mixed up with a shit like Pettifer, God knows. He had entered the territory he loved best. Figure to kill for, lovely little bottom, legs all the way up, sat right there in front of me, swinging them at me. Did she have a name? Sally. Sally someone. Jet black hair all pinned up on the top of her head, waiting for you to let it down. Absolute fatal weakness of mine. Love a black bush. Whole of womanhood there. Gorgeous. I was hearing nothing, seeing nothing, feeling nothing. I was behaving and collecting and recording. Have you heard from him since? Not a peep. Rather think they got the message. Did you pass him on to someone? Suggest where he might go? We're not very clued up on that type of business at Pringle Brothers, thank you. Used to be a little outfit up the road called BCCI that handles stuff like that once upon a time. I had a penultimate question. And you didn't think, Jamie, when he'd gone, to pick up the phone to whoever it was I used to work for and tip them the wink about Larry and his girl. Jamie Pringle fixed me in a bull-like glare of outrage. Rat on Larry? Hell are you talking about? When a fellow Oriole man comes in here to discuss a banking proposition with me, which all right I happen to think stinks to high heaven, I am sworn to absolute and total secrecy. You want to tell him, that's your business. It was achieved. Only the terrible hurdle remained. Perhaps it was the self-torturer in me who had decreed that I should this time hold it back until the very end. So when, Jamie? I asked. What's that, old boy? When did they descend on you? Larry and his girl. They came by appointment, presumably, or you wouldn't have given them lunch, I suggested, hoping by this means to encourage him to look in his diary. Grouse, he announced loudly. Gave him grouse. Oriole man, hadn't seen him for 25 years, got to put out the red carpet, last week of September. Last grouse of the season, far as this house was concerned. My mouth was numb. So the end of September, I managed. Right, Jamie? They came to you in the last week of September? Jolly generous of you to give them grouse. I mean, considering might just as well have shown them the door. End of September? Yes? I fumbled on, but I don't know that Jamie ever answered me. I remember the bun face of Pandora appearing round the door, announcing Cinderella's coach. I remember thinking as the thousand-voiced choir of angels struck up inside my head that if you're celebrating your emergence from the black light, a bottle of 55 Cheval Blanc and a large dose of Graham's 27 port make an appropriately celestial accompaniment. Jamie Pringle had risen heavily to his feet and was displaying a passion I had not seen in him outside the rugby field. Pandora, just the girl, look here. Get on to Mrs. Peters now, will you, darling? Broken set of teaspoons could ruin the whole service. Find out why, find out where, and find out who. But I had found out when. I walked. Emma. I was drunk, not wine drunk, but drunk all the same, blind, humiliated, drunk. Emma. Who are you being or seeming, with your hair up, swinging your legs at Jamie Pringle? What other lies have you been living while you laughed at me behind my back, the two of you? I walked, I fumed. Yet furious as I was, I still noticed how the nondescript couple across the street abandoned their study of a shop window and set off along the pavement at the same speed and in the same direction as myself. And I knew there would be a 3 behind them, and a tame car or van or taxicab to service them. And therefore I knew,
for all my anger and new purpose and altered status as a creature of the common daylight, that I must attend to the seaming. And I was grateful to Larry, to Emma, and to my watchers for imposing this responsibility on me, because the seaming had always been an activity with rules, a discipline to keep the anarchy at bay, and the anarchy inside me was at this moment in full cry. Emma, how in God's name did he spirit you this far down the road? Larry, you manipulative, vengeful, thieving bastard. Both of you. What the hell are you up to, and why?
In my new unfettered fury, a madness of unreason took possession of me. She was a trap, a honey trap, foisted on me by a conspiracy of my enemies. I had fallen cloak over dagger for the oldest trick in the book. She was a set-up from the first day, by Larry, by Chicheyev, by Zorin, by the two of them, the three of them together, the four of them. What did I know of her? On my own insistence, nothing, except what she had cared to tell me, or on Sundays tell Larry in my hearing. Merriman's doggy bag still lay behind his curtain in my priest hole, unread, gathering dust, a symbol of my lover's integrity. An Italian name, a dead father, an Irish mother, an English boarding school, studied music in Vienna. Gone east, gone mystic, espoused every soft-headed cause known to the hippie trail, come home, drifted again, studied more music, composed it, arranged it, co-founded something called the Alternative Chamber Group, introducing the traditional instruments of the new world to the classical music of the old, or was it the other way round? Got bored, attended a summer course at Cambridge, read or didn't read the words of Larry Pettifer on the degeneracy of the West, returned to London, gave herself to anyone who asked nicely, scared herself, met Cranmer, appointed him her willing, doting, blinded protector. Met Larry, vanished, reappeared with hair up, calling herself Sally, and swinging her legs at Jamie Pringle. My Emma, my false dawn. We're lying in front of the fire in her bedroom. She had hidden her head in my neck. You're a spy, aren't you? She says. Of course. How did you guess? This morning, watching you read your mail. You mean you saw the secret ink? You don't put things in waste paper baskets. Anything to be thrown away gets put into a plastic bag and taken to the incinerator by you. Emma, I'm a very young wine grower. I was born 6 months ago when I met you. But a germ of suspicion had been planted. Why was she watching me? Why was she thinking about me in that way? What has Larry put into her head that causes her to put her protector under close surveillance? The pink fog thickened as my cab began its ascent of Haverstock Hill. The surgery was a former Baptist church. A brass plate on the gatepost celebrated Arthur Medawi Das and his many learned qualifications. The receptionist had gone home. A fraught-faced woman in green sat in Emma's chair. I suppose I kept looking at her because she blushed. But what I saw was not a woman in green, but Emma in her guise of tragic heroine on the evening we first met. Dressed to snare. Not swinging her legs at me, though I do recognize that even hunched in pain, she is a tall girl, and a very pretty one, and that her legs are remarkably good. A demure skullcap pulls her black hair free of her forehead. Her eyes are stoically averted. Her clothes part Salvation Army, part Edith Piaf on the stomp. My back is really acting up. Yet as I covertly examine her, her plight matters more to me than my own. Her pain is too old for her, too ugly. It makes her too much the governess and not enough the rascal. I want to find the best doctors for her, the warmest beds. I catch her eye again. Her pain makes her faster to relate, I realize. The old tactician in me urgently considers his options. Offer sympathy? It is already implicit since we are fellow sufferers. Play the veteran? Ask her if this is her first time here? Better not to patronize her. I plump for droll humor.
You look really awful, I say. The eyes still far away, the hands linked in mutual consolation. But, oh glory, suddenly she is smiling. A raffish 22-carat smile is shining full beam at me across the room. "Well, thanks a lot," she says. "That's just what I wanted someone to tell me." "Is it a recurrent thing, or have you just ricked it or sprained it or something?" I ask. "It can't be my sort of thing at your age." "The police did it." "Which police?" "Well, some mates of mine were going to be evicted from a squat. A bunch of us went round to picket the building. A great big copper tried to pick me up and put me in a van, and my back just went." My customary respect for authority evaporated. "But that's awful. You should sue him." "Well, he should sue me, really. I bit him." And I fall right in, eyes wide shut. I swallow every beguiling word. I cast her as one of the world's rare, untarnished souls. I do everything that is expected of a 5-star sucker, right down to promising her the best dinner in London as soon as she is mended, in trivial recompense for her misfortune. "Do we get seconds?" she asks. "As many as you like," I reply. To my amazement, she is not even a vegetarian. Ours is scarcely a whirlwind romance. Why should it be? From my very first sighting of her, I know she is neither of the age nor category from which my usual conquests are selected. She's young. She's intelligent. She is uncharted waters. She is risk. "I'm such a tart, Tim," she confides to me over our splendid dinner at Wilton's. "I walk into a crowded room, people look at me, and I start flirting with the entire field. The next thing is I'm stuck with someone who looked okay in the window, but it's an absolute pill when you get him home." Is she deliberately provoking me? Is she romancing? Is she urging me to try my luck? Yet how do I know it's not a bluff? And if I declare myself and she rejects me, what will become of our relationship? Meanwhile, I stalk her. I imagine her, try to second-guess her, and I wait. For her encouragement, for the spark that never quite flies, unless you count the moments when she reaches out her hand and lays it along my cheek, or rubs her knuckles up and down my fellow-sufferer's back. Only once does she ask me what I do for a living, and when I say Treasury, "Whose side are you on, then?" she inquires, her dimpled jaw struck forward in challenge. "None. I'm a civil servant." "You can't be on no side, Tim. That's like not existing. We have to have an object of faith. Otherwise we're not defined." One day she asks me about Diana. What went wrong? Nothing. It was wrong before we married, and it stayed wrong afterwards. "So why did you get married?" I suppressed my irritation. "I was just bloody stupid," I reply, with what I hope is disarming frankness. "Come on, Emma. Don't tell me you haven't made a fool of yourself a few times. You keep telling me you have." To which, in a rather lofty way, she smiles and takes my hand in both of hers and presses it thoughtfully to her lips while she studies me. Is she wise? Is she plain dumb? Emma defies these categories. Her beauty, like Larry's, is its own morality. And the next week we're the same friends again, which is how things continue until the day Merriman calls me to his office and tells me that cold warriors cannot be recycled, and that I may with immediate effect put myself out to pasture in Honeybrook. But instead of the conventional despondency that should overcome me on hearing my sentence, I am conscious only of a heedless vigor. Cranmer is free. Cranmer has paid his dues, from today and for the rest of his life. And Cranmer, from now on, and against all previous principle, will follow Larry's advice. He will leap before he looks. Instead of giving, he will take. I choose the grill room at the Connaught, my shrine for great occasions. If I had acted with more forethought, I would have opted for somewhere humbler, for I recognize too late that I have overtaxed her wardrobe. Never mind. If she ever comes to me, I shall dress her from top to toe in gold. She listens to me carefully,
though carefully is not how I speak. I tell her that I love her, and fear for her night and day, for her talent, her wit, her courage, but particularly her fragility, and what I might even call her perilous availability. The truth speaks out of me as never before. I am free to feel at last, all thanks to her. I wish to be everything to her a man can be, I tell her. First, to protect and shelter her, not least from herself. Then to advance her art, to be her friend, companion, lover, and disciple, to which end I am proposing that here and now she join me in my yeoman's life, in the emptiest quarter of Somerset at Honeybrook, to walk the hills, grow wine, make music and love, and cultivate a Rousseau-like world in microcosm, but jollier, to read the books we always meant to read. Amazed by my recklessness, I listened to myself firing off my complete arsenal in one huge salvo. My love life, I say, has till tonight been a comedy of misalliances, the clear consequence of never allowing my heart to leave its box. Am I quoting Larry again? Sometimes, to my dismay, I discover too late that he has fed me my best lines. For a long while she seems unable to speak. She's looking at me, reading my lips, my expressions of fear, adoration, earnestness, desire, whatever is in my face as I unbear myself to her. Finally she commands my silence, though I'm no longer speaking, and she does this by laying a finger on my lips and leaving it there. "It's all right, Tim," she says. "You're a good man, better than you know. All you have to do now is give me a kiss." In the Connaught? She must have seen my astonishment in my face, for at once she bursts out laughing, stands up, comes round the table, and without the smallest sign of embarrassment, plants a long, explicit kiss on my lips. "On one condition," she adds sternly, sitting down. "My piano." "What about your piano?" "Can I bring it? I can't arrange without a piano." The same night we are lovers. The next morning I race ahead to Honeybrook to call in the decorators. Do I once look back? Do I pause to consider whether I have done the right thing? I do not. That very day I put through an urgent call to Mr. Appleby of Wells, purveyor of fine antique jewellery and furniture, and I commission him, expense no object, to comb the land for the sweetest, prettiest baby grand piano that was ever built of man. And while we're about it, do you still have that superb three-string pearl collar with the cameo clasp that you showed me not a month ago? Mr. Dawes was too shy to ask you to undress. If you were a man, you faced him standing in your stocking feet, stripped to the waist and clutching at your trousers. And Mr. Dawes talked, in his caressing oriental lilt, to inspire confidence and forestall intimacy. And sometimes, to stop you dozing off, he asked you questions. "Have you been doing your exercises, Timothy?" "Religiously," I lied in a drowsy voice. "And how is the lady in Somerset?" He was speaking, as I well knew, of a professional colleague of his in Frome, whom he had recommended when I moved to Honeybrook. But I preferred a different interpretation. "Oh, she's fine, thanks. Touring a lot, but fine. You've probably seen her more recently than I have. When did she last come to you?" He was already laughing, explaining the misunderstanding. I laughed with him. My affair with Emma was no secret from Mr. Dawes or anyone else. "She promised me she'd come to see you last week. I'll bet she never did," I said. But Mr. Dawes, for all my probing, maintained an elliptical silence. Was he dodging my question because he was embarrassed to tell me she had come with Larry? Whatever the cause, he would not be drawn. Perhaps he heard the tension in my voice, or felt it in my body. Since Mr. Dawes was blind, there was no knowing what telltale messages might not come to him by way of his extrasensory ear or gently probing fingers. "Next time I think you will give me more concentration, Timothy," he said sternly, as I handed him my £20. He unlocked his cash box, and my eye fell on the receptionist's appointments book lying beside the telephone. Steal it, I thought, and you can see for yourself whether she was here, who with, and when. But I could not have robbed blind Mr. Dawes in order to spy on Emma, if it had meant solving the mysteries of the cosmos.
Standing on the pavement outside the surgery, I breathed heavily, feeling the fog sting my eyes and nostrils. 10 yards away, a parked car lurked in the short arc of a street lamp. I strode to the car, slammed my hand on the roof, and yelled, "Anyone there?" The echo of my voice sped away into the fog. I marched 20 paces and swung round. Not a shadow dared approach me. Not one close sound came back at me from the fog's grey wall. I hastened in and out of light cones, down side streets, under spiky, overhanging trees. I stopped again, listening to nothing. I walked back a distance. My watchers had departed. After 10 years, her house still scared me. Though I had escaped from it, I haunted it. Behind its grey walls lay the remains of my dreams of lifelong happiness. Who was I when I lived there? That Diana had left the office, I knew. She's studying to become a psychotherapist, I hear on the grapevine. She's a marriage counselor. She's lost weight. Edgar is an academic publisher. I rang the bell. She opened the door at once. "I thought you were Sebastian," she said. It was on the tip of my tongue to apologize for being the wrong person. We perched in the drawing room. She was wearing jeans and a Cornish popover from our holidays at Padstow. It was faded blue and suited her. Edgar's books went from floor to ceiling. Most were on subjects I'd never heard of. "He's on a seminar in Ravenna," she said. "Oh, right. Jolly nice. I've got a patient coming in about half a minute, and I don't keep patients waiting," she said. "What do you want?" "Larry's disappeared. They're looking for him." "Who is?" "The office, the police, separately. The police can't be told of the office connection." "Why?" "You mean, why can't they be told, or why's he disappeared?" "Both." "He's supposed to have stolen money," I said. "Scads of it. The police suspect me of being his accomplice. So does the office." "But you're not." "Of course I'm not." "So why have you come to me?" She was sitting on the arm of a chair. She had the professional listener's mirthless smile. "Because he's fond of you. You're one of the few women he admires and hasn't been to bed with." "You know that, do you?" "No, I assume it. It also happens to be the way he describes you." She gave a superior smile. "And you're prepared to take his word for it, are you? You're very trusting, Tim." I nearly flew at her. Fortunately, she came in ahead of me with another barb. "Who sent you, Tim?" "No one. I'm flying solo." "How did you come here?" "Walked. Alone." "I just have this picture of Jake Merriman waiting for you in a car down the road, you see." "He isn't. I'm practically on the run myself." The doorbell was ringing. "Diana, look, if you know anything about him, if he's been in touch, if you know how to get hold of him, please tell me. I'm desperate." "It's Sebastian," she said, and went to the hall. I heard voices and the sound of young feet going down the basement stairs. She returned to her chair and sat on the arm exactly as before. I thought she was going to tell me to leave, for her face was firmly set. Then I realized she had reached one of her decisions and was about to communicate it. "He's found what he was looking for, that's all I know." "So what's he looking for?" "He didn't say. And if he had said, I probably wouldn't tell you. Don't interrogate me, Tim." "I am not interrogating you, Diana. I am asking you a question. What is he looking for?" "His perfect note. That was his dream always," he said. "To play one perfect note. He telephoned me. He'd found it, the note." "When?" "A month ago. I had the impression he was leaving for somewhere and saying his goodbyes." "Did he say where?" "No." "Was it Russia? Was it somewhere exciting, new?" "He gave absolutely no clue. He was emotional." "You mean drunk?" "I mean emotional, Tim. It was late at night and Edgar was here. Diana, I love you. I found it. I found the perfect note. Everything was in place for him. He wished me to know that. I congratulated him. It's time you learned to live without him." "I'd adore to live without him, Diana. I'd give my entire bloody fortune to be rid of Larry and his works for the rest of my natural life." "Unfortunately, we are inextricably involved with each other, and I have to find him for my own salvation and probably for his." Her voice took on an extra sweetness. "And how's Emma? As young and beautiful as ever?" "Thank you, she is well. Why do you ask? Did he talk about her too?" "No.
But you didn't either. I wondered why not. I was climbing. In Hampstead, if you are climbing, you are exploring, and if you are descending, you're going back to hell. I entered a pub and drank a large scotch, and then another, then several more. If there were people in the pub, I didn't see them. I walked again, feeling no different. I was suddenly desperate to sleep. My legs were giving up on me. I thought of lying down on the pavement, but by good fortune a cab appeared, so instead I returned to my club, where Charlie, the porter, handed me a telephone message. It was from Detective Inspector Bryant, asking me to be so good as to call the following number at my earliest convenience. No one sleeps in clubs. You smell the male sweat and cabbage. You listen to the snuffles of fellow inmates, and you remember school. It's the night after Six's match, the annual festival of Winchester football, a game so arcane that even experienced players may not know all the rules. The house has won. Now, by tradition, the victorious Six are feasting themselves in house library, while the new boys stand on the table and regale them with songs and entertainment. Some new boys sing badly, must have books buzzed at them to improve their voices. Others sing too well, and must be cut down to size with jibes and flying bread. And one new boy refuses to sing at all, and must, in the fullness of time, be beaten, and that is Pettifer. "Why didn't you sing?" I ask him, later that night as he bends over the same table. "It's against my religion. I'm a Jew." "No, you're not. Your father's in the church." "I've converted." "I'll give you one chance," I say expansively. "What is the notion for Winchester football?" It is the easiest test I can think of in the entire school vernacular, a gift. "Jew-baiting," he replies. So I have no alternative but to beat him, when all he needed to say was "our game." The window was too small to jump from and too high to see from. There were 3 chairs, and like the table, they were bolted to the floor. A mirror was screwed to the wall. I assumed a one-way glass. Bryant sat one end of the table, I sat the other, Luck between us in his shirt sleeves. On the floor to Luck's right lay an open briefcase in fake brown leather. In its partitions I spotted 4 rectangular packages of different sizes, each wrapped in black plastic and labelled. There was no preamble. Nobody apologized for hauling me over to Bristol on a Saturday afternoon. Luck fished a chipped black cassette recorder from the briefcase and dumped it on the table. "Mind if we do this?" Not waiting to hear whether I minded or not, he pressed the start switch. "Does your friend Dr. Pettifer possess a car, Mr. Cranmer?" he demanded, and beckoned at the tape recorder with his long head. "In London, Pettifer had a stable of cars," I replied. "They tended to be other people's." "Whose?" I never asked. I was not familiar with his acquaintance. I was being dull and literal. I was much older now than I was a week ago. "When did you last see him in a car?" "I understood that you called me here to identify some property," I said. "Oh, we did," Bryant agreed. "Well, if it's his car you're talking about, I'm afraid it's most unlikely I can help you." "Ever see him in a green or black Toyota? Model circa 1990? Luck asked. I am no expert in Japanese cars. From the briefcase, Luck handed me a thumbed police manual of line drawings of cars. As I turned its pages, I saw the outlines of the 1989 blue Toyota Carré, which Larry had used for his last 6 Sunday visits to Honeybrook. Luck had seen it too. "How about this one?" he was demanding, holding down the page with his bony finger. "I'm afraid it doesn't ring a bell." "Then why does Mr. Guppy, your local postman, recall seeing a black or green Toyota driven by someone answering to Pettifer's description, entering your drive on a hot Sunday in July, just as he was coming out of the village church?" I have no idea why he should recall or not recall any such thing. And since the entrance to my drive is not visible from the church, I'm inclined to doubt whether he did. While Bryant looked on, Luck again foraged in his briefcase, extracted one of the packages, and from it a plastic-covered bank book from Larry's bank in London. It was such an old friend to me, I almost smiled.
I must have been through dozens of them in my time, always trying to puzzle out what had happened to Larry's money. Do you wish to change your story to the effect that you and Pettifer were never once involved in any type of business transaction? It's the truth, therefore I do not wish to change it. Page 8, he said, and tossed the bank book at me. I turned to page 8. It was the statement covering September 1993, which was the month when the office paid Larry his hard-earned gratuity, £150,000, drawn on the account of Mills and Highborn, trustees of St. Helier, Jersey. Do you have any idea at all, Luck demanded, where, how, or why Dr. Pettifer got hold of £150,000 sterling in September 1993? None. Why not ask the people who made the payment? My suggestion annoyed him. Mills and Highborn is one of your old-fashioned blue-chip, father-to-son Channel Island law firms. Partners are not disposed to hand out confidential information without a court order effective on the islands. However, my researches do reveal that the same firm of trustees has also been paying Pettifer an annual salary, apparently on the instruction of certain foreign publishing and film companies registered in funny places like Switzerland. Does that surprise you at all? I don't know why it should. Because the so-called salary payments were bogus, that's why. Pettifer never did the work. The entire structure was a figment from start to finish. You haven't any theories to offer, I don't suppose at all, have you, Mr. Cranmer, as to who might be going to all this trouble on the doctor's behalf? I had none and was quick to say so, and I was appalled to confirm that the top floor's vaunted arrangements for paying Larry his Judas money could be cracked open in a couple of days by one fanatical policeman with a desktop computer. There's a very funny thing about this firm, Mills and Highborn, which I might be permitted to share with you, Luck resumed. One of its fringe activities, so far as we can establish, is channeling unofficial payments on behalf of Her Majesty's government. My world rocked. By which I mean receiving large sums from Her Majesty's treasury and turning them into other forms of disbursement, such as bribes for foreign potentates, such as slush funds for defence contracts and other so-called grey areas of government spending. You wouldn't know anything about that side of things, would you? Mr. Bryant and myself were somewhat enchanted by the coincidence of you being in the Treasury and British government funds being siphoned off to Pettifer's Channel Islands benefactors. In my wildest nightmares, it had not occurred to me that pay and allowances section could be so crass as to use the Larry laundromat for other unrelated clandestine operations, thus multiplying to infinity the risk of compromising Larry and anybody else on the payroll. I've no idea what you're trying to imply, I said. Bryant came in for what he imagined was the kill. Imply? Oh, nothing, Mr. Cranmer, sir. That would be above my station. Very heady stuff, Treasury slush money, they tell me. After all, if you're slipping a few million to some Arab shyster for helping you flog off your clapped-out fighter planes, why not slip yourself a few bob for being an English gentleman? Or slip it to your accomplice, better still. That's a scandalous and totally untrue allegation. Page 3, Luck said. Notice anything? He asked. It was hard not to. Page 3 of Larry's bank book covered the month of July. Until the 21st of that month, Larry's current account stood at upwards of £140,000. On the 22nd, Larry had withdrawn £138,000. What do you make of it? Nothing. He probably bought a house. Wrong. On the 22nd of July, having advised the manager of his intention by telephone 2 days before, Dr. Pettifer drew the entire sum of £138,000 in cash across the counter of his bank in brown envelopes of £20 notes. The next day he paid £1,000 cash to his landlady and settled 4 outstanding bills. The destination of the remainder of the cash, totalling £130,000 precisely, is as of now unknown. Why?
I was thinking stupidly. What logic is at work here, when a man who is swindling the Russian embassy of 37 millions has to empty his own bank account for 130,000? For whom? For what?
Unless he gave it to you, of course, Mr. Cranmer, sir, Bryant proposed from the head of the table.
Or unless it was yours in the first place, Luck suggested. I disdained to reply.
We're only thinking aloud, Mr. Cranmer, sir, Bryant explained. It's collaboration we're after, not warm bodies. You tell us where to find what we're looking for. We put it back where it came from. Everybody goes home and has a nice glass of Honeybrook wine, know what I mean?
No. A disjointed interlude followed while Luck produced earlier bank books which differed only in degree from the first. The pattern was clear. Whenever Larry had any substantial money in his account, he drew it in cash. What he did with it remained a mystery. There was a monthly season ticket, still current, for the journey between Bath and Bristol, cost £71. No, I said, I had no idea why Larry should wish to be so much in Bristol. Perhaps for the theatre, or the libraries, or the women.
Did Dr. Pettifer ever steal from you at all?
Luck asked. Of course not.
You don't have a very high opinion of him in other respects. Why are you so sure he wouldn't steal from you?
Dr. Pettifer may be many things, but I do not regard him as a thief, I said, and had scarcely spoken before Bryant was yelling at me and waving a padded envelope in the air above his head.
What do you regard this lot as, then, Mr. Cranmer, sir?
I heard it before I saw it. Emma's antique jewellery, rattling and skidding down the table at me, every piece I had bought for her since my first timid offering of a Victorian jet necklace and matching earrings 18 months ago, graduating by stages to the 3-string pearl collar, the intaglio, the emerald ring, the garnet pendant, and the gold-backed cameo, which could have been of Emma herself, all slewed down the table at me like so much dross by the inexpert hand of Detective Inspector Bryant. I was standing. The jewels lay along the table like a trail, and the trail ended with me. I picked up the intaglio necklace and ran it fearfully through my fingers, as if to confirm it was unharmed, though in my mind it was Emma I was touching. Keep her separate from Larry, I was telling myself. Whatever they do or threaten, Emma stays separate from Larry. I sat down.
Recognize any of these items at all, by any chance, Mr. Cranmer, sir?
Bryant was asking. Of course I do. I bought them.
Who from, sir?
Appleby of Wells. How did you come by them?
On what precise date did you purchase them, if you don't mind?
He got no further. I had driven my fist onto the table so hard that the jewellery danced and the tape recorder rose in the air. Those jewels are Emma's. Tell me where you got them from. Stop taunting me. It is a rare thing when emotion and operational necessity coincide, but they had done so now. Bryant had shed his smile and was studying me with calculation.
Emma?
Bryant repeated thoughtfully.
I don't think we know an Emma, do we, Oliver? Who would Emma be, sir? Perhaps you could enlighten us.
You know very well who she is. The whole village knows. Emma Manzini is my companion. The jewels are hers. I bought them for her and gave them to her.
When?
What does it matter when? Over the last year. Where did you find them? Tell me what's going on. Bryant had put on horn-rimmed spectacles.
And is Miss Manzini in any way friendly with our Dr. Pettifer at all, Mr. Cranmer, sir?
They've met. What does it matter? Just tell me where you got her jewellery from. Prepare yourself for a shock, Mr. Cranmer, sir. We obtained your Emma's jewels from Mr. Edward Appleby of the marketplace in Wells. He tried to contact you, but your phone had gone funny. So, fearing the matter might be urgent, he reported it to the Bath police. He had awarded himself the role of storyteller.
Mr. Appleby is doing his rounds of Hatton Garden, you see. All of a sudden, one of his jeweller pals turns round, and knowing that Mr. Appleby deals in the antique variety of jewellery, offers him your Miss Manzini's necklace, the Roman number. What do you call it?
Intaglio.
Thank you. And after offering Mr. Appleby the intaglio, he offers him the whole works, everything you see before you. Is that everything you bought for Miss Manzini, sir? Yes. And since all dealers know each other, Mr. Appleby asks him where he got the stuff from. The answer is a Dr. Pettifer of Bath. £22,000 the doctor obtained for his jewels. That's a fair price for this lot, is it? It was the trade price, I heard myself say. They were insured for 35. By you? The jewels are recorded as being in Miss Manzini's possession. I pay the premiums. When did all this happen? That really bothers you, doesn't it? When? You can't remember dates, but you're always asking when. He made a show of relenting. The doctor flogged your lady's jewellery July the 29th, which was roughly when she stopped wearing it, I thought, after Larry's public lecture and the curry for two that followed it. Where is Miss Manzini, by the way? Bryant asked. I had my answer prepared and delivered it with authority. When last heard of, somewhere between London and Newcastle on a concert tour. Where she is at this precise moment, I don't know. It's not our way to be in constant touch. I'm sure she'll telephone me very soon. Now it was Luck's turn to have his fun with me. Did Emma happen to inform you that her jewellery was missing at all? No, Mr. Luck, Miss Manzini did not. Why not? Are you trying to tell us your Emma's been shy of 35,000 quid's worth of jewellery for a couple of months and hasn't even bothered to mention it? I'm saying Miss Manzini may not have noticed that the jewels were missing. And she's been around, has she, these last months? It's not that she's been touring all that time. Miss Manzini spent the entire summer at Honeybrook. And you don't ask her, Emma, why aren't you wearing your ring, or your necklace, or your brooch, or your earrings, for instance? No, I don't, Mr. Luck. Miss Manzini and I don't speak to each other that way. All right. So you don't talk to each other. Same as you don't know where she is. He appeared to be losing his temper. All right. In your highly personal, highly privileged Treasury opinion, how does your friend Dr. Lawrence Pettifer, in July this year, come to be flogging off your Emma's jewellery to a dealer in Hatton Garden, claiming the jewels came from his mother, when in fact they came from you via Emma? I saw a means to strike at him and seized it gratefully. Oh, but surely your Mr. Guppy has already provided you with your solution, Mr. Luck. What's that supposed to mean? Wasn't it July when Guppy saw Pettifer approach my house? A Sunday. There's your burglar for you. Pettifer approaches the house and finds it empty. On Sundays there are no staff around. Miss Manzini and I have gone out for lunch. Pettifer enters the house, goes to her apartment, and helps himself to the jewellery. I thought you said Pettifer didn't steal. Let's say you have given me reason to revise that opinion, I replied, as the tape recorder gave a choke and stopped rotating. Leave it like that a minute, will you please, Oliver? Bryant ordered sweetly. Mr. Cranmer, sir. He was standing close beside me. He had cupped his hand on my shoulder in the traditional gesture of arrest. He was stooping, and his lips were not an inch from my ear. Do you know what this means, sir? He asked me very quietly, as he gave my shoulder a painful squeeze. Of course I know. Take your hand off me. But his hand didn't budge. The pressure of it increased as he continued speaking. Because this is what I'm going to be doing to you, Mr. Cranmer, sir. Unless I have a lot more of the collaboration I spoke about than I am getting from you at the present time. If you don't play ball with me very soon, I'm going to make it my personal business to see you spend the remaining best years of your life looking at a very boring wall instead of at Miss Manzini. Do you hear that, sir? I can hear you perfectly well, I said, trying in vain to shake off his hand. Let go of me. But he held me all the more firmly. Where's the money? What money? Don't what money me, Mr. Cranmer, sir. Where's the money you and Pettifer have been salting away in foreign bank accounts? I have no idea what you're talking about. I have stolen nothing, and I am not in league with Pettifer or anybody else. Who's A.M.? Who? A.M., who's all over Pettifer's diary in his lodgings. Phone A.M. Speak A.M. Visit A.M. Who is he? I have absolutely no idea.
Perhaps it means morning. Where's your pal Chechev, then? Who? Don't give me bloody who again. Konstantin Chechev is a Russian cultural gentleman, formerly of the Soviet, then Russian embassy in London. I've never heard the name in my life. Of course you haven't. Because what you are doing to me, Mr. Cranmer, sir, is lying in your nasty upper-class teeth. He squeezed my shoulder and pressed down on it at the same time, sending lines of pain shooting through my back. He shook me hard and shouted in my ear, "Where is he?" "I don't know." The pressure of his fist did not relent. "You are at a crossroads in your life, Mr. Cranmer, sir. You can play ball with Detective Inspector Bryant, in which case we shall turn a blind eye to many of your misdeeds, I'm not saying all. Or you can go on leading us up the garden path, in which case we shall not exclude from our inquiries any person who is precious to you, be she never so young and musical." With a final squeeze, Bryant released me. "Thank you for coming to Bristol, Mr. Cranmer. Expenses downstairs if you wish to claim, sir. Cash." With the humiliating imprint of Bryant's fist burning my shoulder, I stepped into the grey evening drizzle and struck a vigorous course up the hill for Clifton. I had booked rooms in 2 hotels. The first was the Eden, 4 stars and a nice view down the gorge. There I was Mr. Timothy Cranmer, and heir to Uncle Bob's old Sunbeam, pride of the car park. The second was a seedy motel called the Starcrest on the other side of town. There I was a Mr. Colin Bairstow, travelling representative and pedestrian. Seated now in my elegant first-floor room at the Eden, I ordered a minute's steak and a half bottle of Burgundy and asked the switchboard to put through no calls till morning. I dropped the steak into the shrubbery below my window, poured the wine down the sink, placed the tray and a spare pair of shoes outside my door, hung up the Do Not Disturb notice, and slipped down the fire stairs out of the side entrance and walked. From a call box I dialed the office emergency number, using 7 as the final digit because it was a Saturday. I heard the sugared voice of Marjorie Pugh. "Yes, Arthur? How can we help you?" "The police questioned me again this afternoon," I said. "They've rumbled the payments to Absalom through our friends in the Channel Islands," I added, using one of Larry's code names. "They've unearthed a Treasury connection, and they think I've been siphoning off government funds and paying them to Absalom as my accomplice. They've convinced themselves that this is the same trail that will lead them to the Russian gold." "Is that all?" "No. Some fool in pay and allowances has been crossing the wires. They've been using the Absalom pipeline to pay other friends apart from Absalom. I'm staying at a hotel in Bristol tonight. The Eden. The police may want to have another go at me tomorrow morning." I rang off. Mission accomplished. I had warned her that other sources might be at risk. I had fed her my excuse for not returning to Honeybrook. The one thing she would not be doing was rushing to the police to check my story. Colin Bairstow's bed at the motel was a lumpy divan with a glittering orange counterpane. Stretched on it full length, I stared at the grimy ceiling and considered my next step. From the moment I had received Bryant's telephone message to my club, I had placed myself on operational alert. From Castle Carré station I had driven to Honeybrook, where I had collected my Bairstow escape pack, credit cards, driving license, cash, and passport, all crammed into a scuffed attaché case with old labels testifying to the salesman's wandering life. Arriving in Bristol, I had deposited Cranmer's Sunbeam at the Eden and Bairstow's briefcase in the manager's safe here at the motel. From the same briefcase I now extracted a ring-backed address book. How much had office routine changed with the move to the Embankment? Merriman hadn't changed. Barney Walden hadn't. And if I knew the police, any procedure that had worked for 25 years was likely to be working for the next 100. Heart in mouth, I dialed the office's automated switchboard, and guided by the numbers in the address book, keyed myself into the Whitehall internal network. 5 more digits gave me Scotland Yard's intelligence liaison room. A plummy male voice answered. I said I was North House, which used to be the code name for my section. I said the reference was Bunbury, which used to be the code name of the section chief. The plummy voice said, "Who do you wish to speak to, Bunbury?" I asked for Mr. Hatt's department. Nobody had ever met Mr. Hatt, but if he existed, he had charge of vehicle information. I heard rock music in the background, then a breezy girl's voice. "It's Bunbury from North House with a boring one for Mr. Hatt," I said. "That's all right, Bunbury. Mr. Hatt likes being bored. This is Alice. What can we do you for?" I gave Alice the number of the blue Toyota. I had barely spoken the final letter before she was reading the computer printout. "Anderson Sally, 9A Cambridge Street, off Bellevue Road, Bristol. Want the dirt?" "Yes, please." She gave it me. Insurance. Owner's phone number. Car's visible characteristics. First registered. Expiry date. No other cars registered in this name. At the motel desk, a spotty boy in a red dinner jacket gave me a thumbed street map of Bristol City.
I took a cab to Bristol Temple Meads railway station and walked from there. I was in an industrial desert made sumptuous by the night. Heavy lorries tore past me, spewing oily mud and plucking at my raincoat. As I walked, lane upon lane of orange-lit railway line opened below me, and I remembered Larry and his season ticket, Bath to Bristol, £71 a month. I tried to imagine him as a commuter. Where was business? Where was home? Anderson, Sally, 9A Cambridge Street. The road, which had begun as a viaduct, joined itself to the hillside. Directly above me stood a terrace of flat-fronted cottages. I entered a side street festooned with overhead cables, and a serious black boy of about 6 was sitting on the doorstep of the Ocean Fish Bar Chinese takeaway. "Is this Cambridge Street? Bellevue Road?" I smiled, but he didn't smile back. A bearded druid in a baggy Irish cap stepped a little too carefully out of Robin's off-license. "You want Cambridge Street?" "Yes." "You're bloody near standing on it, man." Following his instructions, I walked 50 yards and turned right. The cottages were on one side only. Each had 2 windows upstairs, a flat roof, a chimney stack, and a television aerial. Each was painted a different pastel shade. Front doors to the left, bay windows to the right. In most, as my eye ran along the line of them, the bay window was lit, or a bedroom was lit, or a television flickered and you felt a life behind the curtains. Only the last house stood in darkness, and it was 9A. Deliberately, a person with no secrets, I linked my hands behind my back and prepared to inspect the ranks. I'm a surveyor, a potential purchaser. Parked cars blocked the pavement. No blue Toyota. I walked slowly, making a show of reading the house numbers. I had reached the end of the row. 9A was a corner house, as every safe house should be. The drawn curtains in the upper windows were orange and unlined. Pale light from the street lamps shone on their poor fabric. There was no light from inside. I turned into the side street. Another upstairs window, unlit. A rendered wall, a side door. Among the dozen cars parked each side of the street, one had a plastic cover to protect it from the weather. With the toe of my shoe, I raised the cover and saw the buckled rear bumper and familiar registration number of Larry's blue Toyota. The side door of the house had neither a handle nor a keyhole. Passing it on my way back, I gave it a furtive push, but it was locked or bolted from inside. A smear of chalk in the shape of an L ran across the center panels. The lower stroke of the L tailed downwards. I touched the chalk mark. It was wax-based and resistant to rain. I turned back into Cambridge Street, marched confidently up to the front door, and pressed the bell. Nothing happened. Electricity's cut off. I gave the knocker a diffident tap-tap. I lifted the flap of the letterbox and let it slap shut. I rapped on the bay window. I called, "Hey, it's me!" More for the seeming than the being, for there were people going past me on the pavement. Still at the bay, I put my face against the glass and by the light from the street lamp squinted inside. The front door opened straight into the living room. I made out the ghostly shape of a portable typewriter on a desk, and below me to my left, a heap of mail. I looked again and saw what I had half seen the first time, Emma's piano stool.
set in front of the typewriter. Finally, assuming I had by now attracted the interest of the neighbours, I did what legitimate people do in such cases. I took out my diary, wrote in it, tore the page out, and dropped it through the letterbox. Then I walked off down the road to give their memories a rest. I took a brisk walk round the block, keeping at the centre of the road because I didn't like the shadows, till I had re-entered the street from the opposite end. I passed the side door a second time, looking not at the chalk mark, but in the direction indicated by the tail of the L. L for Larry. L for Larry's tradecraft, in the days when he and Chacheyev exchanged their secret materials by way of dead letterboxes and safety signals. The tail pointed downwards, and it ran diagonally towards my right foot, and at the toe of my right foot ran the skirting of the door, and underneath the skirting a flattened cigarette end protruded. I did not, however, possess Chacheyev's physical dexterity, so I did what middle-aged spies do the world over. I stooped, and made a show of fastening my shoelace, while with one hand I pinched hold of the cigarette end, and of the string that was inside it, and I tugged, to be rewarded, after a further length of string, with the flat Yale door key that was attached to it. Then, with the key concealed in my hand, I walked confidently round the corner to the front door. I closed the door behind me and stepped round the heap of mail on the floor. I dropped the light switch, but no light came. Fool that I was, I had brought no hand torch with me. I peered round, trying to let more light into my eyes. The only source was the street lamp, but its glow fell across the bay window, not into it. To see into the interior, my eyes had to scavenge light from the bay and hurry with it across the room, like carrying water in cupped hands. Her piano stool, intact, unscathed. I ran my hand over it. Her portable electric typewriter. It stood on a table, but I could hardly see the table for the papers on it, and I could hardly see the papers for the dust. Then I saw, on a tea trolley, a digital telephone with an answering machine attached to it, but no light burned on it because there was no electricity in the socket. My eyes were seeing more. I began to distinguish signs of hasty departure. Desk drawers pulled out and half emptied, documents spilled across the floor, the grate stuffed with charred paper. Scrawled messages on sticky paper, posted on an etching of Notre Dame, hung over the grate. I pulled off a couple and took them to the bay, but couldn't read them, except to see that the first was written by Emma and the second by Larry. Peeling off the rest in order, I stuck one on top of the other before dropping them into my pocket. I returned to the front door and gathered up a handful of letters. Miss Sally Anderson, I read crookedly. Free Prometheus Productions, 9A Cambridge Street. Postmark not Macclesfield, but Zurich. Terry Altman, Esquire, I read. Free Prometheus Productions. Terry Altman, who had been one of Larry's work names, and Prometheus, who for his trickery had been chained to a mountain in the high Caucasus. Printed matter from the BBC monitoring service at Caversham, headed Southern Russia West. A red and white pamphlet in Russian called Genocide in the Caucasus in blazing capitals, School of Soviet Agitprop, vintage 1950, except that it was dated February 93 and referred to the Holocaust of last October. I opened it at random and saw the stabbed and bloated bodies of small children. There was an interior door. I turned the handle. I was in a scullery. Through a window above the sink, more light poured from the street onto the flagstones. In the shelves, a selection of Larry's undemocratic self-indulgences, pepper sardines from a grand grocer in Jermyn Street, Oxford marmalade and Fortnum's English breakfast tea. In the fridge, rancid yogurt, sour milk. Beside it, a man-sized wooden door with bolts top and bottom. It was the side door I had inspected from the pavement. As I returned to the living room, I looked at my watch. 3 minutes was how long eternity had so far lasted. The stairs were in pitch darkness, rickety and uncarpeted. I counted 14 from ground level. I reached a landing, groped, felt a door, then a door handle. I pushed and entered Emma's bedroom in broad daylight, because the light from the street lamp poured straight into the window, passing through the threadbare curtains as if they didn't exist. On the floor lay a futon, and it was prepared the way she liked to prepare our bed when we were going to make love, sideways to the fire, lots of pillows, a white duvet. 2 books, one his side, one hers. For Larry, a red-cloth 1920-ish volume by one W.E.D. Allen with the unlikely title of Beled es Siba. For Emma, Fitzroy MacLean's To Caucasus, subtitled The End of All the Earth. A sepia poster, not of anyone I recognized, but a bearded, strong-jawed, dark-eyed modern prophet in what I took to be the traditional garb of a Caucasian hillsman, fur hat, skin waistcoat with loops for ammunition. Looking closer, I made out the name Bashir Haji in sharp Cyrillic script across the lower corner. Tugging it from its fastenings, I laid it on the bed. Clothes, I thought. Nobody who leaves in a hurry takes all his clothes. A curtain hung across a recess beside the chimney breast. I pulled it aside and took a sharp step backwards. I'm on Pretty, grappling with him. I've seized him by the lapels of his green Austrian raincoat that he calls his moleskin. It is a flowing, long-skirted, khaki-coloured affair, silky to the touch. As I haul him towards me, I hear a rent, and I laugh. As we fight, I have an image of it turning to shreds. And I saw it now, dry-cleaned, and none the worse for wear, hanging from a wire coat hanger. The rip. Where was the rip? I had distinctly heard cloth ripping. I could not find one tear, whether in the lining, the hem, or round the buttonholes, nor round the lapels where I had seized him. It's a different coat, I thought. Then I thought, when did Larry ever have two of anything except women? Beneath the kitchen sink I had found a roll of black plastic bin bags. Tearing one free, I stuffed the mail into it. On my knees before the fireplace, I scraped together the charred paper in the grate, and with huge care laid it in a second bag. I filled a third and fourth with files, and with papers strewn around the desk. I tossed in an SO diary and a signed account book which somebody had attempted to burn, and a pop-up Bakelite address book that I associated with neither Larry nor Emma until I realized it was Russian. I extracted the tape from the typewriter and put it in the third bin bag. I returned to the drawing room and made to unplug the answering machine, but on second thoughts picked it up, and by the glow of the street lamp identified the redial button on the telephone, lifted the receiver, and pressed redial. A number rang out. I heard a man's soft voice, foreign and well-spoken like Mr. Dawes. "Thank you for calling the offices of Hardware Carpets International. If you wish to leave a message or place an order, kindly speak after the tone." I unplugged the machine and set it on the kitchen table. My eye caught sight of a set of car keys hanging from a nail. The Toyota. I put them in my pocket. I rushed upstairs. There was no hard reason for this excessive haste, but perhaps if I hadn't run, I wouldn't have found the courage to walk. I stood at the bedroom window. Cambridge Street was deserted. This is where Emma stood when she was waiting for him to arrive, I thought. I bent down, intending to pick up the signed poster of the hillsman. Imagined or real, the scent of her body rose at me from the bedclothes. I folded the poster until it would fit into my pocket. I removed Larry's green raincoat from its hanger and slung it over my arm. I returned slowly downstairs and walked to the kitchen. I slid back the bolts of the side door. Leaving the door ajar, I walked down the pavement to the car, pulled off the cover, and saw Larry's buckskin boots lying on the back seat. I noted the caked mud on them, and I remembered how, as I dragged him bumping over the tussocks, his boots had come adrift. I walked into the kitchen, collected the answering machine, and walked back to the car with it. My courage almost exhausted, I returned to the house for the remainder of my load. Larry's moleskin raincoat, which I seemed to need as proof positive of his survival, and my 4 bin bags, which I carried by their necks. And now all I wanted in the world was to get into the car and drive myself and my treasures to a safe place. But I went back to the house yet again. I bolted the side door top and bottom from the inside, and walked back through the living room, passing Emma's piano stool on my way. I let myself out of the front door. I don't think I remember a longer 20 yards in my life than the distance from the front door of 9A to the blue Toyota. There's a hilltop on the Bristol side of the Mendips that gives one of the longest, most beautiful views in England, steeply downward over small fields and unspoiled villages. It was one of the places where I had driven Emma on sunny evenings, when we liked to hop in a car and go somewhere for the joy of it. In spring and summer, there's quite a traffic of young lovers up there. But by late October, between 1 and 7 in the morning, you may be pretty confident of privacy. By the courtesy light of the Toyota, I read the lovers' exchange of messages, one square of yellow paper after another stuck along the dashboard in the order in which I had removed them from the picture frame. Emma. A.M. expects your call 5:30 today. Who's A.M. then? I heard Bryant say. A.M., who's written all over his diary. Larry, do you love me? Emma. C.C. rang. Didn't say where from. Still no carpets. Larry, I am not obsessed by you. It's just that I can't get you out of my stupid head. Why won't you make love to me? Emma. A.M. rang. Carpets arrived. All present as promised. Because I'm off games. Wait till Thursday. Larry, can't. The hours crawled by, like all the useless hours I'd wasted waiting for spies to come and go. I had 2 beds in 2 hotels and couldn't sleep in either of them. Gathering Larry's moleskin over my shoulder like a cape, I tried repeatedly to go to sleep, in vain. By 8:30 I arrived at the entrance to the covered car park of a new shopping centre and embarked on the next leg of my odyssey. I bought shaving cream and razor blades for the seaming. I caught a cab to Clifton, collected my Sunbeam from the Eden, and drove it to the shopping centre. I parked the Sunbeam as close to the Toyota as I could, freed a reluctant trolley from its string of partners, placed it alongside the Toyota, dumped the 4 bin bags into it, boots, answering machine and green raincoat, and transferred the whole lot to the Sunbeam. Then, because I had no wish to draw attention to Miss Sally Anderson of Cambridge Street, I drove the Toyota to a filthy industrial estate beyond the city's parking zone, pulled the plastic cover over it, and wished it an unfond farewell. Then back to the supermarket car park, and so by Sunbeam to the Hotel Eden, where I parked, paid my bill with a Cranmer credit card, and took a cab to the motel, where I paid a second bill with Bestow's credit card. Thence to the Eden to collect my car, and so to Honeybrook, to sleep, perchance to dream. Or not, as Larry would say. On the verge opposite the main gates, 2 cyclists were busy doing nothing. In the hall, a note from Mrs. Benbow regretted that she would not be obliging me in the future. The rest of my mail was scarcely more cheerful. 2 demands from the Bristol Constabulary for payment of parking fines I had not incurred, a letter from the Office of the Value-Added Tax Inspector advising me that he proposed to launch a full investigation of my assets, income, outgoings, and receipts over the last 30 years, and a premature bill from Mr. Rose, my haulier, who had never been known to send a bill to anyone unless they went round to his home and threatened him with the collectors. A last envelope remained. Brown, poor quality, typed on an old portable. Postmark Helsinki. The flap tightly sealed, or, as I suspected, resealed. 1 sheet of paper inside, ruled, inky handwriting, headed Moscow and dated 6 days ago. Timothy, my friend, they have let loose an unjust hell on me. I am a prisoner in my own house, disgraced for nothing. If you have cause to come to Moscow, or if you are in touch with your former employers, please assist me by making my oppressors see reason. You can contact Sergei, who is arranging to post this letter for me. Phone him in English only, at the number you know, and mention only the name of your old friend and sparring partner, Peter. I continued staring at the letter. Peter, for Volodya Zorin. Peter, for talking on the telephone and arranging to meet in Shepherd Market. Peter, the victim of an unjust hell. Welcome to the club. I stood before the strip of old blackout curtain. Even tonight, Emma's privacy was as dear to me as it had ever been to her. To spy on her was to sin against all the convictions I had never held until I met her. Until now. Until, with the reverse of triumph, I tugged aside the curtain and peered down at 8 wine boxes I had blindly filled with the contents of her knee-hole desk that Sunday when she left me, and at the anonymous buff folder that Merriman had gaily dubbed my doggy bag, lying askew across the top of them. I opened it quickly. The way I had always imagined I might swallow poison. 5 unheaded A4 pages. Without even granting myself time to sit, I read them at one gulp, then again more slowly, waiting for the epiphany that would have me crying, "Cranmer, Cranmer, how could you have been so blind?" None came. Instead of some cheap textbook solution to Emma's mystery, I found only the affecting confirmation of things that I had assumed or known already. Transient lovers, the repeated involvements and escapes, the quest for absolutes in a world of botch and falsehood. Setting the folder aside, I found time to wonder what Merriman had imagined he was achieving by pressing it upon me. All it had done was rekindle the anguish that I felt for her, and my determination to save her from the consequence of whatever madness Larry had drawn her into. The 4 bin bags from Cambridge Street, their throats bound with ligatures of paper wire, stared at me like masked inquisitors. I ripped off their nooses and shook their contents to the floor. Only the bag of charred paper remained. Gingerly I tipped it out with my fingertips and stroked the unburned fragments into separate piles. On my hands and knees before the detritus of Emma's 2 unscripted disappearances, I launched myself upon the task of entering the secret world of my mistress and her hell-bent lover. I was reading as I had never read before. What my eye missed, my hands found and my head construed. I was doing in hours what once I would have done in weeks. If there was blind logic to my frenzy, there was also the dawning of a mad relief. Here is the explanation. Here at least is how and why and when and where. How much I was behind Larry and Emma, how much ahead of them, is something I couldn't measure. I knew, I half knew, then I knew nothing again. Or I had divined their actions, but was mystified by their purpose. Or I knew their purpose, but refused to countenance their motive. It was too mad, too alien, too wantonly obscure to be believed. Or suddenly I would discover myself sitting back in my chair, and against all reason, grinning beatifically at the ceiling. I was not the target. I was not the object of their deception. They were after bigger game than me. Cranmer was just a not very innocent bystander. Sheets of figures, business letters, letters from banks and copy letters back to them, literature from something called the Survival for Tribal People Association, literature from Munich, the Esso Diary, a marked calendar, a pop-up address book, Larry's crazy scrawls, a child's exercise book, but the child was Emma. It was sandwiched inside a bunch of files and came loose when I started to sort through them. Amid household notes and musical jottings, I had stumbled on random messages to her former lover, Cranmer. Tim, I try to understand what's happened to us so that I can explain to you, but then I think, why should I explain anything to you? And the next minute I think, I'll just say it straight out anyway, which is what I've decided to do. I turned a couple of pages, Emma to Emma. Everything in my life has prepared me for this. Every wrong lover, wrong step, my bad side and my good side, all my sides, are marching in the same direction for as long as I march with Larry. When Larry says he doesn't believe words, I don't believe them either. Larry is action, action is character, in music, in love, in life. But Emma to Emma only sounded like a parody of Larry. Emma to Tim. What you left in me was a huge, yawning gap where I had kept my love for you until I realized you weren't there. How much I guessed about you and how much you told me or Larry did doesn't matter, except that Larry never betrayed you in the way you think, and never in the way you... Oh, sure, I thought savagely. Well, he wouldn't, would he? I mean, stealing his best friend's girl isn't betrayal, any more than stealing £37 million and making you his accomplice is. 6 pages of Larry-inspired self-absorption went by before she braced herself to address me again. You see, Tim, Larry is life continued. He is life made real again. And just to be with him is to be travelling and taking part, because where Tim avoids, Larry engages, and where Tim... signal ends again. Where Tim what? What was left of me to destroy that she hadn't destroyed already? Emma as artist,
Emma as mistress of the Freudian doodle. For us, she has written. A lighthouse is the most charitable description of it. It rises proudly up the centre of the page. It has 4 slender, tapering walls with windows not unlike my arrow slits. It has a conical tip like a helmet. On the ground floor, she has drawn a soulful cow. On the first floor, Larry and Emma are eating out of bowls. On the second floor, they're embracing. And on the top floor, naked as in paradise, they're keeping watch from opposite windows. But for when? For what? An indignant Larry dissertation on the origin of the word Ingush, which turns out to be a Russian notion imposed by the invader. Ingush, it seems, is simply the Ingush word for people, as Chechen is the Chechen word for people. The Ingush word for the people of Ingushetia is evidently Galgai. Larry is incensed by such insensitivity on the part of the Russians. I was reading burnt paper. Sometimes I had to hold it to the light. Sometimes I was obliged to use a magnifying glass or complete a garbled sentence for myself. I was reading letters and numbers. Her italic handwriting was clear despite the flames. Against each entry, a tick or cross. And along the bottom of the page, the words, "Order confirmed by A.M., September 14, 10:30 a.m., his phone call." Grand total, 4.5 approx, I read at the foot of the following page. Her numbers were italic, too. 4.5 watts, damn you, I asked, angry with her at long last. Thousands? Millions? A few of the 37 and rising? Then why did Larry have to sell your jewelry for you? Why did he have to give away his office gratuity? The image was forming. Perhaps it had formed already. Perhaps the what was there, and only the why remained. I was listening. Outside my arrow slits, the world was going to the devil. The chapel tower grumbled, shutters banged, gutters overflowed, and gargoyles could not spew out the rushing water fast enough. But all I was thinking was, Emma, it's you. And all I was hearing was Emma, speaking on the answering machine from Cambridge Street, in a voice so lovely that I wanted to hold the machine against my face, a warm and patient voice addressed to people who might not speak much English, or be conversant with such Western mysteries as the answering machine. After Emma, the same message again, read to us by Larry in Russian. After he had spoken Russian, he spoke again, in a language of which I didn't understand a syllable. Nevertheless, I couldn't mistake the pulse of conspiracy that he managed to squeeze into such a formal little message. I switched to the incoming messages. Sally, a guttural foreign voice, male, thick and urgent, speaking English. Here is Issa. Our chief leader will visit to Nazran tomorrow. He will speak secretly to council. Tell this to Misha, please. Click. Misha, I thought. One of Chechev's cover names for Larry. Nazran, temporary capital of Ingushetia in the North Caucasus barrier. A different voice, male and dead-tired, speaking unguttural Russian in a drenched murmur. Misha, I have news. The carpets have arrived on the mountain. The boys are happy. Greetings from our chief leader. Click. A man is speaking breezy English with a slight Oriental accent. Mr. Dawes's sound-alike from the redial call I had made in Cambridge Street. Hello, Sally, this is Hardwell calling from the car, it announced proudly, as if the telephone or the car were a brand-new acquisition. Message just in from our suppliers saying stand by for next week. Time for some more money talk, I think. Cheers. Click. And after him again, Chechev's voice, as I had heard it countless times in telephone and microphone intercepts. He is speaking in English, but as I go on listening, his voice has the unnatural courtesy of a man under fire. Sally, good morning. This is C.C. I need to get a message to Misha quickly, please. He must not go north. If he has started his journey, he should please discontinue it. This is an order from our chief leader. Please, Sally. Click. Chechev again. The calm, if anything, more pronounced. The pace slower. C.C. for Misha. Misha, take heed, please. The forest is watching us. Do you hear me, Misha? We are betrayed. The forest is on its way to the north, and in Moscow everything is known. Don't go north, Misha. Don't be foolhardy. The important thing is to get to safety and fight another day. Come to us and we shall take care of you. Sally, please tell this to Misha urgently. Tell him to use the preparation we have already agreed.
Click. End of message. End of all messages. The forest is northward bound, and Burnham Wood has come to Dunsinane, and Larry has or hasn't got the message. And Emma, I wonder? What has she got? I was counting money, bills, letters, check stubs. I was reading burned letters from banks. Dear Miss Stoner. The top right corner of the page charred, writer's address incomplete except for the letters Zbank and the words DP, Genève. Miss Stoner's address, 9A Cambridge Street, Bristol. Dear Miss Roylott. Oh, quite right. Miss Roylott is Miss Stoner's natural companion. It's Christmas evening before the big fire in the drawing room at Honeybrook. Emma sits in the Queen Anne wing chair while I read Conan Doyle's Speckled Band, in which Sherlock Holmes rescues the beautiful Miss Stoner from the murderous designs of Dr. Grimsby Roylott. I was collecting carpets, kilims, hamadans, beluches, kolyais, Azerbaijans, gebes, bakhtiaris, basmakis, and dozemialtis. Notes about carpets, scribbled memos about carpets, phone messages. Have the kilims arrived? Are they on their way? Last week you said next week. Our chief leader is distraught. Issa is also distraught because Magomed has no carpet to sit on. CC rang. OCL ecstatic. Carpets being unpacked this moment. Excellent storage found at high altitude. Everything intact. When can he expect more? Dear Prometheus. Badly burned letter on plain white paper. Electronic type. The signature a jagged hieroglyph resembling 3 pyramids side by side. Sender's address, the Hardware Company. Box number illegible. Field. Peter's Field? Mare's Field? Some other English field? It was Macclesfield, I hear Jamie Pringle say, in port-fed tones. Used to screw a girl there. And below the signature, an internal office memo, Larry to Emma in his impatient scrawl. M. Vital. Can we scrape this together while we wait for C.C. to lay his egg? L. Exit her jewelry, I thought. Exit his gratuity. And at long last a precious date, scribbled in Larry's relentless hand, July the 18th, a few days before Larry drew his Judas money. And yes, they scraped it together. Witness the uncharred, perfectly preserved half-page of carpet purchases in Emma's precise italic. And at the bottom of the page, also in her handwriting, total payment to Macclesfield so far, £14 million, 976,000. My darling, Larry in his steady hand, the one he used for writing his State of the Universe letters to me. There is something I have to say to you as we get deeper into this. So see this as my letter at the crossroads, offering you a last chance to turn back. It happens to be the Ingush, and I needn't tell you that I incline to people who have no voice in the world. The Ingush right to survive is my right and your right, and the right of any good free soul not to conform with the vile forces of uniformization. It happens to be the Ingush because I love their love of freedom, because they never had a feudal system or an aristocracy, because they love forests and climb mountains and do a lot of things with their lives that the rest of us should do, in preference to studying global security and listening to Pettifer talk platitudes. It happens to be the Ingush because the sins committed against them are so incontestably awful that there's no earthly point in casting round for a bigger injustice committed against someone else. Now I was terrified, but for Emma, not myself. My stomach churned. The hand that held the letter was damp with sweat. It happens to be the Ingush, and not the marsh Arabs or the common whale, as Tim kindly suggested, because I've seen them in their little valley towns and in their mountains, and I saw a kind of paradise and must take it in my care. In life, as we both know, it's the luck of the draw. Who you meet and when and how much you have left to give, and the point at which you say, to hell with everything, this is where I go the distance, this is where I stick. You know those old photos of fellows in their great big mountain capes, their burqas? Well, in an uneven fight, when a warrior is surrounded by enemies, he'll throw his burqa on the ground and stand on it to show he won't retreat one step from the surface covered by his burqa. Me, I throw down my burqa somewhere on the road to Vladikavkaz, whatever the risk and whatever the cost. Outside the tower, bats squeaked, owls hooted, but the sounds I was listening to were within my head, the drumbeat of revolt, the cry to arms. It happens to be the Ingush, because they exemplify everything most shabby about our post-Cold War world. All through the Cold War, it was our Western boast that we defended the underdog against the bully. The boast was a bloody lie. Again and again during the Cold War, and after it, the West made common cause with the bully in favor of what we call stability, to the despair and disillusionment of the people we claimed to be protecting. How many times had I been forced to listen to these turgid expositions and closed my ears to them? So many, I suppose, that I had forgotten their effects upon ears as wide open as Emma's. The Ingush refuse to be rationalized out of existence, and what they're fighting against, whether they know it or not, is a whorehouse alliance between a rotten Russian empire marching to its old tunes and a Western leadership that in its dealings with the rest of the world has proclaimed moral indifference to be its decent Christian right. And that's what I'll be fighting too. Which is all to say, I love you, but look out for me, because where I'm heading there isn't a lot of turning back. Amen and out. L. You mad, bloody Pied Piper, I whispered. Where in God's name have you taken her? I was remembering, staring at the green raincoat, and remembering. Hey, Timbo! Just the appellation grates on my nerves. Yes, Larry. It's a bloody Sunday, and as I realize now, our last one. Larry has driven Emma down from London. He just happened to be in town. He just happened to have a car. So instead of driving himself to Bath, he has driven Emma to me. How he found her out in London, I've no idea. Neither do I know how long they have been together. Great news, Larry announces. Really? Oh, good. I've appointed Emma our ambassador to the court of St. James. Her parish will include the Americas, Europe, Africa, most of Asia, won't it, Em? Oh, great, I say. I've found her a duplicator. All we need now is some headed notepaper, and we can join the United Nations, right, Em? Oh, marvellous, I say. Here, read all about it, says Larry, delving in his scuffed Gladstone bag, and he hands me a white booklet called A People's Calvary. Which people is not clear to me. Well, thank you both very much, I say. It shall be my bedtime reading this very night. But once back in my study, I stuff the document deep in the file and forget compartment of my bookshelf to take its place among other unreadable pamphlets Larry has pressed on me over the years. I was running. I was dodging through rain and darkness to the house. With squelching feet, I hastened across the great hall, down the flagstone corridor to my study, and found what I was looking for in the shelves behind my desk, the shiny, white-bound, desk-printed booklet called A People's Calvary. A quick glance inside, my first. 3 Russian writers were credited, translated by no less a hand than Larry's. Stuffing it under my pullover, I squelched back to the kitchen and let myself once more into the night. Regaining the priest hole, I made an anxious tour of my arrow slits before putting on the light, but saw nothing I dared call a living man. Back at my trestled table, I opened the white booklet and spread it flat. I turned the pages impatiently. All right, another insoluble human tragedy. The world's full of them. The margins defaced by Larry's childish annotations, I suspected for my benefit. Belatedly, I identified the typeface. Emma's portable. She must have typed it for him while they were in London. Then, when they came back, they thoughtfully presented me with my complimentary copy. Jolly nice of them. Once again, I can't tell you how much I knew by now, or to what extent my disbelieving spirit still demanded proof of what it knew but refused point-blank to acknowledge. But I know that as I uncovered one clue after the other, I began to see myself as the creator of their folly, as the essential bigot who by his intolerance brings about the circumstance he most deplores. I had returned to A People's Calvary. I was reading history, and reading it too fast, and history was not my mood, even if the past explained the present. Academic arguments about the founding of the city of Vladikavkaz, talk of the bravery of the plains-dwelling Ingush of the 18th and 19th centuries when they were forced to take up arms to defend their villages, talk of the contested Prigorod region, now the great bone of contention between Ossetians and Ingush, talk of places that might indeed be only the size of a letter on a map, yet when their inhabitants rose up, the power of the entire Russian Empire was held to ransom. Talk of the hopes raised by the coming of Soviet communism, and how these hopes were dashed when the Red Tsars turned out to be just as terrible as their white predecessors. Suddenly, out of my temporary frustration, came a burst of light, and I leapt once more excitedly to my feet. Crammed against the stone wall stood the old-school trunk I had used as a filing box for my CC archive. From it I extracted a bunch of folders. One contained surveillance reports, a second character notes, a third microphone intercepts. Armed with the intercepts, I sped back to the trestle table and resumed my reading, except that this time in my memory I am listening to Tchetcheyev's modulated Russian voice as he and Larry sit in their bugged hotel room at Heathrow, drinking malt whiskey out of tooth mugs. At this particular meeting, according to Larry's later account of it, C.C. has pulled a bunch of faded photographs from his wallet. "This is my family, Larry. This is my all," translator's gratuitous note, village, as it was in my father's day. This is our house that is still occupied by Ossetians. Here are my brothers and sisters, and here is the railroad that deported my people to Kazakhstan. So many died on the journey that the Russians had to keep stopping the train to bury them in mass graves. And here is the place where my father was shot. After the photographs, C.C. takes his diplomatic pass from his pocket and waves it in Larry's face. "You think I was born in 1946. That's not so. 1946 is for my cover here. I was born in 1944, and I was born not in Tbilisi, but in a freezing cattle truck headed for the frozen steppes of Kazakhstan. Do you know what happened on the 23rd of February 1944 when I was being born? I'll tell you. The entire Ingush and Chechen nations were declared criminal by edict of Joseph Stalin and carted thousands of miles from their fertile Caucasian plains to be resettled in wastelands north of the Aral Sea." I skipped a page or two and read greedily on. "In October 43, the Stalinists had already deported the Karachais. In March 44, they took the Balkars, and in February they came for the Chechen and the Ingush." I flipped a half page. "The old ones and the sick were spared the journey. They were herded into a nice building which was set on fire to keep them warm. Then the buildings were sprayed with machine gun bullets. My father was a bit luckier. The NKVD shot him in the back of the neck for not wanting his pregnant wife to be forced onto the train. When my mother saw my father's corpse, she decided she was lonely, so she produced me. The widow woman's son was born on the cattle truck that carried him to exile. Those who survived the journey were put to work in a gulag, planting the frozen steppes, mining gold 16 hours a day, which is why the Ingush to this day deal in gold. They were classed as slave laborers on account of their alleged collaboration with the Germans, but the Ingush fought well against the Germans. They just hated Stalin and the Russians more." A long silence while the two men drink. Eventually C.C. resumes his narrative. "In 1953, Stalin died. 3 years later, Khrushchev denounced him, and shortly afterwards the Chechen-Ingush Autonomous Republic resumed its rightful place on the maps. We come home from Kazakhstan. That's a long walk, but we make it, even if some of us arrive a bit late. My mother dies on the way, and I swear to her that I shall bury her in her homeland. But when we arrive, the doors of our houses are locked against us, and Ossetian faces look out of our windows. We're beggars, sleeping in our streets, poaching in our fields. Never mind the law says the Ossetians have got to go. They don't like the law. They don't recognize the law. They recognize guns, and Moscow has given the Ossetians many guns and taken away ours." I was in spasm. My back was screaming murder at me, and I was screaming murder in reply. But I had found the file I was looking for. LP, Last Debriefings, I had written on the cover. Yet for all my eagerness, I had to punt myself along the wall like a wounded crow in order to carry it to the trestle table. I was leaning low over the table, taking as much weight off my spine as I could, but the pains in my back were nothing compared with the shame and anguish in my soul as I stared at the accumulating evidence of my culpable blindness. Asked LP whether he could decently duck the Caucasus trip that CC is so keen on. I didn't say so, but customer interest in region very low and already oversupplied by satellite, HUMINT, SIGINT, and a flood of reports from U.S. oil companies operating or prospecting in the region. LP not receptive. LP, quote, I owe it to him, Timbo. I've promised him for years and never gone. That's what he cares about. They're who he is. Licking my fingertips, I clawed painfully through the pages till I came to my account of the debriefing 3 weeks later. LP has violently overreacted to Caucasus trip, predictably in his present menopausal mood. Nothing in scale for him, everything a first and last. Saddest, most exciting, most moving, tragic experience of my career, etc. Masses to report. Seething unrest. Balloon will go up again any minute. Ethnic, tribal, and religious tension everywhere. Russian occupiers' total oafs. Plight of Ingush archetypal for plight of all small, oppressed Muslim nations in region, etc. Footnote to source report. Head of evaluation ex-Soviet target told me off the record she was unlikely to file. But Cranmer had filed and forgotten. Cranmer, in his criminally negligent myopia, had consigned the cause of the Ingush people to the dustbin of history, and LP with it, then buried his stupid head in the sweet earth of Somerset. A picture postcard, torn once vertically, addressed to Sally Anderson in Cambridge Street and showing a dressed couple lying in a field. Postmark Macclesfield. Provenance Emma's wastepaper basket. M. Crucial. A.M. needs another 50,000 in his account by Friday noon. Miss your beautiful eyes, L. P.S. Henceforth he's nutty as in F-cake. Tough, nutty to crack. I made a brief mental pause as other old memories began to wake inside my head. A.M. who is nutty, who is tough to crack, who speaks like Mr. Does, and has a new telephone in his car. The memories stirred, ordered themselves, and were set aside to wait their turn. A folder of reports from the BBC monitoring service, and the marked extracts like the crematorium music of every border war across the globe. Combat operations in Prigorodny Rayon continued 1st November. The fire points of the Ingush irregulars are being suppressed. Many casualties, both killed and wounded, have been registered in many villages. Exchanges of fire continue in conflict zone. Airborne regiments meeting stiff resistance. Rocket artillery used against Ingush villages. Russian premier rules out review of existing borders. Russian armored column moves into Ingushetia. Ingush refugees take to mountains. Onset of winter fails to temper conflict. Tim Cranmer, you prizest fool, I thought. How about your purblind innocence? You who used to pride yourself on never missing a trick. Perhaps it was this anger with myself that made me lift my head in such a hurry. I lifted my head and listened, and what I heard I don't know, but I heard it. Clutching the wall, I embarked on another laborious cripple's tour of my 6 arrow-slit windows. Gradually I made out the shapes of 3 men placed at intervals around the chapel. They were 50 yards apart and 80 yards away from me. As I watched, the man at the center took a stride forward and was imitated by his comrades either side of him. I looked at my house. By the porch light I saw a 4th man standing by my car. I glanced at the turmoil of papers on the floor, at my makeshift archive in disarray, my school tuck box spilling over with files. Resisting a ridiculous impulse to tidy them, I made a swift collection of essential documents. Barstow's escape briefcase stood open beside the door. I stuffed the documents into it together with some spare ammunition, then slipped the .38 into my waistband. As I did so, an instinct reminded me of Zorian's letter nestling in my pocket. Returning to the tuck box, I delved into it and came upon a folder marked Peter. I removed Zorian's personal particulars sheet and added it to the essential documents in the briefcase. I switched off my light and took a last look outside. The men were converging on the chapel. Briefcase in hand, I groped my way down the spiral staircase to the vestry. Closing the coat cupboard behind me, I grabbed a box of matches and stepped into the church. I was ahead of them. With the moonlight to help me, I unlocked the west door, then made swiftly for the pulpit. I climbed the 4 creaking steps and set the briefcase out of sight against the front panels. I went to the altar and lit the candles calmly. No shake. Choosing a pew on the north side, I knelt down, put my face in my hands, and for want of a closer definition of what was going on inside my head, prayed for my deliverance, if only so that I could deliver Emma and Larry from their insanity. In good time I heard the throaty clunk of the west door as it was opened from outside, then the screech of hinges that I had always been careful not to oil, since they provided such an excellent early warning system. And after the screech, I heard a pair of feet advance a couple of steps and pause, then splash towards me down the aisle. The next thing I knew was a heavy weight descending unceremoniously on the kneeling board at my left side, and a pair of rain-coated elbows thumping onto the ledge next to my own, and Munslow's face glowering at me from just a couple of inches away. "All right, Cranmer. What's this God bit suddenly?" I sat back. "For pity's sake," I whispered. But this only annoyed him further. "Don't give me that crap. I've checked. There's not a whiff of God on your file. What are you cooking up? Got someone tucked away here, have you? Pettifer? Comrade Chicheyev? Your little lady friend Emma that nobody can find? 6 hours you've done down here so far tonight. The bloody Pope doesn't do that much." I preserved my weary, inward tone. "I've got things on my mind, Andy. Leave me alone. I won't be interrogated about my faith by you or anyone." "Oh, yes, you will. Your old employers would like very much to interrogate you about your faith and a few other things that are troubling them. Starting tomorrow, 11 a.m., and continuing for as long as it takes. Meanwhile, you've got yourself a few house guests in case you take it into your head to do a runner. Orders." He stood up. "I need to talk to you, Andy. Time to get it off my chest. How many are you?" 4. What's that got to do with it?" But there was greed in his voice. At his feet he saw the kneeling penitent who was about to make his reputation for him. "I'd rather talk to you here, Andy," I said. "Tell them to go back to the house and wait for us." Still on my knees, I listened to him bark graceless commands over his intercom. I waited till I heard an acknowledgement before I drew my gun and thrust the barrel into his groin. I stood up until our faces were very little distance apart. "Give me your jacket, Andy." He did so, and I laid it on the pew. With the gun still at his groin, I pulled the communication harness from his chest and put it with the jacket. "Put your hands on your head, turn round, and walk towards the door." He again did as I asked, and watched me while I locked the west door from the inside and removed the key. Then I walked him to the vestry and locked him into it. It's a fine door to the vestry, and there's no window. "If you yell, I'll shoot you through the door," I told him, and I suppose the fool believed me because he kept quiet. Hastening to the pulpit, I drew the briefcase from its hiding place, and leaving the altar candles burning, let myself out of the east door, which I locked from the outside as a further precaution. A bridle path ran out of sight along the vineyard wall to the home farm where our casking and bottling was done. I followed it at a trot. With a key from my chain, I unlocked the double doors to the tithe barn. Inside stood a Volkswagen van, property of Honeybrook Estates, and my occasional runabout. Since my tryst with Larry, I had kept the petrol tank full and a spare jerry can in the back, together with a suitcase of spare clothes, for there is nothing worse, when you're on the run, than being short of decent clothes. I drove without lights to the lane, and still without lights for another mile to the crossroads. I took the old Mendip road, past Priddy Pool without a glance, and kept driving till I came to Bristol Airport, where I left the van in the long-term car park and bought myself a seat on the first flight of the day to Belfast in the name of Cranmer. I took a crowded bus to Bristol Temple Meads and boarded a local train to Weston-super-Mare. It was packed with Welshmen singing hymns in harmony. I took a bus to Reading, and as Bairstow booked myself into a garish traveller's hotel where I tried to sleep. But the terror pulsed in me like another heart, and it was terror of the worst kind. I put on all the lights and made myself foul tea with a tea bag and artificial milk, then set myself to revisiting the bundles of paper I had stuffed into the briefcase on my departure from the priest hole. And when morning came, I wrote my bank a long letter of instruction, providing, among other things, for Mrs. Benbow, Ted Langston, and the Toller girls. I sealed the envelope, addressed it, posted it in the centre of the town. At 5 o'clock, in a red Ford hired in the name of Bairstow, I left Reading on the evening tide. "Oh, marvellous, Tim," Claire Dugdale had cried, when I telephoned her from the Reading call box, saying I just happened to be in the area. "Simon will be over the moon. He hasn't had anybody talk for weeks. Do you mind fish? Simon's got a new thing about his heart. Shall you be alone, Tim, or are you with?" In Maidenhead, I parked at the railway station and took a taxi to the hideous 50s barracks where they lived. The door opened, and the au pair eyed me with slothful curiosity. Anna Greta. Still here, my goodness. How splendid. I stepped round her into the hall. As I did so, Claire came charging down the stairs and flung her arms round me. Taking my hand and leading me upstairs, she said, "You're still terribly young, Tim. And Si says you found an absolutely super, frightfully young girl. I think that's awfully clever of you. Petronella, look who's here." She carried my hand round to my backside and pinched me. "It isn't fish, it's duck. I decided Si's heart could lump it for once." Petronella emerged scowling from the bathroom, dressed in a towel and Mackintosh hat. She was an ungrateful child of 10, with wire round her teeth. "Why are you kissing my mother?" "Because we're very old friends, pet darling," Claire replied. The duck must have been frozen because parts of it still were. As we hacked our way through the bleeding limbs, I remembered that this was how we'd always eaten when we ate our frightful meals together, potatoes boiled to sludge and school cabbage floating in a green lake. "Why are you here?" Simon asked, in his dry, nasal voice. "Visiting a spinster aunt, actually." "Not another filthy rich one, Tim," said Claire. "No, this one's indigent. Actually, she's a cousin of my mother's." "So let's hear about this underage girl you shacked up with," Claire cut in recklessly. "Simon's absolutely green with envy. Aren't you, Si?" "Not in the least," said Simon. "She's beautiful, she's musical, she can't cook, and I adore her," I proclaimed gaily, grateful to have an opportunity to extol Emma's virtues. "What else do you want to know?" The door opened and Petronella stormed in, her blonde hair brushed over her dressing gown. "You're making so much noise I can't sleep," she protested, stamping her foot. "You're doing it on purpose." Claire led Petronella back to bed. "Simon, I've got a bit of office shop I need to try out on you," I said. "Could we possibly have quarter of an hour together alone?" Simon washed while I dried. We seemed to be washing up several meals at once. "What do you want?" said Simon. "I've been approached by someone who wants to be paid a lot of money for some information," I said. "I thought you'd retired." "I have. It's an old case come alive." "What's he trying to sell you?" "A forthcoming armed uprising in the North Caucasus, the Ingush against the Russians and Ossetians, with a little help from the Chechen." "Tried it in 92 and were trounced. No arms, only what they'd pinched or bought at the back door. Whereas, thanks to Moscow, the Ossetians were armed to the teeth. Still are. Well, my source insists that this time the English are going for broke. They've got a new leader, a man called Bashir Haji." "Oh, Bashir's yesterday's hero," said Simon. "Brave as a lion, great on a horse, black belt Sufist. But when it comes to fighting Russian rocketry and helicopter cavalry, he can't lead a brass band." I tried another tack. Perhaps I needed to hear an affirmation of Larry's emotional logic. "What about the justice of the Ingush cause?" "You mean, how has history treated the Ingush?" Yes. He seized a roasting tray and attacked it with a scourer. 300 years of having the living shit beaten out of them by the Tsars, frequently returned the compliment, enter the comms, false interlude of serendipity, then business as usual. Deported by Stalin in 44, declared a nation of criminals, 13 years in the wilderness, rehabilitated by decree of Supreme Soviet, and allowed to empty the dustbins. Comms go down the tube, enter Yeltsin. Russian parliament passes fuzzy resolution restoring dispossessed peoples. Supreme Soviet adopts law favouring an English republic within Russian Federation. Hooray! 5 minutes later, Yeltsin puts the knockers on it with a presidential decree forbidding border changes in the Caucasus. Not so hooray. Morally, the English case is unassailable, but in the world of conflicting compromises, which it's my misfortune to inhabit, that means approximately bugger all. He was crouching, packing saucepans into a pitch-dark cupboard at floor level. There's a warning out about you. Anyone who sights you is supposed to tell personnel department, he said. And will you? I asked. Shouldn't think so. You're Claire's friend, not mine. Just tell me whether it's true. What? Are the English planning something serious? Could they do that, if they had the guns? It's quite an interesting one, that, actually, he conceded. From stuff we're getting in, Bashir seems to be raising a pretty good head of steam. Despite himself, you may be onto something. What's the forest? Are you mad? Why would an English warn somebody about the forest? Ossetian Ku Klux Klan. Shadowy mob, fed and watered by the KGB. If you wake up tomorrow morning with your balls in your mouth, which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world in my view, it will like as not be the work of the forest. After you. Claire was in the drawing room, watching a black and white television set. Oh, Tim, darling, do let me run you to the station. We've hardly talked at all. I'm ordering a cab for him, said Simon at the telephone. The cab came, and she took my arm and led me to it while Simon stayed indoors. I always think of you as a man who does things, Claire whispered in my ear while she chewed it half to pieces. Poor Si is so academic. I felt nothing for her. Some other Cranmer had slept with her. It was midnight. I was approaching Chiswick. Pulling off the main road, I wove through a chicane and entered a private estate. The house was an over-decorated Edwardian gem. I parked, fished the .38 from my briefcase, jammed it in my waistband, and took the briefcase in my left hand. Lights burned over the back door and on the garage to my left. I hastened to a window and peered inside. No car. He's out to dinner. He's been summoned to a war party. Help, help, Cranmer's flown the coop. I propped myself against the wall, my eyes trained on the front gate. I could wait for hours like this. I heard a car. I saw its headlights bounce towards me down the unmade road. I pressed myself more tightly yet against the garage wall. The car drove on to stop 50 yards up the road. A second car appeared. White lights, 2 seats, a quieter engine. Merriman's over-polished Rover car bucked through the front gate. It had Jake Merriman at the wheel and no one else aboard. He drove into the garage. He doused the headlights. Just don't be alarmed, Jake, I said. I had opened the door for him and was holding the gun a few inches from his head. I won't be, he said. Switch the interior light to full time. Give me the car key. Put your hands on the steering wheel. I sat behind him, holding the gun to the nape of his neck. I put my left forearm across his throat and gently drew his head to me until we were cheek to cheek. Munslow tells me you've been looking for Emma, I said. Then he's a bloody little fool. Where is she? Nowhere. We're looking for Pettifer, too, in case you haven't noticed. We haven't found him either. We'll be looking for you after tonight. Do you know what I did yesterday, Jake? I wrote a frank letter to the Chief Constable of Somerset, copied to the Guardian newspaper. I described how a few of us in the office had decided to rip off the Russian embassy with a little help from Tchetchev. I took the liberty of mentioning your name. Then you're a stupid little sod. The letters will be posted at 9 tomorrow morning unless I say the word. I shan't say the magic word unless you tell me what you know about Emma. I've told you everything we know about Emma. I've given you a bloody file on Emma. She's a tart. What more do you want to know? I want an update. And please don't call her a tart, Jake. Call her a nice lady, or something. She was in Paris, phoning from a public box in the Gare du Nord. You trained her well. Larry did, I thought. When? October. We're in October now. When in October, Jake? Mid. The 12th. How do you know it was the 12th? The Americans picked her up on a random sweep. We gave them a sample of her voice print. They backtracked through their intercepts. Out popped your precious Emma, speaking with a phony Scottish accent. Who was she calling? Philip somebody. I didn't remember a Philip. What did she say? Give me her words. I'm going back to where I came from. I'm making a new start. To which our Philip says, right, which is what the lower classes say these days. She's waiting for you, you'll be pleased to hear. Totally devoted to you, enslaved. I was proud of you. Her words, I said. I'll wait for him as long as it takes, spoken with the most marvellous conviction. I'll do a Penelope for him, even if it's years. I'll weave by day and I'll unpick by night until he comes for me. With the gun in my hand and the briefcase flying out behind me, I pelted to my car. I drove south till I came to the outskirts of Bournemouth, where I checked into a bungalow motel with crematorium music in the corridors and mauve nightlights marking the fire exits. I'm coming for you, I told her. Hang on. For pity's sake, Emma, hang on. Paris, Merriman had said. A public phone box in the Gare du Nord. You trained her well. Paris, I thought, for her new beginning. Dee's place, she is saying, where I was made alive again. Who's Dee, I ask. Dee's a saint, she says. Dee saved me when I was flat on the deck. I'm making a new start, Merriman is saying in his perfumed voice, quoting Emma. I'm going back to where I came from. A grey morning with no sun. A long drive lifting to the house. The mock Tudor mansion rose before me amid misted lawns, and the tennis court where no one ever played, and the pool where no one swam. A flaccid Union Jack dangled from a tall white mast. Behind the house, golf links and dunes. In the distance, a ghostly old battleship stuck halfway up the sky. It had been there ever since I first ventured up the same hill 15 years ago, and timidly suggested to Ocky Hedges, widower, bereaved father, and one of the biggest crooks in the illegal arms business, that he might consider putting a little back by assisting us in certain matters not unrelated to the arms trade. A tall young man in a blazer marched me across the hall. 2 life-sized bronze warriors with bows and arrows guarded the double doors to Ocky's panelled study. Jason, bring us a nice tray of tea, please, Ocky said, grasping my hand and upper arm at the same time. How are you, son? You'll stay for lunch, I've told them. He was stocky and powerful and 70, a pint-sized dictator in a tailor-made brown suit with a gold watch chain across the flat stomach of his double-breasted waistcoat. I've never been more glad to see anyone than what I am you, Tim, Ocky said. He spoke like a British Airlines steward, oscillating between social classes as if they were wavelengths. That young fellow you introduced me to is as much use as a wet weekend. He needs a good barber for a start. We sat down, and I listened dutifully to a recitation of my luckless successor's failings. I don't suppose you're going to tell me you're back in harness, are you? Not in the long term, I said cautiously. Pity. All right, what's your angle? You never came here without a need, that I remember, and I never sent you empty away. I glanced at the door and lowered my voice. It's right off the record, Ocky. It's ultra-delicate. They wanted you and me and no one else. If that's going to bother you, you better say so now. Bother me? You're joking. I need an update on somebody we used to have an interest in, back in the old days. Who? He's half a Brit and half a Turk, I said, playing to Ocky's appalling views on race. He was cosy with certain people in Dublin, cosier still with certain Russian diplomats in London. He had an interest in a shipment of arms and explosives out of Cyprus bound for the Irish Sea. You took a piece of it, remember? Ocky was already smiling a rather cruel smile. Via Bergen, he said, a greasy little carpet seller, name of Aitken Mustafa May. payment to A.M. Macclesfield, I was thinking, as I dutifully congratulated Ockie on his prodigious memory. We need your ear to the tracks, Ockie, I was saying. His private addresses, trade addresses, the name of his Siamese cat, if he's got one. Ockie retired to a side room and closed the door and made telephone calls that I could only faintly hear. "Your Mr. May is on a shopping spree," he announced when he returned. "Who for?" "The Russian mafia." "But Russia's awash with guns and everything else. The military's been selling them off to all comers for years." "There's mafias and mafias over there. Maybe there's mafias with hard currency who'd like to pay for a little superiority." He studied his notes. "But which mafia, Ockie? There are dozens." "That's all I know. Mafias. Officially, his client is a major nation that wishes to remain below the skyline, so his nominal end user is Jordan. Unofficially, it's mafia, and he's in over his head." "Why?" "Because what he's buying is too big for his boots, that's why. He's a scrap dealer is what he is. Now, all of a sudden, he's out there with stingers, heavy machine guns, anti-tank, heavy mortars, ammunition like there's no tomorrow, night vision. Where he ships it all to is another story. Here you are. Never trust a man with a lot of addresses, I say." He shoved a sheaf of papers at me, and I stored them in my briefcase. Ushered by Jason to the dining room, we lunched at a 20-foot oak table and drank barley water, while Ockie Hedges successively dismissed intellectuals, Jews, blacks, the yellow peril, and homosexuals with a benign and universal hatred, while Tim Cranmer smiled his rent-a-drool smile and munched his fish, because that was what he had been doing for Ockie Hedges these 15 years. And after lunch there was the garden to admire. There were the latest additions to his collection of antique weaponry that was kept like fine wine in a temperature-controlled cellar reached by a lift designed as a portcullis. So it was after 4 o'clock by the time he stood in his porch with his arms folded, glowering after me as I climbed into my humble Ford. "That the best your country can do for you, is it?" he demanded, poking his chin at me. "It's the new era, Ockie. No big expense accounts, no nice shiny cars. We'll be privatized soon." "Come more often, I might buy you one myself," he said. I drove again, and for a while the movement dulled my fears. I kept driving until I was all in. Suddenly, like Emma, I needed comfort, if only in the form of a decent dinner. The first village provided me with what I was looking for, an old coaching inn with a framed menu and a cobbled yard. The receptionist was a fresh-faced country girl. "On the quiet side of the house, if possible, please," I told her while she examined her list of bookings. And that was when my eye fell on the sheet of printed numbers that lay upside down at her bare elbow. The heading on the page read Watch List. The source was the credit card company of which Colin Bairstow was a long-standing member. Not any longer, however. The number of my Bairstow credit card was printed in the bottom right-hand column of the sheet, beneath the word Current in capitals. "How would you be wishing to pay your bill, sir?" the receptionist asked. "Cash," I said, and with a fairly steady hand invented a new name for her book of registered guests. I sat in my room. The car, I thought. Ditch the car. I willed myself to calm down. If the Ford was hot, then the Ford was a liability. But how hot was it? How hot was I? How hot could Pew Merriman allow me to be without blowing their interest to the police? Sometimes, I used to tell my Joes, you have to take a deep breath, close your eyes, and jump. I lay in bed, listening to the Sibyl voices. "Do not go north, Misha. Misha, take heed, please. If he has started his journey, he should please discontinue it." The hills darkened as I drove, the roads grew steeper and smaller. Stone walls enclosed me, and I entered a village of slate roofs, crumbling walls, old car tires, and plastic bags. My Ordnance Survey map lay open on the passenger seat beside Ockie's list of Aitken May's addresses. The stone walls gave way, and I was flying over wide valleys patched with sun and crossed with streams. I drove over humpbacked hills into a plantation of blue conifers that turned green, then polka dot. The road became a track. I crossed a ford and entered a rural slum of rotting cauliflowers, plastic bottles, and the collected filth of tourists and farmers. I crossed a stream, skirted the stone face of a quarry, and saw a glitter-paint orange arrow and the words "Hardware, Wholesale Only" stenciled below it. I followed the arrow towards a wooden gate. A yellow sign said Private Road. I pushed the gate open, drove through, closed it behind me. A sign said Hardware Straight On, Trade Only. The track led uphill. I followed it and saw at 300 yards distance a chain of stone farm buildings of no merit, some with windows, some without. The track led over a white bridge to reappear before the main entrance. A sign said Invited Visitors. I saw a blue Mercedes parked in the front drive, its bonnet towards me. My heart beat faster in spite of my forebodings. Aitken May's here. Larry's here too. Larry came north despite the warning. When did Larry ever heed a warning? Then he went to Paris to find Emma. There were 2 other cars, one a Volkswagen Golf, the other a battered grey Dormobile with flat tires. The Volkswagen was parked on the far side of the forecourt. The Dormobile stood forlornly in the hay barn, which seemed to be its final resting place. I saw now that the Mercedes had a telephone aerial, and remembered the proud, not quite English voice. "Hello, Sally, this is Hardware calling you from the car." The front entrance to the house was protected by a storm porch of quarried black stone. The doorbell was linked to an entry phone. A curled visiting card read Aitken Mustafa May, BADA, Oriental Carpets, the hardware company, GmbH. I pressed the bell and heard it ring inside the house. I rang a second time, my eyes fixed upon the Volkswagen. This year's registration. Local license plates, like the Mercedes. Blue, like the Mercedes. I pressed the bell 3 times, then walked along the front of the house in search of another door to try. But there wasn't one, and the windows gave onto a narrow corridor of white-painted brick. I walked round to the back, picking my way through the remains of an old timber mill. And I wondered what it was about this place that, however many years ago, a sawyer and his mates should have stopped sawing and fled, and that Aitken Mustafa May and his storeman and his secretary had abandoned their nice new cars and followed him. Then I saw the blood. One finely fretted island, about a foot long and 6 inches wide, congealed, lying across the sawdust. But no gruesome trail, no telltale drips or stains led the keen-eyed detective to the next clue. There was the patch of blood, and it lay on the pile of sawdust, and the sawdust lay 5 paces from the back door. And between the sawdust and the back door, I made out a lot of footprints in both directions, going back and forth enough times, and with enough haste and vigor, to establish an oily river of churned mud, ending at the island of poured blood. Or perhaps the river didn't end there after all. For beyond the pile of sawdust, I now saw the tire tracks of 2 single wheels acting in tandem. They were too narrow for car wheels, but they would have been all right for a motorbike, except there was only 1 wheel to each track. As to where it had gone, that was anybody's guess, because after a few yards the tracks mounted a concrete path, and thereafter held their peace. The back door was locked, which first frustrated me, then quickly made me angry. I had actually started towards the cars with the intention of taking a methodical look at them, when my anger stopped me in mid-stride and yanked me round and made me attack the locked door. I beat on it with my fists. I shouted, "Open up, damn you!" I hurled myself several times against it, with little effect on the door, or, more remarkably, my shoulder. I shouted, "May! Aitken May! Larry, for Christ's sake, Emma!" I remembered the rusted axe beside the log pile. A more adept spy would have shot the lock out with a .38, but I wasn't feeling adept, and in my distraction I didn't really consider whether the door was locked. I simply hit it, rather as I had lashed out at Larry, but with an axe. My first blow caused a decent split and sent a squadron of rooks protesting into the cloud. My second blow missed both the door and my left leg by fractions of an inch, but I swung back the axe and struck again. A fourth heave and the door exploded like paper. I flung the axe through the opening and stepped after it, roaring, "Get out, stand back, and bastards," in another furious expulsion of air and tension. But perhaps that was just my way of whistling up my courage, because when I looked down at my feet, I saw that they were isolated in a lake of blood, in shape very like the first, but larger. And this must have been what my eye had chosen to see before everything else in the farmhouse kitchen: the smashed crockery, the cutlery and pots hurled over the flagstone floor, the splintered chairs and overturned table, and the tree. The unmistakable outline of a tree, drawn, or more accurately painted, on the whitewashed brickwork above the smashed kitchen range, and the blood still dripping down from it as it had dried like so many cones or spikes. The forest was watching. But I allowed myself to study these things only after I had seen the blood at my feet. And when I had studied enough of them to draw the necessary conclusions, I pulled the gun from my waistband, stepped into the corridor, and sashayed down it, as the trainers say, keeping my left forearm raised across my face and shouting, "Aitken Mustafa May, where are you?" Because although I knew very well that the names I should be shouting were still Larry and Emma, I dreaded finding them, which is why I had my left hand up, to fend off the sight I feared the most. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw a trail of sticky brown imprints on the dusty parquet floor, and realized that while the ownership of the blood was an open question, the prints were unquestionably my own. I sashayed past a closed door and another, shouting, "Hello, hello, who's in there?" But the silence that followed these outbursts was more ominous than any answer could have been. I passed a third closed door, but kept going, determined to launch my reconnaissance from the front entrance rather than by axe through the back door. I had reached the entrance hall. Go cold, Cranmer. Walk, don't run. "Anyone around?" I called. "It's Tim Cranmer. I'm a friend of Sally and Terry." Soft chairs, a coffee table, a pile of dog-eared magazines from the fine rug and antiques trade, a counter with a home telephone exchange and answering machine, the still-functioning answering machine. On the wall, Asian embroideries and a poster of jet fighters tearing across the desert at low altitude. On the table, 3 used teacups, and 1 ashtray, overflowing with untipped cigarette stubs. About to address the first door, I paused to listen for a footfall or a car coming down the track, but I had nothing to increase my alarm. I turned the handle without testing it and shoved it away from me as hard and fast as I could. I hurled myself after it in the forlorn hope that if anyone was inside, I would surprise them if they weren't dead. But the surprise had happened already, because the room had been systematically devastated. Desk drawers had been turned upside down and stamped on, fax machines and copiers clubbed out of recognition, filing cabinets flung face down to the floor and beaten head to toe. Curtains shredded with sweeping knife thrusts, the very sex of the room's missing occupant a mystery, until my researches slowly revealed the absence of a woman, a fragment of a fake leather shoulder bag, not Emma's taste at all, a crumpled face tissue stained with nothing worse than cheap lipstick that Emma would never have worn, a Volkswagen key with a remote control locking switch smashed, and a pair of shoes. Not the waif's black lace-up boots that Emma favoured, but low-sided court shoes size 5. Emma was size 3. Stepping fastidiously amid the chaos, I was struck by the deliberation of the intruders. It was as if every idolatrous symbol must be methodically sought out and destroyed, and some symbols that were not, to my knowledge, idolatrous at all, such as the wash-basin in the adjoining bathroom and the curtains stuffed into the lavatory bowl. But the greatest defilements had been reserved for the things Aitken Mustafa May loved the most, the photographs of his children, who seemed to be many and by different women, the Mercedes paperweight, the ancient ceramic pots, or the jacket of his dark blue lightweight suit by aquascutum, or the illuminated Koran desecrated by heaves so powerful they had sliced through the table it was lying on. I retraced my footsteps down the corridor. The kitchen door was still open, but I passed it without a look. My gaze was fixed straight ahead of me, where a different door, this time of steel, barred my advance. A bunch of keys hung from the keyhole, and as I made to turn the key that was already in the lock, I noticed the keys to Aitken May's Mercedes nestling among them. I dropped the bunch into my pocket, stepped over the steel threshold, and saw that the corridor was now brick-lined, and that sandbags filled the boarded windows. I was in an indoor firing range. It ran the distance of the buildings, perhaps 100 feet. At its end, under stark downlights, stood man-sized targets of unabashed racist implication, grinning negroid or Asiatic ogres clutching submachine guns. The place where I stood was the firing area. and just a few yards beyond the firing area, hauled into the centre of the range, stood an armourer's workbench with blood on it, and round the feet of the workbench and on the floor, more blood, slaughterhouse blood. And this tunnel was where the slaughter had taken place. This was where the victims had been dragged, one shoeless, one without his jacket, and a third, as I now feared from the sight of the brown cotton overall, hanging from a nail above a row of workmen's tools, without his storeman's overalls. This was where they had been cut up at leisure before being carried through the kitchen and across the pile of sawdust to whatever it was that had two wheels and was waiting for them. Oh, and on the way, someone had stopped to paint a tree. Tree as in forest, tree as in blood. The keys to both the Mercedes and the Volkswagen were in my pocket. My legs were leaden, my head was full of images of 7-day-old bodies in car boots. The interior of the Mercedes smelt of newness. A pair of pigskin driving gloves lay hand in hand beside the treasured car phone. A copy of The Economist from 8 days ago lay on the passenger seat, but no bodies. I took a deep breath and unlocked the boot. One overnight bag, part of a fitted set. A black hide attaché case, key locked, examine later. I moved to the Volkswagen and wiped the muck from the window. I peered inside, no bodies. I unlocked the boot and raised the lid. No bodies. I started towards the battered grey automobile and stopped dead, for now I saw for the first time what till now it had concealed, an old pony cart with a bridle shaft and rubber tires half buried in the hay. And winding up the hill, the unmistakable tracks of the same tires in rough grass, and at the end of the tracks a granite hut with a slate roof. I was standing about 15 feet from the pony cart when I saw it, and somehow I covered the distance and pulled away the hay. Blood was smeared over the old coachwork and upholstery. I started up the hill, half running, half walking. A barbed wire fence enclosed the shed, but it was parted where the tire tracks passed through it. The hut was rectangular, no more than 12 feet by 8. From either side of the valley, black peaks glowered down at me. I was searching for a door or window, but a first tour of the perimeter yielded nothing. I looked again at the tracks and saw that they had stopped on the uphill side of the shed, short of a point in the wall where a door had once been, though the opening had been filled with random granite stonework and plaster. Then I saw a patch of churned and trampled mud at the foot of the doorway, and footprints leading to and from the tire tracks. And here I had a second intimation concerning the intruders, that they were not only desecrators and men of the knife, but men of the rough country too, outdoor men. All this I was telling myself as I prodded inexpertly at the plaster with a bit of old iron. I prodded until I could prise, and having prized, looked in. Then I tore my face away and retched as the stench poured out at me, because by then I had seen by the single shaft of light 3 bodies, with their hands tied above their heads and their mouths open in the same silent chorus. But such is our egotism in crisis, that in the very midst of my revulsion I was still able to offer a wordless alleluia of relief that neither Emma nor Larry was of the company.
To place the stones as best I could, I walked slowly down the hill. I returned to the reception room and, as a matter of routine, extracted the incoming sound cassette from the answering machine and crammed it into my pocket. I passed from room to room, retracing my steps and considering what else I should take with me. I remembered the black attaché case. Returning to the Mercedes, I hunted through May's bunch of keys until I came to a thing that was no more than a tiny chrome can opener. I unlocked the attaché case and found inside a file of papers, a fat British passport in May's name, traveller's checks, US dollars, and a folder of air tickets. The passport was of the same type as Bestow's, blue-bound, 94 pages, exotic visas, entry and exit stamps galore. The air tickets went to Bucharest, Istanbul, Tbilisi, London, and Manchester. Only the Bucharest flight was booked, and he'd already missed it. I returned everything to the attaché case, fetched my own luggage from the red Ford, restored the .38 to my briefcase, and loaded them into the boot of the Mercedes. Parking the Ford out of sight, I hauled down a bale of hay and spread it over the roof and bonnet. Then I drove across the white bridge
knowing that every hour that I delayed was likely to be my last. Emma was talking to me again, insistently. I had never heard this tense, commanding voice from her before. "Hardware," said the first message. "This is Sally. Where are you? We're worried about you. Call me." "Aitken, it's me again," said the second. "I've got a very important message for you. There's a bit of trouble on the way. Call me, please." "Hardware, this is Prometheus again," said the third. "Listen, Terry can't make it. Things have changed. When you hear this, wherever you hear it from, drop everything and phone. If you're away from work, stay away. If you've got family, take them on holiday. Here's the number in case you've lost it. Cheers. Sally." I switched off the tape. I was in a state of horror deferred. The moment I allowed myself to sink through the thin ice of my composure, I was lost. Whatever doubts I might have had about my errand was swept away. Larry and Emma were at terrible risk. If Larry was dead, Emma was in double jeopardy. I had 2 passports, one for Bairstow, one for May. I had luggage for May and Bairstow, and I was driving May's car. In my head I set to work testing combinations of these blessings. Bairstow's passport was a liability, but only within the United Kingdom. May's passport was in better health than its owner, but it was still May's, and our features were comically dissimilar. How could I suit myself to May's passport when it gave him a height of 1.70 m, and my own height was 1.83 m? A black beard, a slight darkening of the complexion, blackened hair, these were all more or less within the reach of my inexpert skills. But how on earth was I supposed to reduce my height by 13 centimeters? The answer to my joy was the Mercedes driver's seat, which by the depression of a button on the inside of the door turned me into a dwarf. And it was this discovery that persuaded me to pull in at a roadside cafe, take the travel agent's luggage labels from May's folder of tickets, write May's name and address on them, and substitute them for the Bairstow labels on my own luggage, then book myself and the Mercedes in the name of May a passage on the ferry from Harwich to the Hook of Holland, sailing at 9:30 that night. And having done all this, to consult the yellow pages for the nearest theatrical costumier and supplier, who turned out unsurprisingly to be in Cambridge, not 50 miles away. I now encountered a dilemma that was new to me, and which in happier circumstances I would have found diverting. Where can an honest male spy spend 4 hours altering his appearance, when by definition he will enter the place as one person and leave it as another? The solution turned out to be a single-story motel, whose cabins gave directly onto numbered parking bays, and whose unpleasant male receptionist required payment in advance. My final act before leaving England was to have the Mercedes washed and polished, because when you're dealing with official minds, I used to teach, if you can't be humble, then at least be clean. Though I count myself a patriot, a weight rolls off my shoulders each time I leave my homeland, and when I return I have a sense of resuming a life sentence. So I entered the queue of cars with a good heart, and advanced cheerfully towards the immigration post, which was manned not by a posse of officers provided with a description of me, but by a youth with a white peaked cap and blonde hair to his shoulders. I flapped May's passport at him. He ignored it. "Tickets, mate. Biletti. Farcarton." "Oh, sorry. Here." But it was a wonder I could speak to him at all, for by then I had remembered the .38. It was nestling together with 60 rounds of ammunition on the floor of the passenger seat in Bairstow's briefcase that was now the property of Aitken Mustafa May, arms dealer. On deck a fierce night wind was blowing. A few hardy passengers huddled among the benches. I staggered towards the stern, found a dark patch, leaned over the rail, and in the classic pose of a seasick passenger, allowed first the gun and then the ammunition to slip into the blackness. I returned to my cabin and slept so deeply that I had to dress in a hurry to reach the Mercedes in time and consign it to a multi-story parking house in the docks. And the same evening, having removed my beard and restored my hair and skin to something of their former color, I took the train to Paris. "Dee's a saint," she is saying from the window of my bedroom. Dee took me in when I was down and out, she is saying, as we stroll together on the Quantocks. Dee put me back together again, she is reminiscing drowsily into my shoulder as we lie before the fire in her bedroom. Without Dee, I would never have made it out of the gate. She's been mother, father, chum, the whole disaster for me. Without Dee, I would have died. Until bit by bit my agent runner's pride takes exception to this other controller of her life. I wish Dee forgotten and discourage further talk of her. This Dee of the fabulous empty castle in Paris with nothing in it except a bed and a piano. This Dee, whose aristocratic name and address are lovingly illuminated in Emma's pop-up book, alias the Contessa Anne-Marie von Diederich, and an address on the Ile Saint-Louis. Wet chestnut leaves stuck to the cobbled pavement. This is the house, I thought, staring up at the same high grey walls and shuttered windows that I had pictured in my dreams. Up there in the tower is where Penelope sits, weaving her shroud, and remaining faithful to her Larry in his wanderings, accepting no substitute. A wrinkled old woman opened the door to me. She wore grey hair knotted behind her, and the coarse blue-black tunic of a menial. "I would like to see the Contessa, please," I said severely in French. "My name is Timothy. I am a friend of Mademoiselle Emma." I could think of nothing to add, and neither apparently could she, for she remained on the threshold, tilting her head and screwing up her eyes as if to get me into focus, until I realized she was measuring me minutely, first my face, then my hands and shoes, and then my face again. And if what she saw in me was an uncomfortable mystery to both of us, what I saw in her was an intelligence and humanity that were almost too powerful for the rumpled little frame that was obliged to accommodate them. And what I heard faintly from upstairs was the sound of a piano playing, whether live or recorded was anybody's guess but mine. "Kindly follow me," she said in English. So I walked behind her up 2 flights of stone steps. And with each step the sounds of the piano grew a little louder, and I began to feel a sickness of recognition that was like a giddiness from altitude. Brown-skinned children watched me from a doorway. A young girl in the bright cottons of Arabia flitted past me on her way downstairs. We reached a high room, and here the music was much fainter, though my recognition of it was no less, for it was some obscure Scandinavian piece that Emma used for her finger exercises at Honeybrook before the hopeless causes took her over. "I am called Dee," the woman said. "I am Emma's friend." "Well, you know that." "Yes." "And Emma is upstairs. You hear that?" "Yes." Her accent was more German than French, but the lines in her face were of universal suffering. She had sat herself stiffly in a tall chair and was holding its arms like a dowager. I sat opposite her on a wooden stool. There were no carpets, no pictures on the walls. In a room not far off, a telephone was ringing, but she paid it no attention, and it stopped. But soon it began ringing again, as I suspected it rang most of the time, like a doctor's. "And you are in love with her, and that is the reason why you are here?" "Yes," I said. "To tell her that you love her? She knows it already." "To warn her." "She is warned. She knows she is in danger. She is content. She is in love, though not with you. She is in danger, but his danger is greater than hers. Therefore she is not in danger. Do you understand?" "Of course." "She has ceased to find excuses for loving him. You must not ask for them, please. It would be degrading for her to apologize any more. Please do not require it of her." "I don't. I won't. That isn't why I came." "Well, then we must ask again. Why did you come? Please, it is honorable not to know. But if you should discover your motives when you see her, kindly consider her feelings first.
Before she met you, she was a shipwreck. She had no center, no stability. All she wanted was to climb into a shell and live the life inside it. Now it is over. You were the last of her shells. Now she is real. She is defined. She is one person, thanks to Larry. Perhaps it is also thanks to you. You look sad. Is that because I mentioned Larry? I didn't come for her thanks. Then for what? For an obligatory scene? I hope not. She has been expecting you for some days now. Are you safe to go alone to her? Why should I not be? I was thinking of Emma's safety, Mr. Timothy, not yours. She returned me to the staircase. The piano playing had stopped. You gave her a lot of jewelry, I believe. I don't remember that it did her any harm. Is that why you gave it to her? To save her from harm? I gave it to her because she was beautiful, and I loved her. Perhaps you gave it to her because you didn't love her. Perhaps love is a threat to you, something to be paid off. I had faced Pugh Merriman. I had faced Inspector Bryant and Sergeant Lark. Facing Dee was worse than any of them. You have one more flight to climb. Have you decided what you came for? I'm looking for my friend, her lover. So that you may forgive him? Something like that. Perhaps he must forgive you. What for? We human beings are dangerous weapons, Mr. Timothy, and most dangerous where we are weak. We know so much about the power of others, so little about our own. You have a strong will. Perhaps you did not know your own strengths with him. She laughed. Such an innocent man you are. 1 minute you are looking for Emma, the next you are looking for your friend. You know what? I don't think you wish to find your friend, only to become him. Be careful with her. She will be nervous. She was, and so was I. She stood at the end of the long room, and it was a room so like her side of the house at Honeybrook that my first thought was to wonder why she had ever bothered to change it. It had the attic look she liked, and the views she liked, down to the river at either end. An old rosewood upright piano occupied one corner. In another corner she had a desk, not a knee-hole, but more in the style of her prosaic desk in Cambridge Street. And on the desk stood a typewriter, and over it and on the floor lay a recreation of the papers I had plundered, so that there was a look of proud resurgence about them. She had her hands at her sides. She was wearing a crushed linen smock, and it had the appearance of a habit, of a deliberate renunciation of the flesh and of me. Her black hair was bound in a ponytail, and the improbable effect of this was that I desired her more urgently than ever before. "I'm sorry about the jewelry," she began, a sort of lurch, which hurt me because I didn't want her thinking, after everything that I had been through on her account, that I had any concern left for something as trivial as jewelry. "So Larry's all right," I said. Her head flung round eagerly, eyes wide with anticipation. "All right? What do you mean? What have you heard?" "I'm sorry, I just meant in general, after Priddy." Belatedly, she understood my point. "Of course, you tried to kill him, didn't you? He said he hoped all his deaths would be so comfortable. I hate him talking like that, actually." "Where is he now?" "Out there." "Out where?" "Moscow. Back to Grozny."
How do you get hold of him, actually? Write, call? What's the drill?
I don't, nor do you.
Why not?
He said that. If you ever came after him, asking for him, not to tell you, even if I knew. He said it wasn't that he didn't trust you. He just worried that you might love the office more. I get messages. He's all right. He sends love. Soon. Oh, and miss your beautiful eyes, of course. That's practically standard.
Of course. And I thought I'd better tell her in case she didn't know. Aitken May's dead. His 2 helpers were killed with him. Her face turned abruptly from me as if I had slapped it. Then her whole back turned on me. The forest killed him, I said. I'm afraid your warning came too late. I'm sorry. She was staring out of the window, and the light of the window showed me the shape of her body through her smock, and I was desiring her so strongly that I hardly dared speak. What will you do when he comes back, both of you? I asked. Make a home or something? I never really thought of you with children.
That's because you thought I was a child. Anyway, he may not come back. I may go out there. It's God's last good acre, he says. Won't all be fighting. It'll be riding and walks and wonderful people and new music and all sorts of things. The trouble is, it's October. The anniversary of the Great Repression's coming up. Things are frightfully tense. I'd be a drag on him, especially with the way they treat women down there.
Of course.
I mean, he's practically a sort of general to them, particularly on the logistical front. How to get the stuff through, and pay for it, and train people to use it.
Of course.
She had evidently heard something in my voice which she didn't like. What do you mean? Why do you keep saying, of course? Don't be so smooth, Tim.
But I wasn't being smooth, or not consciously. I was remembering my other conversations with Larry's women. He's bound to be back soon. Well, you know what Larry is. And sometimes I'm afraid he rather thinks your relationship has run its course. I was reflecting that although Larry's love for Emma had undoubtedly been a great passion while it lasted, and for all I knew was lasting still, actually I had loved her more than he had, and with greater risk. The reason being that women came to him naturally. He just had to reach out for them, and they hopped onto his hand. Whereas Emma, for me, had been the one, the only one. And the sum of my contemplations was that I found myself hunting for some clearer sign from him that he had loved her, beyond just saying, weave and wait for me. And since I couldn't think of one, my next best thing was to encourage her to go and find him before his ardor fixed on someone different. Well, it just occurred to me, you know this anyway, there are a lot of people in England looking for you both. Police and people. I mean, 37 million isn't the sort of money that anybody leaves under the plate, is it? She granted me a laugh. So, I mean, the Caucasus might make rather good sense in a way. For a time, at least, till things have died down. You mean from a practical point of view? Well, it's not always the worst point of view, the practical one. The irony is, you see, I'm in the same boat. You what? Nonsense, Tim. Why? Oh, well, the powers that be have lumped me in with your operation, I'm afraid. They think I'm part of it, with the result that, well, I'm on the run, too. How utterly ridiculous. Just tell me you're not part of it. She was cross that I should aspire to the heights of their shared criminality. I never heard anything so absurd. Well, anyway, I just thought I'd wander for a bit, I said. Stay out of England, out of harm's way, let things die down. But it was already clear that she wasn't faintly interested in my future. And it wasn't all a wicked Kremlin plot. We know that now, I said. I had these awful conspiracy theories when I was low. She shook her head, pitying me. Tim, honestly, Tim, Really. I was at the door before she realized I was saying goodbye. I considered other things to say, but if I had a sense of anything, it was of my irrelevance, so I said nothing. And Emma at the window seemed to have reached the same decision, for she remained looking out as if she were expecting Larry to come striding towards her down the river bank, wearing one of his hats. "Yes, so goodbye," she said. "Contact Sergei, who is arranging to post this letter for me," I read as I lay sleepless. "Call him in English at the number you know." I dialed the number in Moscow, and at the 6th attempt it rang. A man's voice answered. "This is Timothy," I said in English. "Peter's friend. I would like to speak to Sergei." "Sergei is speaking." "Kindly tell Peter I'm on my way to Moscow. Tell him to leave word with a friend of mine named Bairstow. He'll be staying at the Luxor Hotel a few days from now." "You will receive a message, Mr. Timothy. Please do not call this number again." But there was no message from Sergei. My Moscow hotel was 10 minutes' walk from the real Lubyanka. The guard on the front door was 6 strong, 1 hard-eyed sentry in a blue uniform to man it from outside, 2 plainclothes boys to cover arriving and departing cars, and inside the lobby a second trio in black suits. But they had no message from Sergei. I walked the wide streets, knowing I had no shelter left to scurry to, no reassuring telephone number to call if I was in trouble, that I was naked, living under a false name in what all my life had been enemy territory. I was a fugitive, homeless and stateless, a small nation of one. I walked, and wherever I looked, the madness of history answered me. In the old GUM building, burly women of the new Russian rich sampled dresses by Hermes and scents by Estee Lauder, while their chauffeur-driven limousines waited in line outside. I let myself into my room and saw a brown envelope staring at me from the luxurious pillows of my king-size bed. "You will please come to this address tomorrow at 1:30 p.m., the 7th floor, room 609. You will bring a bunch of flowers. Sergei." It was a narrow house in a narrow street on the eastern edge of town. Nothing gave away its function. I had brought a bunch of pinks with no smell wrapped in newspaper. I had travelled by metro, deliberately changing more often than I needed. I got off one stop early and walked the last half mile. There was nothing on my back. A black Zill was parked in front of the drab entrance, and 2 men sat in it. They stared at me, then stared away. Luck and Bryant, I thought, Russian style. An old man admitted me. A white-clad woman at a desk paid me no attention. A man in a leather jacket was sitting on a bench. I was in a high, dilapidated hall with marble pillars and a broken lift. The stairs were of polished stone and uncarpeted. The sounds were just as hostile, hard heels on ceramic, and the harsh voices of old women calling above the murmurs of their patients. On the 7th floor, a stained-glass canopy lit the stairwell. A bearded little man with spectacles stood shyly beneath it, wearing a black suit. "Your friend Peter is visiting Miss Eugenie," he told me, all in a rush. "His protectors have allowed him half an hour. Please be brief, Mr. Timothy." Miss Eugenie was a thin white ridge in the grimy sheets that covered her. She was tiny and yellow and breathed in rasping sips, and Zorin the soldier sat to attention over her like her one-man guard of honor. His craggy features were carved in grief. While he watched me, I ran water into a glass jar and put the flowers into it. He rose, and with his handshake drew me to him like a wrestler for the embrace, before releasing me to sit across the bed from him on what seemed to be a milking stool. "Thank you for coming, Timothy. I am sorry to be inconvenient." He took up Miss Eugenie's hand and held it for a moment. "She your wife?" I asked. "She should have been." We stared awkwardly at one another, neither able to speak first. "You remember Tchetcheyev?" he said. The ethic of our trade required that I search my memory. Yes, your embassy culture vulture. Why? He gave an impatient frown and glanced at the door. Culture was his cover. I think you know that very well. He was my number 2 in the residency. He had a friend called Pettifer. I think you know him, too. Distantly. Let's not play games today, Timothy. This Pettifer conspired with Chechev to steal enormous sums of money from the Russian government, using the London embassy as a front. You will recall I had commercial rank. Chechev forged my signature on certain documents. The sum they stole exceeded all sanity. Do you know all this? Rumor has reached me, I said. My government wants a scapegoat. I have been selected. Zorin conspired with the black-ass Chechev and the English dissident Pettifer. Zorin must be brought to trial. What part has your former service played in this? None. Your word? My word. So you know of this matter. They have consulted you. The speed and intensity of his questions persuaded me to set caution aside. Yes, I said. To seek your advice? To question and accuse me. They are casting me in a similar role as your accomplice. Is this why you are here as Berstow? Yes. Where is Pettifer? Here, perhaps. Where's Chechev? My friends tell me he has vanished. The idiots looked high and low for him. They pulled in some of his people, but the Ingush don't interrogate easily. His features cracked into a grim smile. Chechev's a clever guy, but he's a black ass, and we're killing black asses like flies. He stole the money to help his people. Your Pettifer assisted him. For money. For who knows what. Maybe friendship, even. Do the idiots also think that? Of course they don't. Why not? Because they refuse to countenance a theory of their own incompetence. If Chechev was an Ingush patriot, they should never have sent him to London. Eugenie was coughing. Cradling her in his great arms, he sat her upright and gazed with desolation into her face. I puffed up her pillows. We laid her gently back on them. Find Chechev for me, Timothy. Tell him to declare his cause, say what he has done and why. And while he's about it, he can tell them Volodya Zorin is innocent, and so are you. Find him how? Pettifer was your agent, for Christ's sake. He wrote to us, to the KGB, or whatever they call us these days. He told us he belonged to you first and only afterwards to us. But now he wishes to be no one's man but his own. All he has done is make a target of himself. He drew an English matchbox from his pocket and laid it on the bed before me. Go to the Ingush, Timothy. Tell them you are Pettifer's friend. Those are the telephone numbers of the known ringleaders of the movement here in Moscow. Tell them to take you to him. They may. They may kill you first, but that won't be anything personal. There's one problem, I said. There's hundreds, what the hell? If I were your masters, and if I wanted to catch Chechev, what you have just suggested to me is exactly what I'd be telling you to say to Cranmer when he walked into this room. Then I'd wait for Cranmer to lead me to Chechev, and to his friend Pettifer, naturally. With a growl of fury, Zorin cut me short. Do you think I wouldn't do that, if it was there to do? I would go to the idiots myself. Listen, idiots, Cranmer, the British spy, is coming to see me. He thinks I'm his friend. Let me direct him to the Ingush. Then we'll smash their rebel scum to pieces and send their British spy masters to hell. I would do all of it and more if it would give us back our dignity and our country. All my life, I believed in what we did. Well, I said, we made some mistakes. But we are the right side. We are the moral instruments of history. When Perestroika came, I supported it. So did my service. Spoon-feed them, we said. A little freedom at a time. They don't want spoon-feed. So they kicked over the bucket and ate the whole meal at once. And what are we now? About to leave the room, I looked back. He was bending over Eugenie, listening to her breathing, his great face wet with tears. There were 2 telephones in my hotel bedroom, red and black. The red, according to the glossy leaflet, was my personal direct line to all the world, but it was the black that somewhere around 2 in the morning tore me from my wakeful sleep. "You are Mr. Berstow, please?" A male voice, speaking precise but accented English. "Who is speaking?" "Issa is speaking." "What do you wish from us, please, Mr. Berstow?" Issa from Emma's answering machine in Cambridge Street, I thought. "I'm a friend of Misha," I said. I had said it already over 2 days, from call boxes and cafes to answer phones and curt intermediaries, using the numbers Zorin had given me. "Who is Misha, please, Mr. Berstow?" "Misha is an English gentleman, as I am, Issa." "What is the occupation of Misha, please, this man?" "He deals in carpets. He buys carpets abroad and has them delivered to his special customers. Unfortunately, the particular exporter that Misha has been using—" But I got no further before Issa cut me short. "What is your business here in Moscow, please, Mr. Berstow?" "Friendship. I have important personal messages for Misha." The line went dead. Like Larry, few Russians say goodbye on the telephone. 10 minutes later, it was ringing again. "How is your first name, please, Mr. Berstow?" "Colin," I replied. "But people who know me well sometimes call me Tim, short for Timothy." "Colin Timothy?" "Colin or Timothy. Timothy is like a nickname." He disappeared. 20 minutes later, he was back. "Mr. Colin Timothy?" "Yes." "It is Issa. A car will wait outside your hotel. It will be a white Lada. The numbers of this car are 686. The voice became an order, an urgent one, as if he himself were receiving orders as he spoke to me. "It is outside your hotel now. The driver is Magomed. Come immediately, please." I flung on my clothes. The corridor was holding an exhibition of appalling paintings of happy Russian peasants dancing in snow-filled forest glades. I stepped into the street. Flakes of sleet mingled with the icy rain. I had no hat and only a thin mackintosh. A Lada stood parked in the center of the road, not white but green, and the numbers 688, not 686. But it was a Lada, and this was Moscow. A very broad, twinkly man, no more than 5 feet tall, was holding open the passenger door, smiling at me. He wore a fat skull-cap with a tassel hanging from the crown, a tracksuit and padded waistcoat, and he had a jester's sadness. A second man lurked in the shadows of the back seat. "Mr. Timothy?" the jester asked. "My name is Magomed, sir, after the Prophet," he announced, in a Russian as stately as my own. "I regret that most of my friends are dead." I climbed into the passenger seat, wondering whether he was telling me that my friend was dead, too. He turned the ignition key once, then several times. The engine fired, and we set off, weaving between potholes in the road, and I saw that Magomed was watching his rear mirror all the time. The man behind us mumbled into a cell phone in the language I couldn't understand. Occasionally he broke off to give Magomed directions, until we hurtled to a halt behind a row of limousines and their minders. Wiry young men in mink hats, roll necks, and cowboy boots stepped forward from a doorway. Magomed cast a leisurely glance up and down the road. Then we entered an alley between 2 warehouses held apart by girders. 2 or 3 boys followed us. We passed under an arch and down a steep flight of stone steps to a red iron door with coach bolts. He rapped a tattoo, and we waited. The door opened, and a cloud of cigarette smoke engulfed us. I heard the pulse of rock music, and made out a glint of weaponry and hard hands ready to engage. I was facing 7 or 8 armed men in flak jackets. Magomed and his friends had gone. 2 men marched me along a crimson corridor to a darkened observation balcony that looked down through smoked glass onto Moscow's rich, reclining in the plush alcoves of a nightclub. The balcony turned a corner and became a projection room and office. A stack of Kalashnikovs stood against the wall, beside boxes of ammunition and grenades. 2 boys manned the observation window. A third held a cell phone to his ear and watched a bank of television monitors. In a corner, a bald-headed man, in vest and underpants, was handcuffed to a chair. He was slumped forward, crouching in a mess of his own blood. At a desk sat a pudgy little man in a brown suit, passing $100 bills through an electronic money detector and totting up his findings on a wooden abacus. And presiding over the room stood a very athletic man of about 40 in a dark green blazer with gold buttons, and on his fingers a line of gold rings, and on his wrist a gold Rolex watch enriched with diamonds and small rubies. "Are you Colin Burstow, they call Timothy?" he demanded. "And you are Issa," I replied. He murmured an order. The man on my right put his hands on my shoulders. A second placed himself behind me. I felt their 4 palms explore my upper body. They took my wallet and handed it to Issa. After my wallet, the men gave him my fountain pen, handkerchief, room key, hotel pass, and loose change. "Where's your passport?" "The hotel takes it from you when you check in." "Remain in this position." He extracted a small camera which he trained on me at a yard's range. He photographed me from both sides, wound the film through the camera, and handed it to a guard, who hastened from the room with it. "Sit here." Issa sat himself at a desk. I sat the other side. He set a pocket tape recorder between us. "What is the full name of the man you call Misha?" "Dr. Lawrence Pettifer." "What is the official position in Britain regarding this man?" "He's a fugitive. The British suspect him of stealing a large sum of money from the Russians. They're right, he did." "When was your last meeting with the man Misha?" "On September the 18th this year." "What was discussed?" "Private matters." "What was discussed?" There is a Russian bureaucratic snarl I had occasionally called upon to good effect, and imprudently I called upon it now. "Don't you talk to me as if I were a peasant. If I tell you it was private, it was private." The 2 slaps that Issa dealt me as he leaned across the desk were like colors I'd never seen and sounds I'd never heard. He hit me with the left hand, then with the right hand, almost simultaneously. I was afraid he was going to go on hitting me till I was dead, but at a summons from across the room he stopped and grabbed the cellular telephone that was being proffered to him by the boy at the television monitors. He listened, handed back the phone, and at once the whole party of us, accountant, fighters, Issa and myself, were hastened down the crimson corridor to the lobby. The iron doors stood open. Armed boys were flitting everywhere. A long car was drawn up at the top of the steps. Magomed's gaunt companion was installed in the driving seat. At the rear door stood Magomed himself, holding a dotted headscarf, which he proceeded to bind round my eyes. "I'm passing through the looking-glass," I told myself, as the blackness engulfed me. The last thing I saw was Issa's elegant Italian shoes beside me as Magomed slowly pulled the blindfold tight. I dreamed I was going to be shot at dawn, and when I woke it was dawn, and I could hear footsteps and soft voices from outside my door. I dreamed that Larry was sitting on my bed, waiting for me to wake up. I woke and saw Zorin stooped over me, but it was only my young guards bringing me my breakfast. I heard Emma playing Peter Maxwell Davies in the church at Honeybrook. My cellar was a fitness club with ancient gymnasium apparatus shoved against the wall. It was situated beneath a monstrous slab apartment block 1 hour's drive from metropolitan Moscow. To the best of my arithmetic, I stayed there 9 days and 10 nights. But time is irrelevant when you are first imprisoned. Years go by without your wristwatch advancing more than a few seconds, and the distance between 2 meals is a march across the entire desert of your life. "Bashir Haji!" I woke with a great shudder to the cry uttered in marvel or agony by my guards at dead of night. First their field telephone had rung, then this tortured or delighted cry. I lay awake, waiting for the next act. None came. I fell asleep. I had 2 guards, and they had no other life but me. They did everything together, whether it was day or night. Both spoke the gentle Russian of the south, but as a second language, or perhaps a third, for they were first-year students in Muslim studies at the Islamic University in Nazran. They declined to tell me their names, I supposed on orders, but since they were also forbidden by their faith to lie, for those 10 days they had no names at all. They were murids, they told me proudly, devoted to God, committed to a discreet and manly life in the search for sacred knowledge. Murids, they said, were the moral heart of the English cause and of the military and political opposition to Russia. They pledged to set an example of piety, honesty, bravery, and self-deprivation. The bigger and more studious came from Ekajivu, a large village on the outskirts of Nazran. His diminutive comrade was from Jairak, high on the mountains, close to the Georgian military highway, at the southern extremity of the disputed Prigorodny region, which they told me comprised half of traditional Ingushetia. All this on the first day, while they stood shyly at the far end of my cell, dressed in bomber jackets and clutching machine pistols, watching me eat a breakfast of strong black tea with a piece of precious lemon, bread and cheese, and hard-boiled eggs. Magomed arrived with a bottle of vodka. His eyes were rimmed with red, and his round face was dark with stubble. He poured the vodka, but drank none himself. We discussed, in no particular sequence, the writers Oscar Wilde, Jack London, Ford Madox Ford, and Bulgakov. He assured me that it was rare for him to engage in civilized conversation, and asked whether such discussion was available to me in England. "Only with Larry," I replied, hoping I might draw him. But his reply was another sad smile that neither acknowledged Larry's existence nor denied it. He asked how I was getting along with my murids. "They are polite?" "Oh, perfectly. They are the sons of martyrs." The sad smile again. "Perhaps they think that you are the instrument of God's will." "Why should they think that?" "There is a prophecy, widely believed in Sufist circles ever since the 19th century, when the Imam Shamil sent letters to your Queen Victoria, that the Russian Empire will one day collapse, and the North Caucasus, including Ingushetia and Chechnya, will come under the rule of the British sovereign." I received this information gravely, which is how he had imparted it. "More practically, there has always been a view among us that Great Britain could moderate the Russian determination to enslave us. Do you consider this to be another of our empty dreams? Or may we hope that you will speak for us in the councils from which we are excluded? I ask you this in all seriousness, Mr. Timothy." I had no reason to doubt him, but I was hard put to provide him with an answer. "If Russia breached her treaties with her neighbors," I began awkwardly. "Yes?" "If tanks ever rolled into Nazran as they rolled into Prague in 68. "They have already done so, Mr. Timothy. Perhaps you were asleep at the time. Ingushetia is a country under Russian occupation. We are the victims of the same prejudices that prevailed in Tsarist times. Communism brought us nothing but the same. Now Yeltsin's government is full of Cossacks, and the Cossacks have hated us since the dawning of the earth. The world has not altered for us 1 centimeter in the last 200 years. We are oppressed, we are stigmatized, we resist. We strenuously resist. Perhaps you should tell this to your queen." "Where's Larry? When can I see him? When will you let me out of here?" He was already rising to leave, and at first I thought he had decided to ignore my questions. Relenting, he gave me a solemn embrace, and gazed fiercely into my eyes and muttered something I couldn't understand, though I feared it was a prayer for my protection. "Magomed is the master wrestler of all Ingushetia," said the elder Murid proudly. "He is the great Sufi and doctor of philosophy. He is the great warrior and spiritual master. He has killed many Russians. In prison they tortured him, and when he came out he couldn't walk. Now he has the strongest legs in all the Caucasus." Issa appeared, looking vast in bulky leather jacket and bearing my suitcase and attaché case from the hotel. Like Magomed, he was unshaven and wore a harrowed, serious expression. "You have a complaint?" he demanded, bearing in upon me so fiercely I assumed he was going to slap me again. "I am being treated with honor and respect," I returned, equally aggressively. But instead of hitting me, he took my hand and drew me to him in the same single embrace that Magomed had bestowed on me. "When will I leave here?" I asked. "We shall see. 1-3 days. It will depend." "What on? What are we waiting for?" My conversations with the Murids had emboldened me. "I have no evil designs. I'm here on an errand of honor to see my friend." His glower unsettled me, but he offered me no answer. Instead, he turned on his heel and left, followed by his fighters. I opened my suitcase. Aitken May's papers were missing. So was Emma's pop-up address book. I wondered whether Issa had paid my hotel bill. and if so, whether they had used Bairstow's cancelled credit card. As each day passed, my most diverting hours were those that I spent in dialogue with my murids. Sometimes, without embarrassment, they would pray before me after they had prayed alone. They'd come into my room wearing their skull caps, sit down, and, turning away from me, close their eyes and pass each bead reverently from hand to hand. A murid, they explained, never took a bead in his fingers without invoking the name of God. And since God had 99 names, there were 99 beads, which meant that 99 was the minimum number of invocations. A murid had 5 obligatory prayers a day, and these my guards performed on the prayer mats which they kept in the cubicle. "Is Issa a murid?" I asked, and my question produced hilarious laughter. "Issa is very secular," they replied. "Issa is an excellent crook for our cause. He is providing us with financial support from his rackets. Without Issa we would have no guns." My urge to question them was nothing beside their intense curiosity and myself. Scarcely had they set my tray before me than they were seated at my table, firing their latest batch of questions. My personal situation perplexed them endlessly. If I was a man like a man, why did I have no wife, no children, to bless me in my old age? In vain I explained to them that I was divorced. Divorce for them was a detail, the adjustment of a few hours. Why had I no new wife to give me sons? Wishing to be repaid by similar frankness, I answered them with the greatest care. "So what brings you both to Moscow? Surely you should be in Nazran studying," I asked them one evening over endless cups of black tea. They consulted each other, debating who should have the honor of the first reply. "We were selected by our spiritual leader to guard an important English prisoner," the boy from the valley declared in a rush of pride. "We are the 2 best warriors in Ingushetia," said the boy from the mountains. "We are without rivals, the bravest and best fighters." But here they seemed to remember that boasting was against their teaching, for they put on serious faces and spoke softly. "We came to Moscow to accompany a great sum of cash for an acquaintance of my uncle," said the first boy. "The money was stuffed inside 2 beautifully embroidered cushions," said the second. "This was because Caucasians are searched at airports, but the foolish Russians did not suspect our cushions." "Magomed tells me you're the sons of martyrs," I said. The mountain boy became very still. "My father was blind," he said. "He earned his living by reciting the Quran by heart. The Ossetians tortured him in front of the whole village. Then the Russian soldiers tied his hands and feet and crushed him with a tank. When the villagers tried to retrieve his body, the Russian soldiers fired their guns at them. My father and my 2 brothers are also with God," said the valley boy quietly. "When we die we shall be ready," said his friend, with the same stillness with which he had spoken of his father. "We will avenge our fathers and brothers, and we shall die." "We must rescue our people from the injustice," said the mountain boy. "We must make our people strong and devout, so that they cannot be preyed upon by infidels." It was some while before the fervor passed, but the word infidel had given me the chance I had been waiting for all evening. "Could an infidel of high esteem and morals make his life among you?" I inquired, wondering how Larry would take to this description. "If an infidel is a guest of our household, he is called Hashar. A Hashar is a sacred trust. If he is harmed, the offense will be the same as if the tribe that protected him was harmed. A blood feud will be called to avenge Hashar's death and clear the honor of the tribe." "Does such a Hashar live among you now?" I asked. "An Englishman, perhaps?" For a wonderful moment I really believed that my patient strategy had paid off. They glanced excitedly to each other. They spoke back and forth in hushed, breathless sentences filled with unintelligible promise. Then gradually I realized that what the mountain boy would love to tell me, his friend from the valley was ordering him to keep to himself. The same night I dreamed of Larry as a latter-day Lord Jim, the enthroned monarch of all the Caucasus, and Emma as his somewhat startled consort. They came for me at dawn, when executioners come. Magomed, his gaunt companion, and 2 of the boys who had watched me being slapped to the nightclub. My murids had disappeared. An Astrakhan hat and a kinjal lay at the foot of my bed. Magomed's stubble had become a full beard. He wore a mink hat. "We shall leave at once, please, Mr. Timothy," he announced. "Please prepare yourself for a discreet departure." Then he spread himself expansively in my armchair like a master of ceremonies, the aerial of a cell phone poking from his padded waistcoat, while he watched his boys hasten me through my packing, the kinjal to my suitcase, the Astrakhan hat to my head. Magomed's cell phone peeped. He murmured an order and tapped me on the shoulder as if starting his champion on a race. One boy grabbed my suitcase, another my attaché case. Each held a machine pistol in his spare hand. I stepped after them into the corridor. The gaunt man hissed, "Fast, damn you," in Russian and gave me a prod. I climbed 2 short staircases, and by the time I reached the second, snow was flying down the steps at me. I scrambled through a fire exit onto a snow-clad balcony manned by a boy holding a pistol. He waved me down an iron ladder. Ahead of me I made out the boys with my luggage disappearing behind a screen of driving snow. I was in the middle of a building site amid mounds, trenches, and parked tractors. I saw a row of trees, and beyond the trees a huddle of parked cars. I slid into a trench and dragged myself free of it with my elbows and fingers. Snow blinded me. Wiping it away, I was amazed to glimpse Magomed leaping ahead of me and the gaunt man at his heels. I struggled on, using the footprints prepared for me. Magomed and his companion were hanging back for me. Twice they yanked me to my feet, until with a roar of frustration, Magomed scooped me up in his arms and wafted me across the snow and between the trees to a 4-track van, its rear half covered in a tarpaulin. Magomed took the wheel. The gaunt man sat the other side of me, a Kalashnikov between his knees. The truck's engine howled in protest as we barged the drifts aside. We sidled onto a main road. Lorries and cars bore down on us. Magomed slapped his hand on the horn and kept it there while he forged a gap. The road tipped, and we tipped with it. A bend lay below us. We approached it confidently, but our van, like a stubborn horse, refused, and glided straight on, mounting what was evidently a verge, then rolling gracefully onto its flank in the snow. Magomed and 3 men were on their feet beside it in a moment. In perfect unison, they righted the van, and we were off again before I had time to be alarmed. Now dachas lined the road, each fretted gable fat with falling snow. The dachas ceased. Flat fields and pylons skimmed past us, followed by high walls and razor-wire fences that guarded the palaces of the super-rich. Now, to a kind of common relief, we were in forest, nosing our way down a pencil-straight track of virgin snow. The track narrowed and grew darker. Clouds of frosted mist rolled over the bonnet of the van. We reached a clearing and stopped. Magomed switched the engine off and wound down his window. I heard a whistle, 3 soft notes. I glanced at Magomed, but the holy man's eyes had closed, and his head was tilted backwards in meditation. He held a green plastic grenade in his hand, and had put his little finger through the loop. It was evidently the only finger that would fit. I heard a whistle, 1 note. Magomed gave a whistle in return, 2 notes. Still nobody moved. I turned to look again at Magomed, and saw, framed in the window beside him, the half-bearded face of Issa peering in. Issa led. Magomed walked alongside him, each with his Kalashnikov covering the forest to his side of the path. The gaunt man and the 2 boys took the rear. Magomed had given me kapok gloves and strap-on overshoes which allowed me decent progress through the snow. Our party was descending a steep bank. The snow gave way to moss and undergrowth. We entered a clearing filled with tables and benches, and on the further side of it, a row of wooden huts. We were in an abandoned summer camp. An old brick shed stood at its center. Issa went forward. Magomed stood under a tree with his hand raised, commanding the rest of us to remain where we were. Issa rapped a signal on the door, then a second. The door opened. Issa nodded to Magomed, who beckoned me to his side, at the same moment that the gaunt man gave me an unloving push. I entered the hut, and saw at the far end of the room 1 man, seated alone on a makeshift stage, his dark head sunk despairingly in his hands. The door closed behind me, and at the sound he raised his head as if woken from sleep, and turned to stare at me. And I recognized, by the light from the snowed-up windows, the harrowed, bearded features of Konstantin Abramovich Tchetcheyev, looking 10 years older than his last clandestine photograph. "You are Cranmer," he said, "Larry's friend. Tim, his great British spy master." His voice was drugged with exhaustion. "Oh, Larry told me all about you. just a few months back in Bath. I was amazed he had anything left to confess. You know that feeling? Too well. So he confessed, and I was shocked. I was a fool, of course. Why be shocked? Merely because I betrayed my country? Why should I expect him to betray his? Then I laughed. I'm still laughing now. But neither his ravaged face nor his flattened voice suggested it. Who's Berstow? An alias. Who provided his passport? I stole it. Who from? My former office. For an operation some years ago. I kept it back for my retirement. Why? An insurance policy. Against what? Misfortune? Where's Larry? When can I see him? His hand passed across his jaw in a brisk gesture of disbelief. Are you seriously trying to tell me you are here on private business? Yes. No one sent you? You are seriously only one person here, looking for your friend and spy? Yes. Larry would say bullshit. So I say it too, bullshit. We are not much given to swearing in my country, you know that? We take insults too seriously for swearing to be safe. But bullshit, all the same. He was sitting at a table with one foot forward. A lighted candle stood on the table. Others burned at intervals along the floor. I saw a shadow move and realized we were not alone. How is the great Colonel Zorin? He's well. He sends greetings. He asks that you make some public declaration that you stole the money for your cause. Maybe they both sent you. The British and the Russians, in the great new spirit of entente, huh? No. How much they're paying you? Who? Whoever sent you? Nobody's paying me, nobody sent me. I'm not taking orders from anyone, I'm not reporting to anyone. I came under my own power to find Larry. What will you do if you find him? I had the same sense of uncertainty that had assailed me in Paris when D asked me the same question, and since I felt myself floundering, I spoke with greater force. I'll tell him he's embarked on a trail of disaster and dragged his girl with him. I'll tell him that in England 3 people have already been murdered. He cut me short. 3? 3 already? A disaster! Oh. Remember that joke Stalin liked? 3 people dead in a ditch after a motor accident? That's a national tragedy. But a whole nation deported and half of them exterminated? That's a statistic. Well, Stalin was a great guy. I kept talking determinedly. They've committed grand larceny. They've got themselves up to the neck in illegal arms dealing. They've placed themselves outside the law. He had risen and with his hands behind his back was standing center stage. What law? What law, please? What law has Larry broken, please? Is that why they sent you, your office, my office, the sensitive and altruistic Colonel Zorin, to preach to me about the law? They've broken every law ever made. Every promise to us, broken. They're killing us in the mountains, in the valleys, and they want you to talk to me about the law? His anger kindled my own. Nobody sent me, do you hear me? I found the house in Cambridge Street. I heard that you'd been visiting Larry in Bath. I put it all together. I went north and found the bodies. And then I had to leave the country. Why? Because I was suspected of being your accomplice. I was about to be arrested like Zorin, because of you. I need to see him. I love him. As a good Englishman, I hasten to qualify this. I owe him. A stirring in the shadows caused me to glance round the shed. Magomed and Issa were seated by the door, their heads close together while they watched us. 2 men guarded the windows, a third was making tea on a primus. I looked back at Chichev. His exhausted gaze was still fixed on me. "Perhaps you haven't got the clout," I suggested, thinking I might taunt him into action. "Perhaps you should take me to Bashir Haji and let me explain myself to him." Speaking this name, I felt a tensing in the room like a tightening of the air. "Bashir Haji is dead," said Chichev. "Many of our people were killed with him. We're in mourning. Tends to make us bad-tempered. Perhaps you should be in mourning, too." A terrible tiredness had descended over me. I tried to speak, but there was no breath in me, and the pain in the bridge of my nose prevented me. But I must have spoken all the same, for I heard Chichev's answer. "We don't know. It was a village high up. First they say 20 dead, now they say 200. The Russians are using stuff we've never seen before. It's stealth bombers against air guns. You don't even get your bullet in the air before they've fried you. The people around are so scared they don't know how to count anymore." Somehow it was dusk, and we were seated round a table, waiting to go on a journey. Chichev sat at the head, I sat beside him, mystified by my own feelings. "And all those fine sub-sources he had," he was saying, "you invented them?" "Yes." "You personally?" "Yes." "Not bad. Maybe you're more of an artist than you know." I had a sudden sense of Larry's proximity. Magomed was squatting to an army radio set. Issa had his hands folded over his Kalashnikov. Chichev sat with his head in his hands, peering into the gloom. "You'll find no Islamic demons here," he said, as much to himself as to me. "If that's what they sent you for, forget it. No fundamentalists, no crazies, no bomb throwers, no dreamers of the great Islamic superstate. No. Ask Larry." "Did you never suspect Larry?" I asked him, deep down. "I was a bureaucrat. Larry was prime beef secret sauce. Half the stupid presidium was reading his reports. You think I wanted to be the first to go in there and tell them he's bad, he's been bad for 20 years? Me, a black arse on sufferance?" He resumed his meandering. "Okay, we're a pugnacious lot of savages. We're a bunch of unruly mountaineers who love God, drink, fight, boast, steal, forge a little money, push a little gold, wage blood feuds, and can't be organized into groups of more than one. Alliances and politics, forget them. You can make us any promise you like, break it, and we'll believe you again tomorrow. We've got a diaspora no one's heard of and suffering you can't get on television, even with a special aerial. We don't like bullies. We don't have hereditary peerages. And we haven't produced a despot in 1,000 years." His head lifted, and he stabbed a finger at me. "And when you Western white asses decide it's time for us to be crushed, part of you will die. Because what we have is what you used to fight for when you were men. Ask Larry." The radio gave a shrill yell. Magomed sprang to his feet. Issa spoke an order at the boys at the windows. Chichev walked me towards the door. "Larry knows everything. Or he did." A bus conveyed us, Magomed, Issa, 2 Murids, Chichev, and myself. An army bus with small steel windows and a shield at the front and back that said it was bus 964. A fat man in army uniform drove us. The Murids sat behind him in their flak jackets, their Kalashnikovs held low in the gangway. A few rows back from them sat Magomed and Issa, whispering like thieves. The fat man drove fast and seemed to take pleasure in edging cars off the icy country road. Larry's dead, I thought. Killed with Bashir Haji. Shot while escaping his middle-class destiny. He's lying in the water, face up or face down. Doesn't matter anymore which. He's a tragedy, not a statistic. He's found his Byronic death. The bus stopped. A draught of icy air ripped through it as the driver's door slammed open and Chichev pushed past me. From beneath lowered lids I saw a figure in a long grey overcoat step aboard and grasp Chicheyev in a swift embrace. I heard confidential murmurs and saw a fat envelope change hands. The overcoat departed, the door slammed shut, the bus eased forward. We passed barrack huts and a floodlit football field. We passed a canteen and saw Russian soldiers eating under fluorescent lighting. They were enemy to me in a way they had never been before. Our driver advanced at a leisurely pace, nothing guilty, nothing rushed. Chicheyev remained at his side. A checkpoint came towards us. A red and white boom blocked our path. The two Muris laid their Kalashnikovs across their knees. The boom rose. Suddenly we were careering towards the dark side of the airfield. A battered twin-engine transport plane appeared in our headlights. Our bus skidded to a halt and we jumped into the freezing night. The plane's props were turning. In the cockpit, 3 white faces were yelling at us to get a move on. I scurried up the rickety steps. The belly of the plane was bare except for a stack of cardboard boxes and steel crates for seats lashed to the side bars. We taxied a few yards, climbed, the engine cut, and we sank again. And I saw the 3 onion domes of a church rising at me from a hillside. We climbed again and banked so steeply that I wondered whether we were upside down. "Did Magomed give you that crap about the English prophecy?" Chicheyev yelled as he flopped beside me. "Yes. Those chicken heads will believe anything." Larry, I thought. Your kind of journey. Fly to Baku, slip up the coast a bit, turn left, piece of cake. The danger consoled me. If Larry survived this journey, he survived everything else. Crouched on his steel crate, Chicheyev was talking about the autumn of 2 years ago. "We thought the Russians wouldn't shoot. Yeltsin's not Stalin, we said. The Ossetians shot the daylights out of us, and the Russians stood around and laughed while 60,000 Ingush ran for their lives. The Russians sealed off the region with tanks and declared military rule in Ingushetia. The Ingush appealed to the world. The world was too damn busy. Who the hell are the Ingush? Hey, that's the Russians' backyard, isn't it? Best let Boris handle it." The plane's engines faltered and resumed on a lower note. We were losing height. "Are we landing or crashing?" I asked. We were hurtling between light towers towards a black hillside. The hillside opened, we shot into a tunnel lit by cat's eyes. To either side of us ran red and green lights. Beyond them lay a sallow concrete playground with parked fighter planes, fire engines and fuel lorries. Chicheyev's reflective mood had left him. He opened the fuselage door and peered out. Magomed pressed an automatic pistol into my hand. Issa took the other side of me. From the misty recesses of a bunker, a pair of headlights flashed twice. Chicheyev dropped to the tarmac. The rest of us followed. 2 grimy jeeps were waiting for us. As Magomed and Issa grabbed an elbow each and spirited me over the tailboard of the second jeep, I saw our little transport plane taxiing for takeoff. The jeeps raced down a tarmac road past an unmanned checkpoint. We reached a roundabout and keeled left onto what I took to be a main road. A sign in Russian said Vladikavkaz, 45 kilometers, Nazran, 20. Our safe house was 2 houses inside a white-walled courtyard. We were in a living room with mattresses on the floor and a plastic-top table at the center. 2 women in headscarves were setting food. Our host was a stocky man in his 60s who spoke gravely while he grasped my hand. "He says you are welcome," said Chicheyev. "He says he's greatly honored by your presence here and that you should sit beside him. We can fight our wars for ourselves, he says. We don't need outside help, but when the English lend us their support, we are grateful and we thank God." I sat beside him. The older men took their places at the table while the young remained standing and the women served pita loaves, fried beef in garlic, tea. A photograph of Bashir Haji hung on the wall. "The village was attacked at night," Chicheyev said, translating our host's words. "In the old days we could always take refuge in the mountains, but today they have technology. They fired rockets and they landed helicopters. People in nearby villages say they heard sounds like thunder and saw flashes in the sky. A woman was attending the funeral of her mother 10 kilometers away. When she got home, she found everybody dead. So she turned round and walked back to the village where she'd buried her mother. Next day, a group of men set out. They washed whatever they could find of the bodies, said the words over them, and buried them, which is our custom. Bashir had been tortured with knives, but they recognized him. Our host says we were betrayed. Who by? He says a traitor, an Ossetian spy, that's all he knows. He anticipated my next question. No other identifications have been made. It's not polite to grill him. Our guest room was the house sick bay in a measles epidemic at Winchester. Beds pushed against the walls, mattresses on the floor. One by one, my companions dropped off to sleep around me. Sometimes Larry spoke to me, but I preferred not to hear his words because I knew them too well. Just stay alive for me, I warned my agent. You're alive for as long as I don't know you're dead. Hours passed. I heard cockerels and the bleating of sheep as a faltering muezzin sang over a loudspeaker. We breakfasted quickly, and on Chicheev's insistence I gave $10 to each child. If you're proposing to fulfill the English prophecy, you better leave a good impression. It was still dark. We drove first on the main road, then up a widening valley until the road became a field strewn with boulders. The jeep in front stopped, and we stopped beside it. By our headlights I saw a footbridge over a river and a steeply rising grass track. And on the river bank, 8 horses already saddled, and one old man in a high fur hat and boots and breeches, and one slender mountain boy with eyes that heard us coming. The boy set out first, accompanied by one of our murids. Our guide went next, then Chicheev, then myself. Issa, Magomed, and the second murid made up the tail. To the pistol that Magomed had given me he now added a holster and an ammunition belt with metal loops on for grenades. I wanted to refuse the grenades, but Chicheev angrily commanded me, "Take the damn things and wear them. We're close to the Ossetian border, close to the military highway, close to the Russian camp. This isn't Somerset. Don't talk unless you have to. Don't shoot unless you have to. Don't stop unless you have to. Don't light a flame, don't swear. Can you ride a horse?" I could when I was about 10. "Don't mind the mud or the steep places. The horse knows the way, the horse will do the work. If we're attacked, nobody surrenders. That's the tradition, so kindly observe it." "Thanks. And if you want to piss, save it till we've killed some Russians." We rode for 4 hours, and if I hadn't been so fearful of what awaited me, I would have been more fearful of the journey. Within minutes we were looking down on the lights of villages thousands of feet below us, while the black mountain wall brushed past our faces. We entered a forest of trees veiled in lianas, but the forest was to one side of us, and to the other lay the fathomless chasm of the valley, full of swirling dawn mist and the scream of birds below. The weather changed as wildly as the landscape. One moment white clouds tore like panicked animals across the alpine sky, and the next I was cringing in the lee of enormous eucalyptus trees in a vain effort to escape onslaughts of torrential rain. And the next it was a sweltering June day in Somerset, with scents of cowslip and mown grass. At first I didn't realize we had entered the village. I saw a wide plateau like a sawn-off mountain covered in smashed stones. I saw 4 crumbling towers, and in my unfamiliarity I supposed them to be ancient furnaces, a notion that was given force by the sight of scorch marks which I took to be evidence of charcoal burning. Then I remembered reading somewhere that the region was famous for its ancient stone watchtowers, and I remembered Emma's drawing. I saw dark figures dotted across the landscape, but I dismissed them as gleaners of some kind, for as we drew nearer I noticed that they had a tendency to stoop and rise and stoop again, and I imagined them using one arm to pick whatever they were picking, and the other to keep it safe. Then I heard above the wind an insistent, high-pitched nasal whine, rising and falling. I glanced behind me and saw Magomed's great bearded bulk. He was wearing a sheepskin hat of the region, wider at the top than at the bottom, and to my astonishment he had donned a traditional wide-shouldered Cherkeska, with loops for ammunition across the chest. His Kalashnikov protruded like a great bow from his shoulders. The wailing grew louder. A chill passed over me as I recognized it for what it had been all along, the keening of women, mourning the dead. Wherever I looked, I hoped desperately for a familiar pose or gesture, Larry's unmistakably English stance. I looked in vain. I saw dead sheep hanging downward from a tree, and I smelt death and knew we had arrived. The sweet, sticky smell of blood and scorched earth opened to the sky. We were riding in single file, Chicheev leading and Magomed close behind me. And behind Magomed rode Issa.
and Issa, the great secularist and mafioso, had put on his ceremonial clothing for the occasion. At the edge of the plateau I made out crude, elongated piles of stones in the form of coffins raised from the ground, and I saw that as the women moved among them, they stooped to each in turn and placed their hands on the stones and talked to whoever lay inside. Other women pared vegetables, fetched water for the cauldrons, cut bread and set it on makeshift tables. But the largest group of women was segregated and tightly packed together inside what seemed to be a ruined barn, and it was they who, with the arrival of each new delegation of mourners, wailed in misery and outrage. At a distance of perhaps 50 yards from the barn stood the remains of a courtyard surrounded by charred fencing. A finger of roof hung over it. A form of doorway led to it, though there was neither door nor lintel. Nonetheless, with each new arrival, men entered by this doorway, and once inside they shook hands, embraced and faced each other and prayed, then sat and talked and came and left with the gravity of centuries. And like Magomed and Issa, they had dressed themselves for ceremony. But look as I might, I saw no tall Englishman with an errant forelock and an easy grace. We dismounted and entered the courtyard, Chicheyev leading and Issa at my side, and as we entered I heard them offer a salam in Arabic, and saw the men who were sitting before us rise until all stood before us in a half-circle. A giant of a man in a tunic jacket and knee breeches took upon himself the responsibility of all of them, and I knew he was the chief mourner and the most afflicted, though his face was set in a grim rejection of grief. Chicheyev had spoken again, and this time I knew that he had called a prayer. After they had prayed, they made the washing gesture that I was by now familiar with, as if rubbing the prayer into their faces and at the same time cleansing them in preparation for the next one. As I watched them, I realized I was suiting my own hands to their gestures, partly out of a kind of spiritual courtesy, and partly because these people had assumed me, and I could no longer distinguish between gestures familiar to me and others that were not. From my right, an old man said something in Arabic, which was taken up by each man separately. I heard Issa from beside me speaking clear English in his usual voice. They are blessing his martyrdom. Whose? I whispered. Bashir Haji's, he replied. They are asking God to forgive him and be merciful to him. They are swearing vengeance. Is Larry a martyr too? I was asking, but not out loud. Chicheyev was speaking to the giant, and through the giant to all of them. The word Larry passed through me like a knife, spoken by Chicheyev and taken up by everybody in the line, and some were nodding at me, and others were shaking their heads, and the giant was staring at me with stiffly pursed lips. He is telling them you are a friend of Larry the Englishman, said Issa. What else? I implored him. They are saying that God takes the dearest and the best, men and women equally. So has God taken Larry? I shouted, though I was only speaking at their level. Chicheyev had swung round and was addressing me. I saw both anger and a warning in his racked face. They expect you to be a man, so speak like a man. Say it in English to all of them. Let them hear your courage. So I said it in English to the giant, very loudly, and to all of those around him, while Chicheyev belted out the translation and Magomed and Issa stood behind me. I said that Larry was an Englishman who had loved freedom above everything. He had loved the courage of the Ingush and shared their hatred of the bully, and that Larry would live because he had cared, and that it was those who cared too little who died the death, and that since courage went hand in hand with honor, and both with loyalty, it was necessary also to record that in a world where loyalty was increasingly difficult to define, Larry had contrived to remain a man of honor, even if the necessary consequence of this was to go out and find his death like a warrior. And whether Chicheyev translated my words faithfully, I never knew, nor if he did, how they were received by my audience, for another delegation was arriving, and the ritual was already being repeated. A young man was leading the way. Straggling after him, we picked our way through smashed masonry and furniture, past a heap of burnt mattresses and a tin bathtub with bullet holes in it. A group of men was slaughtering a sheep while children watched. We passed a cooking fire and saw bubbling water in a great iron cauldron. We came to the watchtower at the furthest corner of the plateau, and I remembered Larry's passion for rejected places. The young man who led us stopped as we approached the entrance and raised an arm to the ruined building above us and announced through Chicheyev that, as a result of the attack, the watchtower was only half its original height. Then he gave a lurid account of the battle, which Chicheyev translated, but I didn't listen to very much. Finally we stepped inside, but there really was very little for us to see, except what had fallen from the upper floors. A few kitchen saucepans lay about, an oil stove, a bed, a few shreds of clothing. I looked for something small for myself as a memento, but really there wasn't anything at all for a man in search of connection to slip into his pocket for a future lonely hour. Finally I hit on a singed fragment of plaited straw. It was lacquered and yellowed, and probably it was just a leftover piece of wickerwork, but I kept it anyway, on the off chance that it was a true fragment of Larry's Winchester Strat. And there was a pile of stones, perhaps to represent a headstone, set apart from the others on its own small mound. The wind lashed over it. Hard pebbles of snow had joined the wind, and the pile seemed to get smaller as I stared at it. Chicheyev had found me a couple of bits of stick. Magomed produced a twist of useful string. With a certain embarrassment, I made an inexpert cross and attempted to plant it in the mound. I couldn't, of course, because the ground was iron-hard, so Magomed hacked a hole for me with his kinjal. A dead man is the worst enemy alive, I thought. You can't alter his power over you. You can't alter what you love or owe. And it's too late to ask him for his absolution. Then I remembered something Dee had said to me in Paris, and I had deliberately not chosen to hear. Maybe you don't want to find your friend, but to become him. In a clear place near the courtyard, a ring of men had started to dance while they extolled the name of God. "What will you do now?" I asked Chicheyev. But I must have been addressing the question to myself, because Chicheyev had no doubt what he was doing. He had dismissed our guide and was leading us at a stiff trot down a narrow path that went straight over the edge of the plateau and into an abyss. We rounded a crag and another awaited us. Then suddenly we were standing on a sheltered grass ledge that was like a huge chamber of rock with a picture window giving onto the apocalypse. And in the grass were the burn marks I had noticed on the plateau and the imprint of heavy pieces of equipment. We passed deeper into the mountain and saw the wreckage of a great arsenal, with anti-tank guns blown apart and lying on their sides, machine guns with barrels cut in two by clever charges, rocket launchers smashed, and leading to the abyss, a trail of muddy footprints that reminded me of Aitken May's farm, where the most portable of his carpets had been dragged to the edge and hurled over it for fun. We had returned to the plateau. The three of us stood on the hillside, Magomed, Cranmer, and Chicheyev. A bonfire burned in the courtyard below us as men of all ages sat around it and conferred. Sometimes a young man sprang to his feet, and Chicheyev said he was talking about vengeance. Sometimes an old man waxed impassioned, and Chicheyev said he was talking about the deportations. "Will you tell her?" I asked. "Who?" He seemed genuinely to have forgotten her. "Emma, Sally, his girl. She's in Paris waiting for him. She will be told." "What are they saying now?" An old man's voice was coming up to us. Chicheyev translated. "Revenge is holy and cannot be touched. But it won't be enough just to kill a couple of Ossetians or a couple of Russians. What we need is a new leader who will save us from being enslaved like animals." "Do they have someone in mind?" "That's what he's asking." "You? You want a whore to run a convent?" We listened again, and he again translated. "Who do we have who is great enough, clever enough, brave enough, devout enough, modest enough? Why don't they say crazy enough and be done with it?" "So who?" I insisted. "They need a murid who has Sufi knowledge and is trained. He must be a master of meditation. He must be a man they admire, a warrior." A growl started and became a call. Issa was standing close to the center of the circle. The glow of the fire lit his bearded cheeks as he turned and signaled up the hill. A few steps below us, Magomed was gazing down at him, the folds of his Tcherkeska gathered round his great back. Other voices joined Issa's. Suddenly it was as if everyone was calling to us. I heard Magomed's name repeated till everyone was chanting it. Leaving Chicheyev and myself alone, Magomed started slowly down towards them. A new ceremony began. Magomed sat at the centre of the circle, where a rug had been laid for him. The men formed a circle round him, eyes closed while they chanted the same word over and over again in unison. A ring of men clasped hands and began a slow rotating dance to the rhythm of the chant. "Is that Magomed speaking?" I asked, for I could have sworn I heard his voice calling above the hand-clapping and praying and stamping feet. "He's calling down God's blessing on the martyrs. He's telling them there are many battles still to be fought against the Russians. He's damn right." At which, without another word, he turned his back on me and, as if sick of my Western uselessness or his own, started down the hill. With the dark, the wind had fallen. Great white stars were appearing above the mountain crags, answering the fires in the compound. I cupped my hands to my mouth and shouted, "Wait!" But the chanting was by now too loud, and he couldn't hear me even if he wanted to. For a moment longer I stood alone, converted to nothing, believing in nothing. I had no world to go back to, and nobody left to run except myself. A Kalashnikov lay beside me. Slinging it across my shoulder, I hastened after him down the slope.